hours that we've had.
Okay, and we're back. Here we
Hello,
are.
everyone. Welcome.
Okay, handing off, taking over from you now, Michael. Thank you. Okay, everyone. I hope that many of you are back with us on our new stream. I am back in the cloud again, ready for my second hosting shift in this late night hour. Welcome to hour 33, June 3rd now, if you're on the East Coast. Still only 9 p.m. out here in the West Coast. But thank you all so much for joining us. Before we get started with our lineup of amazing talks for this evening, I want to just remind us all what we're doing here on the Weather and Climate live stream. For those of you who are new, welcome. For those of you who have been around for 33 hours, thank you, and I hope you keep watching. We are here today to share our excitement, our love, our joy, and our knowledge about weather and climate science with all of you, because we want you to understand how important this research is. The weather and climate research that we do in the United States is at the cutting edge, world leading, in large part from the sustained financial investment that the federal government has made in this research over the past many decades. The United States has developed the first computerized weather forecasts, the first climate models that predicted the response of our climate system to increasing greenhouse gases. All of this work was done at U.S. federal laboratories and funded by U.S. federal agencies within academia. You have been hearing from, and you will continue to hear from, some of our amazing scientists who work at all of these places doing this research. And we want you to just understand how exciting and important this work is, and how much benefit we get from it in our everyday lives, from knowing the weather forecast for tomorrow to knowing what the climate is going to be like over the next decade, so that we can plan our city's infrastructure, so that we can do building projects, and all of these sorts of things. You can decide where you want to live, for instance. And I think now, without further ado, we're going to get started with our first talk. So I'd like to welcome to the stage the newly minted Dr. Alex Chang. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. Alex has recently just completed his PhD from UCLA, and he's going to talk today about the Southern Amazon monsoon. So get ready to hear about some rain, and please put all your questions into the chat as we go.
Yeah, fantastic introduction. Thank you so much. Before I begin, I wanted to take the time to thank all of the staff, hosts, and volunteers who've made this live stream possible for the second year in a row, and for also giving me this opportunity to present on this live stream once again. This talk is going to be focused on what is basically the second part or chapter of my PhD research, and it's all about the delayed Southern Amazon monsoon, or specifically the delays in the wet season. So let's get right into it. And so many of you know that the Amazon is the largest tropical rainforest in the world and covers much of this part of tropical South America over here. That's the Amazon River. And if you don't know where the Amazon is in the world, it's right around here, and that is where the US is, for reference. So they're a somewhat distant neighbor, but not too far away. But in recent years, we've seen that the Southern Amazon's dry season has become significantly longer, and correspondingly, the wet season has also become significantly shorter as a result. And that's because the wet season is shifting to later start dates. It's starting later, like in November or December rather than October. But it's not super clear why. And so this has raised a lot of concerns regarding the Amazon's susceptibility to droughts and wildfires and other sorts of impacts that are related to a longer dry season in general. And some of these impacts include things like reduced crop yields from things such as soybeans, cacao leaves and etc., and other coffee-related products where these longer dry seasons may cause shortages in these crops and may cause coffee prices to spike, for example. Brazil is one of the largest exporters of coffee products to all around the world. And in addition to that, the Amazon is also home to all sorts of different wildlife and biodiversity, as seen as by this very colorful frog over here. And I had mentioned before, but droughts and wildfires are also becoming a lot more common. In fact, in the past 2 decades, the Amazon has experienced, I think, 4 record-breaking droughts, one of which occurred like 2 or 3 years ago. And so these are many different wide-ranging impacts that occur as a result of a longer dry season. And so the question becomes, why is the southern Amazon's wet season starting later and becoming shorter? And is this because of climate change, or is it just natural variability? Well, to answer this question, we first need to understand why the Amazon has a dry and wet season and how clouds form in the first place and how they grow into rain and thunderstorms. And so that all starts with, let's just say we have a pocket of air at the surface that's represented by this box over here. And let's say that air rises to higher parts of the atmosphere. As that air parcel rises, it will grow. The temperatures will cool down, and what will happen is the air can't hold as much moisture, and so some of that will start to condense and grow into clouds. And then in more extreme cases, those clouds will continue to keep rising and growing and eventually form rain, and in very extreme cases, thunderstorms will occur. And so this is very typical to occur during the wet season, but there are sometimes environmental conditions where these clouds can't really grow, and instead of like the air rising, the environmental conditions cause the air to just sink back and never really grow into clouds, and that is more common during the dry season. And so there's 2 different atmospheric metrics that are used commonly from meteorologists all across the world. And one of these is known as CAPE, or convective available potential energy. And so this is basically a metric that measures how much energy there is that can help clouds grow into rain and thunderstorms eventually. The other metric is SIN, or convective inhibition, and it's basically the opposite of CAPE in the sense that it basically conveys or measures how much resistance there is when air particles try to rise and form in an attempt to grow into clouds. And this amount of resistance can be like analogous to like trying to roll a ball up a really steep hill, but then it's like really tiring to do so. It's kind of the same thing when the environmental conditions aren't right. And so in general, CAPE and SIN measure the degree of how likely clouds are able to form and let alone grow into rain and thunderstorms. And in general, when CAPE is higher and SIN is lower, that probability of rain and thunderstorms occurring goes up and vice versa. And so now that we understand how clouds grow into rain and thunderstorms, let's see how CAPE and SIN are evolving in the southern Amazon. And so I'm keeping these definitions up there for your reference, but over here I have some plots showing changes in CAPE from June to November, from 1979 to 2000 and 2001 to 2025. And then the same thing for SIN on the right. And there's 2 things to point out over here. The first is that you can see a very distinct difference between the dry season months and the wet season months. You can clearly see that CAPE is a lot lower during the dry season months, and then it increases during these transitional months of like September and October before peaking at higher levels in November. It's a similar story with SIN, except that the effect is more delayed, where we see a little bit of an increase before it decreases again to lower levels at the start of the wet season onset dates. And these basically reflect the vast differences in favorability for precipitation to form, and the time when CAPE just begins to peak is usually when the wet season starts. However, you'll also notice that if we compare the orange lines and the blue lines between the 2 time periods that CAPE has gone down in general, and SYN has especially gone up in general. And what this is basically telling us is that during the months that surround the start of the wet season or monsoon in the southern Amazon, it's becoming harder for clouds to grow and become rain or thunderstorms. It's more likely to just be sunny, and any attempts by air parcels to rise will just sink during those times. It's more likely for that to happen in the later half of our observed time period than the earlier half. And so the question becomes, why is this happening? And we can trace the effect of that to what's known as the Hadley cell. If you don't know what the Hadley cell is, it is this large-scale atmospheric circulation that occurs within the tropical parts of the planet. It's mostly characterized by this huge rising branch of air where air goes upward, and it's associated with a lot of rain and thunderstorms typically. And the Amazon, the center of the Amazon lies around here, and then the southern Amazon is like sort of over here, closer to the sinking branch. But speaking of the sinking branch, you can see that there's like downward motion towards the surface at around 30 degrees north and south. And this is where it's typically a lot sunnier and drier, and rain doesn't happen as often. This effect of the Hadley cell is very apparent when you just look at a typical satellite image and focus on Africa over here, where we have this really rainy part, and it's like all green and stuff towards the equator, but then you have the Sahara Desert in the north, and then this other semi-arid desert region in southern Africa. And these are reflected by the positions of the Hadley cells. And this is basically a diagram to explain like where the rising motion occurs and where rain occurs typically versus the sinking branches and like drier and more stable air. The effect of the Hadley cell is not as obvious if we focus on the South America, but you'll notice that if we focus on the Amazon, it's a little bit greener over there, and then it's like a little bit drier in areas further south, and like the southern Amazon is like kind of like on the border of them. But let's focus on what's going on with the Hadley cell and how that causes the wet season to start later in the southern Amazon in particular. And let's just focus on this part of the Hadley cell, the southern part. And so what's happening is climate change is causing the southern Hadley cell to intensify or become stronger. And so typically the southern Hadley cell looks like this. You have the circulation with rising air near the equator around the northern Amazon and like the North Atlantic Ocean. And then the sinking air occurs closer to the southern Amazon, especially during the peak of the dry season in the months leading up to the start of the wet season. And so by intensification, what I basically mean is this circulation is spinning faster. And so climate change is causing it to spin faster, and in several different ways, but one of which is the ocean temperatures in the North Atlantic Ocean are becoming warmer, and much like a steaming bathtub is always going to emit like more rising air because hot air rises, this induces further rising motion here, and to fill in the void and like complete the circulation, it also causes more air to go downwards and sink. And this actually suppresses the growth of clouds and rain during this time. So we get more sunnier days during the months that surround the typical start of the wet season date. And so we are getting ultimately a shift in the start of the wet season in the southern Amazon. And we are able to trace it to climate change as a result. And this has big implications because if we go back to all of the impacts that I had mentioned at the beginning, a longer dry season, again, means like shorter, reduced crop yields or like more crop shortages in general. And also, again, wildfires and droughts become more and more likely. And in the end, this raises concerns about whether the Amazon can survive if wildfires keep like burning down the trees and ultimately starve off Earth's what is colloquially known as Earth's lungs, because of how many trees are there to remove atmospheric CO2 every single year. And so all of these impacts are the reason why the Amazon is so important to study and why so many climate scientists and meteorologists focus on the Amazon and why it's important to continue studying it, and why it's so important to continue maintaining federal funding in order to be able to support all of these scientists in order to continue doing such important research on this very fragile landscape of the world. And yeah, with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that anyone might have.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Alex. You have a ton of questions. People are super excited about CAPE and SYN. So let's start. We have a really good question from Stu Weiss, who wants to know, are the values of CAPE and SYN that you're showing from a reanalysis or direct observations?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's actually I would say it's more so from reanalysis, but the true answer is actually that the CAPE and SYN are entrained. It's a more like technical term because I used a like convective plume model that was based off of reanalysis temperature and dew point or relative humidity data to model SYN and SYN and CAPE, which are basically entrained in the modeled versions. And so they more or less they ultimately come from reanalysis, but I would say they're more so modeled in that case, if that answers your question.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. We have another question about, this is from Fish. With droughts drying out the soil, causing it to harden, are the floods getting more dangerous in the Amazon?
I believe the answer is yes to that, because when the floods do occur, it's kind of like more of like a flash flood, and we're getting more of this like just like whiplash effect in general. And keep in mind that like the Amazon is a typically very wet region in general, and so pretty much any like deficit in precipitation or rainfall at a larger scale or in the longer term will have like as you mentioned, dry out the soil, and like I don't know if like harden is the right word, but it changes the landscape, because a lot of the vegetation that typically relies on that amount of water that typically falls from rain, that they otherwise wouldn't receive it, and they might like die out. And it's an important effect of this vegetation being there is that they can kind of absorb some of the impact of floods when they do occur. And when that vegetation isn't there, the floods can become a lot more dangerous, because that buffer that like protected the Amazon from like floods, that is no longer there as a result of a longer dry season.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. That was a super interesting talk. And now we're going to move on to our next speaker, but thanks for joining us, Alex. So we are in hour 33 of the 50-hour weather and climate live stream. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I want to take a moment to remind us why we're here, and that is to talk and learn and get excited about weather and climate science. The US is a world leader in weather and climate science, and that is in large part due to the really sustained federal funding that we have invested as a country into this science over the past many decades. But right now, that investment is under threat. The current administration has proposed, again, substantial budget cuts to all of our scientific agencies, the National Science Foundation, NSF, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, NASA, the Department of Energy, all of these research agencies that do this important weather and climate science that you've been hearing about. And these funding cuts would be just incredibly devastating for the research, both in the national labs and at the universities where so many of our speakers work. So if you feel compelled by the science that you are hearing here today, please go call and write to your representatives and tell them that you want to support weather and climate science. you can go to wclivestream.com/act to learn more and get tips on how to contact your representatives. So now, without further ado, I would like to bring our next speaker to the stage. We have here tonight Dr. Phil Duffy. Phil is a climate scientist who has been in our field for many years. He's worked in government, academia, nonprofits, and advised senior policymakers. He has a lot of insight to bring to us. I also will throw out a little fun fact on here, but we saw earlier today we had incredible talks and hosting from Margaret, who Phil is Margaret's dad. So everyone, you can give him a shout out for that, for raising another amazing climate scientist. Phil today is going to talk about Earth's declining reflectivity, which is a topic near and dear to my own heart. So I'm very excited to hear about that today.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So yeah, I'm going to talk about Earth's declining reflectivity, which may be the most important climate risk you've never heard of. And yes, Claire happens to be one of the world's leading experts on this subject. So Claire, any difficult questions that come up in the Q&A are going straight over to you. So, okay, so what I'm going to cover in about 10 minutes is, first of all, what is Earth's declining reflectivity, why this might be important, what we do and don't know about Earth's declining reflectivity, and also I will discuss risk to the continuity of observations of Earth's reflectivity and a closely related Earth's overall energy imbalance. So Earth, as you may know, reflects about 30% of sunlight back into space. This is showing right here space-based observations made over roughly the last 25 years, showing that the amount of sunlight being reflected back into space has decreased substantially by a little over half a percentage point. That may not sound like much, but as I'll show in a minute, that's actually a very, very powerful warming influence. And of course, it's a warming influence because if less sunlight is being reflected into space, that means more sunlight is being absorbed by Earth, and therefore that means faster global warming. So why is this important? Again, declining reflectivity is a powerful warming influence. Quantitatively, this warming influence is equivalent to the warming influence from all the carbon dioxide emitted by humans since 1750. And of course, that carbon dioxide is a major driver of global warming. So that's kind of a mind-boggling fact, but it is a fact. This decline in Earth's reflectivity is seen in climate models, and I'll show you this, but it's systematically under-predicted by models. We don't fully understand what's driving it. That's a big focus of current research. And perhaps most importantly, we don't know what, if anything, this might imply for future warming. So why is Earth becoming less reflective? From analyzing observations, we know the proximal causes of this change. And this is from, what I'm showing you here is from some work published in 2021 by Norman Loeb of NASA. The three main drivers of Earth's declining reflectivity are, first of all, reductions in cloud cover. Now, clouds are highly reflective, so less cloud cover means less sunlight reflected back into space. That's probably the biggest single driver. We also know that as the planet warms, there is less snow and ice. Snow and ice is highly reflective, and so reductions in snow and ice cover also result in declining reflectivity. And finally, as we continue to clean up particulate pollution, that also means less sunlight reflected into space, because one of the effects of particulate pollution, in addition to having significant health consequences, is that does tend to reflect sunlight back into space. So these, we think in some measure, are the proximal drivers of Earth's declining reflectivity. Now, because the planet is reflecting less sunlight back into space, because it's absorbing, therefore, more sunlight, the overall energy imbalance of Earth is increasing. And the term Earth's energy imbalance simply means the net gain of energy by Earth from space. So Earth's energy imbalance, by definition, is what drives global warming. Earth's energy imbalance is now positive. That means Earth is warming. It's accumulating energy from space. And this image here is showing the increase over time, the last roughly 25 years on Earth's energy imbalance. And so what we see here is an energy imbalance that is not only positive, but also increasing. So that means not only warming, but accelerated warming. And again, this is driven entirely by a decline in Earth's reflectivity. So what's behind all this? The underlying drivers of this in some proportion are first, natural climate cycles, natural variability, internal variability in the climate system. Based on some analysis of model simulations, we think that this is making probably at most a small contribution to the observed trends I've just shown you. We know that some of what we're seeing is responses to human greenhouse gas emissions, less snow and ice cover, for example, as a consequence of human greenhouse gas emissions. Similarly, less low cloud cover. And as I mentioned, cleanup of particulate pollution also must be driving this to some degree, and that works through two mechanisms. One is that particulate pollution directly reflects sunlight into space. Particulate pollution also makes clouds more reflective, and therefore cleanup of particulate pollution tends to make clouds less reflective. And I mentioned earlier that the simulations we have now, the climate model simulations, underestimate the observed increase in Earth's energy imbalance, and that's what I'm showing here. The red curve is the space-based observations of Earth's energy imbalance. I've already showed you that. And the black line is the mean, the average of a whole bunch of model simulations. And you can see the models reproduce qualitatively the observed increase, but the simulated increase in Earth's energy imbalance is nowhere near as rapid as the observed increase. And that creates two problems for us. And one is that it means that we can't use these models or these simulations to understand what's going on in the observations. And we would normally like to do that. One of the nice things about models that you can't do in the real world is in models, you can vary one thing at a time and use that to understand what's going on. We can't do that because the models don't reproduce the observations in the first place. Secondly, because the models don't reproduce the observations of the last 25 years, we can't use these models with any confidence to project forward and understand what all this might mean for the future. That said, this evidence and other evidence, which I don't have time to show you, suggests, but is not conclusive, that models may be underestimating future warming. And of course, it's very urgent to understand if, in fact, that's the case. So I want to just finally touch on the fact that our ability to make these observations is at observations of Earth energy imbalance, including reflectivity, is at increasing risk. These observations are made from space by NASA instruments called Ceres. Until recently, we had 6 of these instruments on orbit measuring Earth's energy imbalance. We now have 4. By the end, I think, of this year, we will have only 2, both of which will be very old instruments in decaying orbit. So that's not great. Now, recognizing this fact and recognizing the importance of these observations, NASA has a new instrument called Libera, which is slated for launch in 2027. NASA also has in process a partially built so-called small-sat instrument called Demeter, which is much lighter than the current instruments. This is underfunded. Money for it runs out next year, and this instrument has no launch date. Now, what I'm going to show you here is an analysis by Norman Loeb of NASA showing that even with the planned launch of Libra in 2027, the probability of a gap in these observations before the year 2040, the probability of a gap in these observations is estimated at 75%. And with an additional new instrument besides Libra, that the risk to the continuity of these observations would be significantly decreased, although still non-negligible. I should say that we're very focused on even preventing even a short data gap, because the way these observations work is that new instruments, when they're launched, are cross-calibrated against existing instruments. So it's very important to have some period of overlap between the two instruments. Okay, I see I've talked for 10 minutes, so I will now summarize and get off the stage. I've showed you observations showing Earth's reflectivity has declined substantially in roughly the last 25 years. It's a very powerful warming influence. It's driving a rapid increase in Earth's energy imbalance, which is the fundamental driver of global warming. Climate models show this, but underrepresent it. There's some evidence, inconclusive evidence, suggesting that this might imply that future warming might be more severe than existing models show. So this is an urgent subject to make research investments in, and I believe that with modest investments in research, I think we could learn a lot more. And finally, I showed you that our ability to continue to make these really, really critical observations is at risk. So thank you for your attention, and I would be happy to answer any questions or deflect them to our host, Claire.
Thank you so much, Phil. That was awesome. Let's pull up our first question from Stu Weiss, who wants to know, I think, when you were talking about where the models were going wrong, is it the marine stratocumulus clouds being poorly simulated?
I am not sure, so I will not provide. Do you know, Claire?
I think it's always a good guess. We know that models do generally a poor job at representing the stratocumulus climatology, but I don't think that we have done quite enough research yet to say if that's really the leading cause of their underestimating the trend in the decline of reflectivity. So hopefully I get to that soon. I have a question for you that I think the audience might be curious to hear about, but we're talking about measuring all of the energy in and out of the Earth everywhere all the time, but you said there's only a few Ceres satellites that are up there in orbit. How are we doing that?
It's great question. I mean, there's a whole lot of data sets that are brought to bear. The Ceres instruments is only one of them, and there's also a fair degree of estimation going on, I believe, because the instruments don't have perfect coverage. They sample different parts of the Earth at different times of the day. The amount of data processing that goes on into producing these data sets is kind of mind-boggling, actually. And I should say one thing, and that is that the observed increase in Earth's overall energy imbalance, which is measured from space, is very closely corroborated by a completely independent set of observations, which are essentially inventories of energy accumulation in the climate system. And those observations themselves are incredibly involved and complex. I mean, it sounds very simple, but as you get into the weeds of it, it's really, really impressive how involved it is. But those two independent data sets show very close agreement in the increase in Earth's energy imbalance and the year-to-year variation in Earth's energy imbalance. So we can have a lot of confidence that this, in fact, is really happening. It's not an artifact of some drifting sensor out in low Earth orbit somewhere.
Yeah, that's definitely true. We have a lot of confidence, and we have to thank very, very deeply our NASA colleagues who do all of this work that you're describing. As you said, the algorithms, the processing that goes into converting these raw measurements that are made in space into these data sets is absolutely mind-boggling. They are just fantastic.
100%. It's mind-boggling. And since I've started learning about this subject, I'm just so deeply impressed with just the excellence of the whole team at NASA and the work that they do.
Definitely. That is something that we're out here talking about, advocating for today. So thank you so much for joining us, Phil.
My pleasure. Great. Thank you. Great to see you, Claire.
Good to see you too. Okay, so everyone, thank you so much for being here. We are in hour 33 of our 50-hour weather and climate live stream, as we just heard about some of the amazing science and research that is made possible by NASA satellites. I want to take a moment to remind us why we're all here, and we're here to learn about weather and climate science and to understand its importance for our society, what it teaches us about the world that we live in, and to recognize just how important it is that we continue to support through our federal funding the science that you're seeing here today. So, of course, all of this research on the declining albedo or reflectivity of Earth that Phil was talking about, we make all of those measurements from space with NASA satellites. NASA is just one of the Earth science agencies, or one of the federal agencies that's doing Earth science research. And NASA, as well as all of these other agencies, are really at risk right now. The administration has proposed massive budget cuts for the next year, slashing NASA's Earth science budget in half from what it's been. And that really jeopardizes these programs that Phil was talking about. We heard about this new satellite concept that is currently being designed at one of the NASA research centers that we need to continue. We need it to develop. We need it to get launched so that we can continue making these measurements. And for that to happen, it needs to get funded. It needs to get funded in a robust, sustained manner over the next many years. Other programs, the National Science Foundation, NSF, has a huge proposed budget cut. The NOAA research laboratories are proposed to be completely eliminated in next year's budget. And this would end all of this amazing research that you've heard about, but also all of the programs that train young scientists to work in this field. So we're not just cutting off our capabilities right now, we're cutting off our capabilities for the future if these budgets are enacted. So if you feel compelled by what you're seeing here today, please call or write to your representatives. You can go to wclivestream.com/act to learn more and get some tips on how to do that. And now I would like to invite our next speaker onto the stage. So here we have Dr. Chris Paternostro. Chris is a former oceanographer at NOAA and the founder of Mesoflow. He is going to talk to us today about the motion of the U.S. coastal ocean. I always love that phrase, the motion of the ocean. And I'm super excited. Let's everyone put some love for the ocean into the chat, and please ask your questions to Chris as he goes.
Thank you very much, Claire. I appreciate it. I love what we're doing here. This is last year, it was super interesting talks. This year's been amazing too. Last year it worked. Congress largely rejected the president's budget, and this year I'm going to just show you how much I love NOAA. I don't care who knows it, but I just love NOAA. I want to talk about the complexity of coastal U.S. waters. My name's Chris Paternostro. I am the founder of Mesoflow. I formerly worked for NOAA for 22 years and for the Center for Operational Oceanographic Products and Services. And just want to talk about we hear a lot about when we learn oceanography in school, you learn mostly blue water oceanography. But coastal oceanography is a lot more complex, I would say, might be. It's blue water, open oceans are, large, deep, kind of very steady bodies of water. They do change, but it takes weeks and years to move it. Like we've been hearing a lot of talks about the overturning circulation that takes, I think even centuries. The horizontally, they're fairly consistent. It requires about, so when you're doing a mathematical model of it, you can get away with large grid size of 10 to 50 kilometers or so. Coastal oceanography is a lot more variable. It's the East Coast and the Gulf of Mexico are fairly shallow basins. All the basins have to be dredged to allow the large deep water vessels, the post-Panamax ships, to come in to port. The West Coast, the Pacific Coast has, Alaska is very deep, can be very deep, but around 10 meters deep is kind of less than 10 meters is kind of averaging. The changes can change very rapidly on hours to days. The wind blows, or the large freshwater inflow comes in, and the basin temperature, salinity, and nutrients and the turbidity can increase very rapidly, change very rapidly. The estuaries change very largely from the upriver, the head, down to the mouth. You can get freshwater, zero salinity up there full of nutrients, probably colder, and then it goes out can be brackish and go out into the water, the ocean as it feeds the ocean. Maybe about can be pure seawater at that point. And so it requires a much smaller resolution in that domain. So I'm going to show you lots of data from federal government, because we're creating amazing data sets right now. This is data coming from National Ocean Service, part of NOAA. They're hydrodynamic models, much like the Weather Service creates models for weather. The Ocean Service creates models to give now and predictive ability of where the water will be in the future. And so we have lots of domains. Cook Inlet, the Pacific is very well covered. The Gulf of Mexico's got a great domain, and the East Coast there's going to be a new couple of models that are going to come in the Northeast and the Southeast, going around the Florida. And so the coastal ocean, it's we need to keep doing research. It's so complex. It's not easy to understand and predict what's going to be happening, but it's very crucial especially for safe navigation, which is the group that I was kind of working with in navigation, to provide data for the big ships that are coming into ports. So it's very rapidly changing. It's a lot of the Americans live within 50 miles of the coast. In fact, I learned today at Chow, 95 million Americans live within the county next to the ocean. It's quite amazing. And all your commerce, everything you're wearing, everything that you're looking at right now probably came in through a coastal port. It's highly, that's where most of our commerce comes in. So it's also very highly productive. Your seafood, if you're eating marine seafood, it is likely caught in coastal waters. So there are three main components that that are different from coastal ocean and from the deep blue ocean water. Tides don't have very much effect out in the deep water. It moves back and forth or around a small circle, the same parcel of water. But in the coastal ocean, it really it's a big driving force. And tides are basically the gravitational force pulling of the water pulling towards mostly the moon. So the moon, the gravity's pulling towards the moon, and equal and opposite, it's being slingshot away from the moon. So you have these two tidal bulges on each side of the Earth. And then there's a smaller one, just because of the great distance to the great mass of the sun. We have a smaller frequency or harmonic of going towards the sun and equal and opposite away from the sun. And all the combinations with all the movements of the Earth, Sun, Moon complex, the important ones cause about 37 different harmonic constituents that we can easily pull out and that we use to create tidal predictions. And NOAA creates tide, or has real-time tidal and data at 350 tide gauges around the country, and then 88 different current meter stations around the country, and it's reporting back through Maryland, the Silver Spring, Maryland, every 6 minutes. And so all this data is being updated. This is an amazing data set. The longest one we have data set is in from San Francisco Bay. It's this month in 1854 it was deployed, and it's a beautiful station, and it creates beautiful. I mean, San Francisco data is beautiful. It's classic tidal theory right here. And so you can see there's a spring tide component where the sun and the moon are in a line, pulling up and down, causing a larger tidal frequent range. And then you have the neap tide cycle. And then, a week later, so there's over 2 weeks span, it kind of goes in and out of this neap spring tidal cycle. You can see it. We're there. You can see it very well when you're just looking at the moon. Full moon, new moon, you're getting these spring tides. Quarters, you're getting a neap. And if you leave this station in long enough, like we have in San Francisco, you can start creating more interesting data set, right? So this is the long-term data set from tide data in San Francisco Bay. It creates this trend over all 100+ years, and you can see the trend is about the sea level is increasing about 2 millimeters per year over this entire range. And so you can even show when there's probably an earthquake. I didn't check that, but we can check that with the USGS data. And it's this beautiful, gorgeous data set that, there's no private institution or nonprofit that can do this. This is required by federal government. In fact, the US federal government has the greatest data set in the world. Other parts of the USGS has water level data in rivers. They do a lot of river monitoring, and I just pulled this today. It seemed like there was a huge water event, lots of rain or something. We could check it with NOAA data. Late May 27th, 28th, there's probably a huge rainstorm filling the upper Mississippi or lower Mississippi River, but far away from the Delta, and it has been draining out since. This is a beautiful NASA MODIS old satellite data of what that possibly is looking like right now at the Mississippi River. And you can see the brackish plume. So it's like the fresh, dirty, nutrient-rich water pouring into the Gulf, kind of mixing into the black brackish water. Just gorgeous data from NASA. So the river flows is one of the larger components of the tidal forces that the open ocean doesn't experience. The third major force that moves the coastal waters is the wind blowing, and it's hard to get a picture of wind blowing. So I'm doing the classic hurricane coming upon shore. We all know how it bunches up water and causes the force to surge onto the land. It also does it in gentler thing. This is the wind blowing in Galveston Bay can push up the fairly non-tidal Galveston Bay, and the Gulf of Mexico is very non-tidal. And so the wind blows, the river flows. These are when the basins grow, and that's why we need the hydrodynamic models, because it pushes the water up, and that's useful information. What I did during my career, largely during my career, was to update the tidal current tables using current meters. I've recovered 1,000. My team has recovered 1,163 stations. Not that anyone's counting, but that's possibly a record. No one does this. No other countries don't do this. This is unique to America. We have an amazing data set, and this is how current meters, they send an acoustic signal out and gathers data, kind of gets reflections and uses the Doppler effect to find out where the station, how the water is flowing. And this is kind of what the data I collected was. These are stations all around the country. This is for largely for safe navigation. We know as part of the Department of Commerce. And so everyone likes commerce. The Republicans like commerce, the Democrats like commerce. This was all this data in Alaska. Nobody has this kind of data set, 50 something odd current meters in Cook in Alaska. This is where the Valdez oil spill happened in Prince William Sound. We have 40 something stations in there to help the navigation so that they can use safely transit in and out. It's also creating a great data set for baselining for what's going to happen as the climate changes. Like I say, the Republicans funded all this. This is the George W. Bush time, was when the Republican Congress, Republican president, all funded this amazing data set because commerce is important. Every dollar spent for NOAA, you get $9+ return on investment. The data is an amazing data set, and it's totally worth funding. So essentially, NOAA, NASA, USGS, NCAR, NSF are all generating really great data right now at 6-minute intervals, probably all different types of data sets. So please do call your congressmen and senators and ask them to fund NOAA, NASA, USGS, NCAR, NSF. This is very important data sets, and we don't want to lose like that 150 years of data at San Francisco and other places. So when budgets get stressed, when they either don't increase funding or keep level funding, these stations are threatened. That large number of data sets will be threatened, and it's important for commerce. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was great. And of course, yes, the data that the US produces is invaluable, irreplaceable. And one of the strengths is definitely in the longevity of these records. So it's super important that we keep them continuous. We have a bunch of questions in the chat. Let's start with this one from Hydrated Tree, who wants to know about the ocean circulation. So are there regular patterns in which ocean water gets moved around? If you were a little shrimp floating in the Atlantic and you just floated along with the currents for long enough, could you go all the way into the Pacific Ocean, and kind of how would you get there?
Yes, you can. That's that would be, let me see if I can do it on this slide. That's the blue water oceanography, and it's there's a lots of great data that comes from one of them. The best data sets there is, you can look it up online. I don't have the data set with me, but it's a rubber duck. There's a cargo ship out in the Pacific, like had some very bad weather, large waves, something, and one of the cargo containers fell off, and it was filled with rubber duckies, for goodness sakes. These rubber duckies spilled out, and so it's an amazing outfit. There's another one with Nike shoes or some types of brand of shoes that has same thing, and these become Lagrangian drifters, and so it came out here. The Great Circle route, all the commerce that comes into America is coming through this from China or Japan or somewhere in Asia, and it comes up through Alaska, through that the Alaskan archipelago, and comes down and goes either through the Panama Canal and something. And this was the best data set you could ever have. You can't go out there and just throw a container full of rubber duckies. But look it up. It's great. You can watch them. And then you started seeing them coming on shore. And over time, you started getting them on shore through, at much further, increasingly further place. So the little shrimp, the little rubber duckies, I think they made it even into the Atlantic Ocean, and it's an amazing data set. Look it up. It is super interesting.
That is such a fun story. I love that. So let's see, we have a question about man-made infrastructure in the coasts So how do human constructions like piers or seawalls, artificial coasts and islands affect these coastal waters you're talking about?
That's a very good question. So I forgot to bring up my new work. So I'm like making the new stuff I'm doing is Mesoflow, where I'm taking all this data, this great data come from NOAA, NASA, and USGS, and I'm like giving it to help navigate. This is one project I'm doing for Sabine Neches waterways in Southeast Texas. And I'm providing the data so that they can safely move under the bridges, over the rocks, and stay in the shipping channel. And it most certainly does. That's why they put these structures here. These are kind of like these groins, or I think they're called groins. And they can put big structures out here. Sometimes there's bigger ones in Galveston Bay. And what it's doing is keeping they have to dredge this because it's so shallow. These ships are so large now. They're like going down 40 something feet and they're running like a meter or two or a foot or two off the bottom. And it's because that oil is so valuable that they want to get as much draft as possible. Each foot of draft is about $1 million of oil. And there's so much oil coming in out of Texas right now. And so they have to keep dredging it. And so they put up these structures here that will kind of block the water. And so when there's all that rich water and sediment coming out of the Mississippi River is coming down here along the Texas coast, and it will deposit, right? And so they're trying to prevent that from depositing so much into these basins. And so they put these little structures here. This is Galveston Bay. You can see them there quite easily. They build these big structures here to prevent that water. And so instead of it depositing in here, which would cause more of a dredging, the Corps of Engineers has to go out and scrape it again because it's supposed to be shallow. Nature wants it to be shallow, but for our shipping, we need it to be deeper for these large post-Panamax ships to come in and out and deliver our shirts and shoes and rubber duckies.
Okay, thank you so much. This is a super cool site. Some people were saying that in the chat.
Very good.
So yeah, maybe you can drop the link into the chat now.
Gladly. Yes.
So folks can go explore that. Thank you so much. That was so fun to hear about all of this coastal ocean data. You have a good night.
Thank you so much. Keep up the good work.
Okay, guys, we have just entered hour 34. Here it is. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. That was an amazing talk by Dr. Chris Paternostro, and he said so much better than I can just how wonderful the data that our federal agencies produce is. So Chris spent many years working at NOAA producing these ocean data sets. We heard just before then about some amazing NASA data sets, and we are here on this Weather and Climate live stream to talk about and share our science, share our joy of learning about the Earth with all of you, and here to appreciate all of the amazing research, the data sets that have come out of the United States through the sustained federal funding that our country has invested into weather and climate science over the past many decades. We're also here, though, because that funding is under threat. The administration has proposed massive budget cuts to all of these federal agencies for the next year. And in terms of really reducing or completely eliminating their budgets and eliminating the research laboratories. So this includes NOAA's entire research arm. So all of the research labs that are producing the data, such as what Chris was just telling us about. The administration is also trying to dismantle the National Center for Atmospheric Research, or NCAR, which is a part of the NSF. And for all of these reasons, we're out here today to share our science, share our knowledge, and get you excited about the importance and benefits that weather and climate science have in your life. So if you feel compelled, please call or write to your representatives at wclivestream.com/act. We have tips and tricks and information on how to get in touch with your representatives to make your voice heard. So without further ado, we're going to bring our next speaker onto the stage. you were here just a short while ago, you will recognize him. Welcome back, Michael. We now get to hear about Michael's amazing science. So Michael is going to tell us a bit about Mars. Might not be Earth, but we're going to see what can Mars teach us about our own planet. Please take it away.
Hello, thanks so much. I'm glad to be back. It's 1 a.m. here in the East Coast, but I'm excited to chat with all of you again. Thanks, Claire, for the nice introduction. I'm Michael Battalio. I'm a research scientist at Yale. We've heard a lot over the course of the last 33 hours or something like that now on how important it is to study the weather and climate of Earth. But we can also learn a lot about Earth by studying other planets in the solar system. And by funding research like at NCAR, like at NOAA, like at the NSF, like at NASA, we can explore all the different laboratories that we have in the solar system to not only help us understand climates generally, but help us to understand our own climate better. And so I want to provide a really cool example, I hope, of how I think about these problems and use how I study other planets to learn about Earth. So the movie that's been going on in the background is from this data set that I help maintain, funded by NASA, federal grants, called Mars Dust Activity Database, and I'll provide a link to it at the very end. Stay tuned until the very end for a QR code and a link. But we've been watching in the background a movie of what we call Mars Daily Global Maps, and the outlined areas are dust storms on Mars. We get as its name suggests, a daily global map every single day from Mars, and we can follow the trajectories of these dust storms. And in so doing, we learn about how Mars's climate works and evolves, and learn something about Earth. I do want to say briefly from the outset that science is more than just the research. It's a people program. It's a jobs program. It helps develop technology that we all use. It helps support our national security. It helps project security and project American goodwill to the rest of the world. And fundamentally, it inspires all of us to do more and think beyond just our small niche of the planet. So really, every aspect of our lives is touched by scientific research and development that's funded by the US government. And so it's critical for us to continue supporting it. And so I encourage you to go to wclivestream.com/act right now. I'd rather you call your congressperson and listen to me, honestly. So I want to take a step back and compare and contrast Earth and Mars a little bit. So on Earth, and we've heard a lot about this over the last 30 hours, in the mid-latitudes, that is to say in the United States where we are, weather systems move from west to east, and they're hugely impactful. Here's a beautiful example, just a satellite image of a nor'easter, and I had a little low pressure center right where in the center of the storm, which is the actual cyclone that's driving all of this activity. And where this cyclone lives in the atmosphere is where I've kind of highlighted in this little schematic here, the eddy-driven or polar jet. It's in the mid-latitudes, and these weather systems live and depend on their interactions with the jet. The jet is eddy-driven, and so the eddies need to be there for the jet to exist. But the jet in its existence controls and modulates how these weather systems develop, the strength they could maintain, and where exactly they go. So in the time average, they're what we call storm tracks. So this is just an average picture from one of my papers from a couple of years ago. And the dark green areas are where we see these storm tracks happen. In the northern hemisphere, it's generally off the coasts of continents because continents get in the way and kind of mess the systems up. But in the southern hemisphere, they have a wider spread. On Mars, something similar happens because even though Mars is really dry and really dusty, it has some similarities to Earth. For example, its day is about the same length as an Earth day. It's 24 hours and 39 minutes. And the tilt of Mars on its axis is about 25 degrees. So in those couple of ways, it's quite similar to Earth. And because of that, the weather systems that we just saw in the same movie is the exact same kind of instability that we get these big picturesque comma-shaped clouds or nor'easters on Earth. It's the exact same kind of instability and the exact same kind of process. And we can use that knowledge for Mars as a laboratory to help understand about Earth. One thing you need to know before I go any further in through this talk is that something that's interesting about Mars is that the topography is sort of different. All of the big topographic features that might mess up the storm tracks are in the southern hemisphere of Mars, but the northern hemisphere of Mars is very smooth. It's actually much more smooth around a given latitude circle in the northern hemisphere of Mars than the southern hemisphere of Earth. And that's important because something really interesting happens when you compare the evolution of storms on Mars versus Earth. So again, the other thing you need to know is not just the topography is different, but Mars is very, very dusty. On the left-hand side, you see a clear depiction of Mars. On the right-hand side is a global dust storm event. And those cyclones that I was showing at the very beginning and that reside in these storm tracks take the smaller scale dust storms to the large global scale dust storms. So it behooves us to understand these cyclones for Mars. And because the instabilities for these cyclones are the same, we can draw weather maps for Mars just like we draw weather maps for Earth. So I've highlighted some of the fronts, just like you'd see on a meteorological weather map if you watch the late news or the Weather Channel, and we can follow the high and low pressure systems move and the fronts move along with them as they follow the dust storms in time. It's the exact same sort of instability and same sort of process. And the storm tracks line up with where the dust is on Mars. The movie jumped ahead. So the reason that this is sort of useful and interesting is you can define an eddy in the atmosphere in kind of two different ways. You can define it as a perturbation from a time mean, or you can define it as a perturbation from the zonal mean. So average over all longitudes and then subtract that, and that gets you a kind of eddy. Or you can average over a large chunk of time and then subtract that, and that gets you sort of a similar related kind of eddy. And the reason that's important for Mars versus Earth is because of the separation of storm tracks, for example, in the northern hemisphere. But in the northern hemisphere for Mars, there are no continents. So waves can just go around over and over and over again. And so I'm showing a movie, and this dot is following along. So on the right plot, x-axis is time. This is called a Hofmahler plot. And on this plot, if you average across lots of latitudes together, you can follow the trajectory of eddies as they move around in time. And so the time is the dot is moving is just showing you in time the timestamp that you're seeing for the movie that's showing the northern mid-latitudes on the left. And you'll note that waves spin up and then they stop. They don't make it all the way around the planet on Earth. That's not how it is on Mars. On Mars, a wave can go around the planet over and over and over and over again. And what this means is that when you define eddies from a zonal perturbation versus a time perturbation on Mars, it's actually very similar, the actual quantity or strength of the eddies that you get, regardless of whether or not it's time or zonal, because they're so coherent zonally. Whereas on Earth, there's a big difference when you subtract eddies or calculate eddies from a zonal versus a time mean perturbation. And the reason that it's important is because of a particular kind of variability that we see both in Earth's atmosphere and in Mars's atmosphere called an annular mode. And an annular mode is just a particular kind of variability in the atmosphere that's coherent along a latitude circle. So maybe you can sort of see the connection of why the way you define eddies might be important. And so we can calculate an annular mode that's based off of just the strength of the eddies. And then we get a quantity for just how, on average, how strong they are in time. And so you can average all of them together. And this is what it looks like for latitude versus height, for example. It's just a blob in sort of the center of the mid-latitudes. And you can compare this to a similar quantity that you can calculate for how strong the jet stream is. Now, I mentioned at the onset that there's this relationship between the eddy-driven jet and the waves. One follows the other. So you might expect that if you just calculate the strength of the eddies and calculate it in a related way to the jet stream, they might be correlated to one another. Plus or minus a few days, they should be correlated to one another. On Mars and on other bodies in the solar system, there is. So this is a time series of wave intensity over a bunch of Mars months. And if I plot on top of it a time series of the jet stream, you'll see that peaks in one sort of line up with peaks in the other. That happens on Mars and Titan, for example, but it doesn't really happen on Earth. They're not really all that strongly correlated. And so it all comes down to the definition of eddies. So in this top plot, don't necessarily focus on the shading in the background. I want you to focus on the two, the blue and red lines here that just show the amount of relationship there is between eddies when defined in the top panel from a time perturbation compared to the jet stream versus a zonal mean perturbation compared to the jet stream. There's a much stronger relationship of variance explained when you calculate the eddies in one way versus the other. On Mars, and I won't show this, the difference between the two curves around, for example, in this case, 60 degrees south, the difference between them is a lot smaller because, again, it doesn't matter how you calculate the eddies on Mars versus Earth. And so in studying eddies on Mars, I figured out that this difference in how you calculate the eddies is not important for Mars and led me to sort of reevaluate how we calculate these indices for Earth. And in so doing, that has relevance to things we actually care about on Earth rather than dust storms on Mars. Because if you calculate the strength of the eddies from time perturbations, there's a stronger relationship to precipitation on Earth. That's the left panels here, the dark red. The dark red's off the coast of New England and Japan, versus if you calculate it from zonal perturbations. And that the difference between those two types is shown in the right panel. And you'll note that places where there are atmospheric rivers really strongly stand out when you calculate it from a time perturbation versus zonal perturbation, for example. So Mars teaches us about Earth. And so I just want to conclude by thanking all of you, the taxpayers. It's not always obvious why we do research, but often it leads to excellent outcomes. Like, for example, the one that I like to call up a lot is, this was a study that was funded a long time ago. Exidin-4, or whatever that is, a peptide similar in structure to GLP-1 is discovered in a Gila monster saliva. Would you have funded that if you're, some random political appointee? Maybe not. But it actually is good that it was funded, that peer review and merit actually got this funded, because this is the study that gives us Ozempic and Wegovy and all of the weight loss drugs that we have now that might actually help extend life and reduce inflammation. So merit in peer review is a much better adjudicator of what is worthwhile versus a political appointee. So again, thank you to all of the taxpayers. This is my big Pyrenees dog, Bennett, and his tongue is very, very close to my face. And so I'll just conclude with links to my data set. Thank you so much for having me.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Michael, and thank you for sharing that adorable picture of your dog at the end. There's a lot of questions in the chat about Mars. People are super intrigued. Let's start with this question about, from What Is My Life? They want to know, are dust clouds considered clouds?
Good question. So there's I'll expand your question out, which is that there's kind of there's a separation between cloud, dust aerosol, and haze particle, which is another different thing. On Titan, the moon of Saturn, for example, you can't see the surface, but it's not clouds per se. It's a photochemical haze of like tholins. So nomenclature-wise, we do call them dust clouds, but it's not like there are things condensing in the atmosphere. It's stuff being lifted off the surface and being brought up. So it's really a, sort of a nomenclature sort of thing. We do call them dust clouds, but they are definitely not like water clouds. Mars, in fact, like if you see some of the blue in the background of this movie, the red is obviously, the bright red is dust, but the blues in the background, those are CO2 ice clouds, and in some cases, water ice clouds. So they're dust clouds, water ice clouds, and CO2 clouds on Mars. Great question.
Awesome. Well, that answered my question to you as well, which was, does Mars have clouds? And the answer, as you just said, is yes, it has clouds. Some of them are made of carbon dioxide, which is absolutely fun and wild, because Mars is much colder than Earth.
Exactly.
We have another related question about the terminology when we're talking about the atmospheres of other planets. Do we use the same words to describe weather phenomenon, or do we have other sorts of words to describe the same things that are happening on Earth when they're on Mars, for instance?
For the most part, we do and try to use the same terminology, in particular when the processes and dynamics are the same thing. So the fronts and the cyclones for Mars, that's the exact same kind of instability, the exact same kinds of waves, the exact same class of cyclones are doing that on Mars as do that on Earth. So we use the same, they're baroclinic waves. These are mid-latitude cyclones. These are warm fronts and cold fronts. We see warm air advection, cold air advection, all of the same meteorological terms for the most part we apply to Mars as well. That's sort of different for other worlds. Like if you think about Jupiter, there are those same kinds of cyclones, but mostly you think about the Great Red Spot, for example, on Jupiter. And that's kind of a different kind of beast altogether. And of course, we'll have different descriptions of that. But for the most part, we try and use the same terminology.
That makes sense. I guess it probably helps exactly the sort of connections that you were talking about. If we use the same words, then we're able to translate things we learn from other planets back to our own planet. So thank you so much, Michael. It was wonderful to have you back up here as a speaker, and you have a good night. Get some sleep.
Thank you. Have a good night, everyone. Keep up the good work.
Okay, so folks, as we are in hour 34, we have two more exciting talks for the rest of this hour that I'm sure everyone here is going to love. They're both about clouds. But before we get started, I want to take a minute to remind us all what we're doing here on the Weather and Climate Livestream 2026. We are here to talk about what a leader the United States is in weather and climate science and all of science, actually, and how that leadership has come to be, which is in large part from the sustained funding that we have had over the course of the past many decades to support this research at the federal level. So this funding has led to some of the most amazing technological and scientific advancements. We've, in the United States, developed the first computerized weather forecasts. That is, what you're checking every day when you open up your phone. You're seeing the forecasts that are made by U.S. agencies like NOAA. When you're looking at the predictions that are of what the weather is going to be like in the summer, we've all been hearing about this crazy El Nino that's right around the corner. Those predictions are coming from NOAA's seasonal forecasts. All of these beautiful images that we've seen people showing of clouds and storms and hurricanes, those satellite pictures, those are coming from NOAA and NASA satellites. And we're just so indebted to all of this amazing work and amazing resources and data products that the US has invested in over many years. But right now, this investment is under threat. The current administration has proposed massive budget cuts to all of these agencies that would really dismantle, disrupt this research that you've heard about, but also this pipeline of the researchers that are doing this work. All of these agencies fund multiple programs for students, for trainees at various levels, from undergraduate summer research internships, graduate research fellowships, postdoctoral fellowships, just all along the pipeline to get students and young people involved into this research and build up the workforce to the next generation, the people who are going to be leading our scientific community over the next decades. So this disruption right now will be felt right now, but it will also be felt for many years into the future. And that is what is at risk. So please, you can go to wclivestream.com/act to learn more about how to contact your representatives, call or write to them to tell them why you think that weather and climate science is so important and worth funding. So now, I think without further ado, we're going to bring up our next speaker onto the stage. Tonight we have Sophie Wynn. Sophie is a PhD student at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography at the University of California, San Diego. And Sophie is going to be talking about aerosol-cloud interactions in climate models. So everyone get ready, put your cloud love into the chat, and please ask Sophie all of your questions. Thank you, Sophie. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Claire, for the introduction. And so I'm going to talk about aerosol cloud interactions in global climate models. So aerosols are tiny liquid or solid particles that are suspended in the atmosphere. And, oh no. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm sorry. So aerosols are tiny solid or liquid particles that are suspended in the atmosphere, and they're naturally occurring, such as dust, sea salt, and smoke, but they are also produced by humans anthropogenically. And clouds form when water vapor in the atmosphere cools and condenses onto these aerosols and form water droplets. And aerosols that can create clouds are called cloud condensation nuclei. And then changes in aerosol pollution end up changing the properties of clouds. So the effect that I'm going to be talking about today is the Toomey effect, which is basically that aerosols can brighten clouds. Adding an aerosol to a pristine environment can cause cloud droplets to increase in number and decrease in size. And this is because assuming you have the same the same water content, the same amount of water is now spread out across more nucleating aerosol. So clouds with smaller droplets look brighter, and so this increases the albedo and increases the reflected solar radiation back to space and cools the environment. And this image on the left is taken from a NASA satellite, and this is an image of ship tracks above the ocean. And so the emission from these large cargo ships are introducing more aerosols into the system, which brightened the cloud. And so the amount of cooling aerosol cloud interactions have on the climate is pretty uncertain. And this figure illustrates the change in effective radiative forcing from pre-industrial state to 2019. And it's basically the amount of extra energy humans have added to the climate. And it's broken down into different greenhouse gases and then also the effect that aerosol cloud interactions have. And you can see here the total anthropogenic forcing is about 2 to 3 watts per meter squares warming, but aerosol cloud interactions cools the environment by around 1 watt per meter. But the error bar around the aerosol cloud interactions here is quite wide, and that's translating into the total anthropogenic radiative forcing. And the reason why the error bars are so big is for 2 main reasons. One reason is that we don't have a prior cloud state, and this is because the satellite era began around in the 1960s, but anthropogenic pollution started in the late 1800s during the Industrial Revolution, so we don't have a good measurement on what the clouds looked like before. And also, aerosol-cloud interactions are pretty nonlinear and depend on a bunch of confounding factors such as meteorology. And so because we don't know the pre-industrial state, one day scientists can predict future climates and learn more about the Earth system is through modeling the climate. And they use global climate models, and I do too. And so a global climate model is a really intense computer program that uses equations to simulate the Earth's climate. And these equations come from Navier-Stokes, and they that represent like fluid motion, but they also include radiation thermodynamic principles. And they're able to simulate the past, present, and future climates. And the model that I want to shout out, and that's I talk about more later, is commonly called CAM6, and it's a model just of the atmosphere, and it's a leading Earth system model that is run and hosted by the US's National Center of Atmospheric Research, which is funded by the National Science Foundation, NSF, and we commonly call it the acronym NCAR. And so global climate models like CAM6 split the globe into grid boxes about 100 kilometers across each side. So each grid box is about the size of like the big island of Hawaii. And this makes global climate models great for simulating large features such as storm tracks, the jet stream, and El Nino. But clouds are much smaller than these boxes, and so they have to be parameterized. And so cloud processes are represented by parameterizations, which are simplified formulas derived from theory, smaller, higher resolution models, and observations. And so these simplified formulas have tunable parameters, which values we don't know precisely. And so this parametric uncertainty propagates into model uncertainty and into the forcing uncertainty, which is the error bar that I showed before with the histograms. And then this figure on the right, there's a lot going on. And so all of these processes in a cloud, in terms of like liquid cloud droplets to higher convective ice clouds, are parameterized in the model. And so I want to go through an example of the parameterization for rain rate, and this is going to be for warm rain, which is from a cloud that's usually low and has liquid droplets. So like imagine like the cloud is like cut off here. And so the amount of rain is proportional to the amount of water in the cloud raised to an exponent times the number of cloud droplets raised to another exponent. And so we can call x1 and x2 parameters. And this is the formula that's simple, the parameterization. And in the climate model, it looks a little bit fancier, but this is called the autoconversion rate, which is just the warm rain rate. And so here, these two exponents are going to be the parameters. So one question I'm interested in is which parameters drive the spread in cloud brightening, i.e. the Toomey effect, which I went over earlier. And so understanding this question can allow for better estimates of aerosol cloud interaction uncertainty in the global climate models. And so to do this, I use a perturbed parameter ensemble, which is a set of model runs where you vary parameters throughout the run. And so the PP that I use for this analysis has about 160 runs where 19 parameters controlling aerosol cloud interactions are varied, and each run has a pre-industrial and present day conditions so you can compare them. And this was done by Duran, who you might hear from later. And so to understand which parameters drive the most spread in the Toomey effect, I perform a sensitivity analysis, which just calculates which inputs change the output the most. And so the figure here shows that throughout the PPE, I got a range of climates, some with a like warmer to me effect and some with a cooler to me effect. And so the inputs would be the 19 sampled parameters, and the outputs are the to me effect. So here. And so the output of the sensitivity analysis is going to measure each parameter's contribution to the uncertainty of the to me effect. And so if you just look at the top figure, figure A, you can see globally where the to me effect is the largest, and it's mostly concentrated in the northern hemisphere, where there's more aerosols than in the southern hemisphere, and over areas of high pollution, such as the east coast of Asia. But it's also pretty dominant in the Southeast Atlantic with a pretty large cooling effect. And this is where we experience large cloud amounts. And then the bottom figure shows which parameter is most dominant at each location. And so ignore the key, and I'll go through this step by step. So the blue here represents a parameter that controls the warm rain rate. And this is dominant over the Southeast Atlantic, which is a pretty pristine region. And the yellow represents parameters that control the liquid activation from aerosols to a cloud droplet. And you can notice that it's dominant over areas that have high pollution, such as the Eastern US and the North America, and then parts of Asia. And then the black is going to be a parameter that controls sea salt emission. And so you can see it over the ocean, over south of Australia, and then also in the North Pacific region. And then this like burnt orange color is another parameter that controls the liquid activation of aerosols. And so you can see that activation from aerosols to cloud droplet parameters control the to me effect over polluted and land regions, and then also coastal regions. But parameters that control the background cloud water content, such as the rain rate in blue, contribute the most uncertainty in pristine regions, which makes me think that the to me effect is also sensitive to the cloud state. So if you have, because the rain parameter controls how much cloud you see. And so my final thoughts I'm going to leave you here with is that aerosol cloud interactions are the dominant uncertainty in climate forcing. Global climate models use parameterizations to model aerosol cloud interactions. And then parameters that control activation of aerosols into cloud droplets control the uncertainty of the to me effect over polluted land regions. But parameters that control the background cloud water and the background cloud-based state contribute the most uncertainty in pristine regions. And that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Sophie. It was so fun to hear about your work. There's a handful of questions in the chat. Let's start with this one from Kelsey. She says, I'm always so floored by how many very specific fields of study there are in climate science. How did you get interested in this area of research?
That's a great question. So I did my undergrad research actually looking at dust storms on not Mars, but on land in the US. So that's how I got interested in aerosols. But I just have always liked looking at clouds. So then if I already knew about aerosols and then the cloud, I felt like that made a good match. But also I feel like, yeah, there was a lot of like opportunity because I did my undergrad also at Scripps Institution of Oceanography, and there's so much cool research going on here. So I feel very grateful.
Yeah. When you were an undergrad, how did you get involved in that research? Did you do any sort of REU program or something that helped you get started?
Yeah, so I started working with an advisor that I met in class, and so I think that was funded through the UC San Diego, and then he helped me do an RU program, which then probably led me closer to Aerosol-Cloud. So I've benefited a lot from NSF.
Very cool. Haven't we all? Kelsey has a follow-up question, which is she wants to know if your previous research on dust storms included historical dust storms like the Dust Bowl, or were you looking at any particular dust storms that were more contemporary?
Yeah, so I was looking in this, it's called like the Sonoran Desert, but by Coachella Valley and just east of San Diego. So it was definitely more contemporary because we were out during a dust storm and we measured the size distribution of the aerosols. And yeah, it was pretty
That's so fun.
crazy.
That is one of the really fun, awesome things about doing earth science is a lot of times we get to go out and make our own measurements in the field. So cool. Thank you so much for joining us. And you really teed up our next speaker super well, because next up we have Brandon coming on to the live stream. Here we go. Thank you, Sophie. You have a great night.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so before we let Brandon tell you about his amazing work, we're just going to take a minute to talk again about why we are here at the Weather and Climate live stream. And we are in hour 34. Thank you so much for joining us. If you are new here, welcome. If you've been here for 34 hours, congratulations. Do get some rest. We have many more hours to go. We'll be going for a total of 50 hours, ending tomorrow, Wednesday, at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. And we are out here on the Weather and Climate live stream to talk and share and get you all excited about the weather and climate science that we do, and help you appreciate just how amazing it is, and help you appreciate how instrumental federal funding is to doing this work. So we have heard so much about the amazing data sets, the amazing models. We just heard from Sophie about the community Earth system model, the community atmosphere model that is developed at the National Center for Atmospheric Research, NCAR. NCAR is a federal lab that is managed by the NSF, the National Science Foundation, and NCAR builds this community Earth system model, and it is really one of the biggest tools that we use in our community. It's a model that is both built, maintained, but also accessible by everyone in the United States. NCAR also manages a really enormous, powerful supercomputer that we all have access to use to run the simulations with this model. So climate models take up a huge amount of computational resources, and we can't run them on our laptops. We can't even run them on most university clusters. We need a big supercomputer such as the one that NCAR manages, and having that resource is just totally instrumental to doing the sort of work that Sophie was telling us about. But right now, NCAR and the rest of our federal science agencies are under an enormous threat. The current administration is trying to actively dismantle NCAR right now as we speak. This is beyond just budget cuts. They're trying to rip apart the center. They're trying to sell the supercomputer that we were just mentioning, and remove it from the management of NCAR, separating the group that's building this model from the computer that we use to run the model. So these cuts would really be just so devastating. NCAR also runs so many amazing training programs for students, undergraduate students, graduate students, postdocs, who have just finished their graduate studies, and training all of these young people into their future careers as leaders in this field. So this work is just so important. If you are inspired by the science that you're hearing and interested and want to continue learning more about this amazing planet that we live on, we need to have continued federal funding sustained supporting this work for the years to come. So please call or write to your congressional representatives. You can go to wclivestream.com/act to learn more and get some tips on how to do that. So now, without further ado, Brandon is going to tell us about his work, which is also on aerosols and clouds. And oh my gosh, I love this picture. I often start my talks with a photo just like this. So I think we're going to hear a little bit about some of the beautiful clouds that we have in Southern California. Brandon, take it away.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Claire, for the introduction. Yeah, Sophie really teed me up nicely with the work I'm going to talk about here, but also some of the things Claire was mentioning too in terms of NCAR and the resources that they have for us in the scientific community. All of the work that I'll be talking about here is directly dependent on using NCAR's atmospheric model. But yeah, without further ado, today I'll talk a little bit about tiny particles and clouds. And this is a picture that I took of clouds off the coast of California. So this is when I was on Catalina a few months ago running a marathon. So I'm going to take a pretty zoomed out view to start with to talk about why we care about clouds and aerosols and climate. So normally when we're thinking about the Earth, we have sunlight coming in at the top of the atmosphere. Some of that's reaching the surface and being reflected, and some of it's being absorbed, and that energy is staying within the climate system. But when you start to add clouds to the picture, that starts to change the way that energy is absorbed or reflected in the atmosphere. So typically when we think about clouds, when we think about low clouds, so these are kind of nearer to the surface, we tend to think that these clouds have a cooling effect on our climate. So often they're reflecting a lot of sunlight back out to space. And because they're low to the ground, their temperatures at cloud tops are quite similar to the surface. And so the amount of heat that they're actually trapping in the climate system is quite low. And so overall, we tend to think that low clouds have a net cooling effect on the planet's energy balance. And this is different for high clouds. So clouds that are higher up in the atmosphere, typically consisting more of ice crystals instead of liquid water, we tend to think of these clouds as trapping more heat in the climate. A lot of the times these clouds are thinner, and so a lot of the sunlight passes through them and reaches Earth's surface. And they're also very effective at trapping heat due to their colder cloud top temperatures. So this is just considering the picture of clouds alone. But then we have to throw aerosols into the mix, like Sophie was just talking about in our last talk. Aerosols are just tiny particles like dust or sea salt that are suspended in the air, and they can influence how clouds form. And so kind of what this diagram is showing is on the left, you have a cloud with relatively few aerosols and large cloud droplets, kind of representative of a pre-industrial state or a time before human activity really ramped up after the Industrial Revolution. And then on the right, you have this kind of cartoon of a factory, or that's representing all the emissions that humans have put up into the atmosphere over the past century or two. And these can affect essentially how clouds form. So the aerosols serve as cloud condensation nuclei. So water vapor condenses on these aerosols to form cloud droplets. And this can affect how clouds develop and also how long they last in the atmosphere. And a big question we have in climate science still is we don't really have a good sense of whether aerosols have made clouds thicker or thinner, or larger or smaller historically. We tend to think that overall aerosols and their interactions with clouds have cooled the climate, but the degree to which they've cooled the planet is relatively uncertain. And that's what Sophie was showing in the last talk as well. And so this is really a topic that has been a focus of the climate science community for a long time. And the reason that this matters is that as long as we don't have a clear understanding of how aerosols have cooled the climate over the past 100 years or so, it's really hard for us to have accurate projections of how the climate will warm in the future. So for example, if aerosols historically have strongly cooled the planet over time, then as we move forward into the next decade or so, as aerosol emissions decrease, this would imply that we'd see stronger warming in the climate system, and vice versa. So if aerosols instead have had a weak cooling effect over the historical period, then as they decline into the future, we won't actually see as much warming as we might expect. And so essentially this uncertainty that we have in our future projections of climate change is really, we need to narrow our understanding of how much aerosols and clouds have cooled the planet. And so one thing that I'm interested in is understanding how aerosols and ice clouds have interacted. This has historically not been studied as much as aerosols and liquid clouds, but that's not to say that this isn't an important question for us to understand. And so I'm going to briefly describe some results that we found using NCAR's atmospheric model that suggests that aerosols and their interactions with ice clouds have actually led to a net cooling effect in the climate system. And so what I'm showing here is a map of the overall cooling or warming effect as a result of introducing aerosols into the climate system. So everything that's blue on this plot are areas where ice clouds and their interactions with aerosols have led to cooling over the historical period, and then red shading is where they've led to warming. And one interesting thing that we found in our simulations is that even though ice clouds and aerosols have cooled the planet globally, this is actually a very regionally dependent effect. So in places with high amounts of emission historically, like Southeast Asia, and also kind of off the coast of the US East Coast, you see that there's kind of a cooling effect from aerosols, where the kind of signal of anthropogenic or human activity is really the strongest. But what's interesting to us is that we found actually a warming effect in the tropical Pacific. And this is a region where human activity and aerosol emissions are actually not very different compared to pre-industrial times. And so we were really interested in understanding why this was happening in the model. And so essentially we came up with this dynamical pathway that we think is occurring. And so I'm going to walk through basically what we think is occurring as we introduce aerosols into the model. So this is just a very rough sketch of kind of the base climate state when we don't even consider aerosols. So you have this kind of prevalent shallow low cloud deck in the subtropical region off the coast of California. You have background winds blowing from that region to the tropics. And then you have a lot of heat and energy in the West Pacific that generates a lot of convective motion, a lot of rising motion, promoting a lot of high clouds in the tropical Pacific. But when we introduce aerosols into the model, we actually see a remote effect linking low clouds to high clouds. So as we see an increase in aerosol off the coast of California, this brightens the low clouds locally, and they essentially hold on to more moisture as a result of aerosols. And some of this moisture gets advected towards the West Pacific, where through a series of dynamical processes, the temperature adjusts in the tropics, and then that weakens the rising motion that is typically carrying a lot of the moisture up into the upper atmosphere. And so when you slow down the circulation, you're essentially delivering less moisture into the upper troposphere, and you get this big contraction of high clouds. So your high clouds shrink, and you get more sunlight reaching the surface directly, resulting in this warming effect. And so kind of this pathway that we found in the model suggests that actually there's remote effects that lead to ice cloud changes that are actually linked to low cloud changes. And this was a surprising result that we found and not something that's been previously discussed in the literature. And so what we're really interested in doing next is investigating whether this is a robust pathway or whether this is maybe unique to the model setup that we're using. And so kind of to push this further, we need to test a few more lines of evidence, whether that's looking at different models beyond NCAR's atmospheric model, or looking more into observations. We really want to understand whether this pathway is something that we'd observe as a result of human activity and anthropogenic emissions over the historical period. So with that, I just want to, say thank you. Happy to take questions. And just want to point out again that all of this work is very dependent on both NCAR's resources and federal funding. I am lucky enough to be a NSF graduate research fellow, which allows me to kind of pursue the research questions that I feel are interesting. And without that freedom, I probably wouldn't have done this project at all. So.
And we are so glad because you pick excellent research questions, Brandon. This is super cool work. I am excited to go find your paper and read it. We have a bunch of questions in the chat. Let's start off with a question about tall cumulonimbus clouds. What is my life wants to know, do they have a warming or cooling effect? And then also, what kind of role does rain play?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Cumulonimbus clouds are actually really complicated when it comes to their net effects on the climate system. And that's because of the fact that they typically form this kind of anvil-like shape where you get this rising motion from the convection that generates this very thick core of a cloud. But then as it reaches the upper levels of the atmosphere, it starts to spread out laterally or horizontally. And so what we tend to think of is that kind of in the center of these clouds, you can get almost a net cooling effect because they're so thick that they're reflecting an extraordinarily large amount of sunlight. But then as you move towards the tails of these clouds, as they thin out, more sunlight is being passed through those clouds, and they're also trapping more heat. And so a lot of focus in the literature now is understanding kind of the evolution of these clouds over time and how the radiative effects evolve over the kind of diurnal cycle that these clouds develop. So it's kind of an ongoing question. And then the role of rain, is also very dependent on the type of cloud that you're looking at. When it comes to aerosol-cloud interactions, a lot of the focus is on how aerosols affect the development of precipitation in low clouds. And so essentially, rainfall is going to occur once your cloud droplets have reached a certain size that they are large enough to gravitationally fall out of the cloud. And so what we tend to think is when you add aerosols to a cloud, you're making the cloud droplets smaller, and so you're delaying the onset of precipitation in a cloud. And so if you're slowing down that process, that's going to allow your cloud to last for a longer time, meaning it's going to reflect more sunlight and it's going to have this overall cooling effect.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Great answer. We have a question from Sydney, which is super important. She wants to know, does climate change affect all cloud types equally, or are certain clouds becoming more common and others are becoming scarcer? And Sydney, I'm going to just tell you, you've touched on the big question.
Yes, Sydney, that's an excellent question. And I think there's many hundreds of people who are actively trying to answer it. But yeah, I think so. Different clouds are going to respond to warming in different ways. A lot of the research that gets done now is through the lens of what's called cloud controlling factors. So we tend to think of clouds as responding to their environment. And so certain clouds are more sensitive to different environmental factors. So for example, these kind of shallow low clouds that lie off the coasts of the west coast of continents, stratocumulus decks, we know that they're particularly sensitive to both the surface warming, but also changes to temperature in the vertical. So how much warming you actually get above the cloud, not only below it. And so how all of these factors are changing with climate change is something that researchers are really kind of actively trying to disentangle so that we have a better understanding of how clouds will change in the future, and then what that means for the energy balance of the Earth as well.
Awesome, thank you. I will go ahead and ask my own question of you, which is, you were talking about this really interesting feedback idea where your aerosols are actually modifying the low clouds and then the low clouds modify the high clouds. Is there feedback then between the high clouds back to the low clouds, or is this pathway only going in one direction?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's mostly going one way. And the reason we think that is essentially in these simulations, we see that basically these low clouds are responding first to the aerosol perturbation. You're getting this transport of moisture to the tropical Pacific, and that's leading to this adjustment in the circulation. But then that adjustment itself slows down the overall kind of tropical overturning circulation in a way that is kind of hard to disentangle, because we're in these simulations, we're fixing the winds essentially. And so how much of the circulation response is due to the model setup that we're using versus like what would happen in the kind of free evolving atmosphere is not something we're actually able to answer given the set of simulations that we have. But it's like, I would say that's one of the questions we really would like to tackle next, is understanding how much of this is sensitive to the framework in which we study aerosol cloud interactions, where we kind of fix winds and don't think as much about the circulation response.
Yeah, that's a really good point that, a lot of times we're doing these experiments with our models, and one of the real advantages of having a model is that you can go in and play with certain knobs, but of course the questions you're able to answer depend on exactly how you set up your experiment, just like you would in a laboratory, same way in our computer models.
Yeah.
Okay, Brandon, thank you so much. You have a good night. And everyone, welcome. We are just rolling into hour 35 of our weather and climate live stream. This is my time to sign off. So I'm going to hand it over to our next host now. And everyone, please give a warm welcome to Dylan. And he's going to take over hosting for your next segment. Good night, everyone, and have an excellent live stream.
Thank you, Claire. Hi, everyone. I'm Dylan. I'm really excited to host these next 2 hours of the Weather and Climate live stream. We've already seen lots of great speakers so far, and we've got some more coming up tonight. I just graduated from the University of Colorado Boulder with my bachelor's, and I'm hoping to become a climate scientist one day. But for now, I'm just someone who cares a whole awful lot, and I hope you do too. We're here to show our love and appreciation of weather and climate science. For decades, the US has been a world leader in the advancement of weather and climate science. We developed the first computerized weather forecasts, the first computer models of the climate impacts of carbon pollution, and so much more. Our weather stations, observatories, satellites, and more give us an abundance of knowledge. This extends to everything, from knowing whether I should bring an umbrella outside, getting severe warnings, and learning about why we didn't have a real winter in Colorado this year. And this has only been made possible because of continuous funding from American taxpayers like you. But now the administration is threatening to cut the budget of weather and climate science for the 2027 fiscal year. The NSF and NASA's budget will be cut in half. NOAA's budget will be slashed by $1.1 billion, and its research division completely eliminated. Out will go the foundational programs for young scientists who are the future of weather and climate research here, putting their careers in jeopardy. Without these bright scientists, the U.S. will lose its footing as a world leader in weather and climate research. but it doesn't have to be this way. If you like what you've been seeing and you think that this is worth fighting for, please use the link down below to contact your representatives and tell them to defend weather and climate science, to protect NCAR from destruction, and fully fund NOAA, the NSF, NASA, and the other agencies that make this work possible. We need concrete language and funding bills so that the administration can't hold back funding for these agencies. Right now, the future of this science is on the line in Congress, so now is the time to make your voice heard. Just a reminder that these speakers' opinions are their own and they do not necessarily represent the views of their associated employers and institutions. So now I would like to welcome our next speaker, who is James Ryan, a postdoc at Indiana University. So the floor is all yours.
Thanks so much, Dylan. Hi, everyone. My name's James, and I'm a postdoc in atmospheric science at Indiana University. And today I'll be sharing my research on making a worldwide climatology of extreme air masses. So first, let's review extreme heat and cold. And the reason that we're doing this is because extreme temperatures are some of the deadliest weather events every year in the United States. And in a warming climate, extreme heat has been getting more and more common in more and more regions of the country and the world. However, we need to keep in mind that extreme cold can and does still happen even as the world is getting warmer on average. So understanding extreme temperature events can help us save lives and also build more resilient infrastructure in our communities as we adapt to a warming world where extremes are changing. So first of all, what is an air mass? So an air mass is just a large area of air with similar weather throughout. So in this example here, let's say across the northwest part of the country, as well as southwestern Canada, you've got cool, dry air, all pretty dry, all let's say in the 40s or so across some area. That would be an example of a cool air mass. And then in this example in the southeastern US, it could be warm and humid, as is pretty typical in that part of the country. That would be a warm, humid air mass. But then what is an extreme air mass? Well, just as with an air mass, it's a large area of air, but with similar extreme temperatures throughout it. So our definition of extreme will vary by location and time of year. So for instance, 90 Fahrenheit would be extremely hot in Minneapolis at really any time of year, but that would be pretty normal for a lot of the year down in Houston. 80 would be unusually warm in winter in most places in the northern US, but not so unusual in summer. And finally, if it's ever 10 degrees in Houston, that is horrifyingly cold, and the people there and infrastructure are generally not prepared for that. But that is a very common temperature to expect in Minneapolis. So we need to adjust our definition of extreme to the location and time of year as we define this. And basically, an extreme air mass is something that brings unusual temperatures to a vast area, potentially harming and disrupting millions of people. Additionally, the reason we're counting, say, heat waves and cold snaps in terms of large air masses is it makes it easier to count that than doing it at each individual city that gets unusual temperatures. So how do we identify these extreme air masses? We'll need to get our data from somewhere. Fortunately, the good people at NASA, with our tax dollars, have been developing something called the MERA-2 reanalysis, which is a big gridded weather data product made from observations. And then in the areas between where we don't have observations, they use really good models to fill in the gaps in between. We've got air temperature for every day back to 1980, and we're using this on more or less a 1 degree by 1 degree grid. So every line of latitude, for instance, is about 16 miles apart. So since we're looking at extremes in different times of year, the reason we're doing that is because extreme heat in summer would probably be much more impactful than extreme heat in winter, which many of us may find relatively pleasant, especially in the northern half of the country. However, we also want to look at spring and autumn as well, because extreme cold, although that's typically worst in winter, extreme cold in spring may be really bad for a lot of frost-sensitive crops and make farmers want to plant their crops later into the season. Additionally, it can also be bad for when you're trying to harvest them in autumn, for instance. So what do we want to know about these air masses? First of all, where do they happen and what times of year? Do some regions get more of one type of air mass than the other? And then where do they start and end? Which ways do they move? And finally, have extreme hot and cold air masses become more or less common? And how does that vary by region and time of year? So our goal is to analyze extreme hot and cold air masses in parallel. A lot of papers so far have looked at just cold in, say, just winter. And so what we're doing here is comparing both extreme heat and extreme cold to each other in all 4 seasons. So what we're going to do is for every location and for every time of year, we'll basically pick extremely high and extremely low temperatures for that time of year. And basically, if a given day has one of those temperatures, like in our example here, let's say you're Homer Simpson, you're living in our town of Springfield in some mysterious state in the USA, and it's May, then if it's less than 45 on average for the whole day in May, that is possible, but is quite unusual. So we would count that as an extremely cold day there. And if the average temperature for your day in May is above 80, that would be, again, possible, not unprecedented, but pretty unusual. And so what we do is for every day, we'll make a so-called binary map where we are looking for yes or no if there's an extreme temperature for that place and time of year. Then what we do is we put together all those points, and to see if we've got an air mass instead of just a really local extreme for some day, we want to see about 1 million square kilometers, or about 1.5 Texases of an area put together in one blob that's an extreme. And so if we have this 1.5 Texas size blob that exists for at least 3 days and that we can track it, then hey, we have an extreme air mass that we've identified. So once we run all of our results through that for 40 years and all of these grid points on Earth, we can find how often these happen and where. Turns out they happen almost everywhere. The one place that extreme cold air masses don't really happen is in tropical oceans, and that's just because those areas tend to stay at around the same temperature all the time, because it takes a lot of energy to heat up and cool down the ocean. And in the tropics, the sun's basically right overhead pretty much the whole year. As for extreme heat, again, more or less what we were seeing before. But as with extreme cold, the places where we're most likely to have these big air masses is inland and over higher latitudes, because when you're inland, you've got a big area with pretty similar geography where air can just kind of settle and take on the characteristics of that area, more or less. When we look at the differences, though, in frequency, I will quickly draw your attention to that bright red spot in the eastern tropical Pacific. We'll ignore that for now. That's just something indicating that El Nino events tend to be a lot stronger than La Nina events. I'm sure other talks have discussed El Nino today, so I will leave that to them. But I'll draw your attention to North America. And you'll find that in some places, such as some of the Northeast US and parts of Canada, extremely hot air masses for the time of year happen more frequently than extreme cold, interestingly. But across the Great Plains, the opposite is true. So then, how do extreme air masses move? So often we'll hear, if you're watching a broadcast meteorologist report in the US, say in the winter, they'll often say, okay, here's a cold air mass moving down from Canada. And that's a process called advection, where basically cold air gets pushed into a warm region or vice versa. But sometimes areas can form their own cold air just via radiation. And that's a bit more common with hot air instead, when there's a little less advection typically happening in summer. But advection matters for both of them. So here's an example from the good folks at the UK Met Office, basically the British equivalent of the National Weather Service. And they'll show how different air masses typically have different source regions. So unsurprisingly, cold air masses come from the north, warm air masses come from the south, or if you're watching this from the southern hemisphere, the opposite. And so I wanted to see about making a similar figure from our data over the whole world. And so if we track these air masses, if we're looking at extreme cold, for instance, we can see in blue areas where cold air masses for the time of year are more likely to form, And then the areas in red are where they're more likely to dissipate and stop being extreme. And unsurprisingly, we are seeing them form in general in the northwestern part of our continent, so a lot of Western Canada, but also pretty far south into the Western US as well, across the Great Plains, which also generate their own cold air. And then generally they dissipate as you get towards the Gulf and the East Coast and into the warm waters of the Atlantic, relatively warm. But look at these arrows. This shows that they move southeastward in general. Again, unsurprising. However, when we look at extreme heat, it does not move northeastward on average. In general, it's moving just eastward on average, with warm air masses forming more over land and then ending as they get to the east coasts of most continents. As for why this is, we'll look at that in some future work, but it has some to do with humidity. So then, most importantly, how have these changed over 40 years, from 1980 to 2020? A few caveats about this. We're looking at air masses, not every day's temperature at every individual point. And some data sets will vary. There's a European version of MERA2 called ERA5, but broadly they have similar findings. And so when we look across the whole world, we find that extremely cold air mass days have gotten much less common over a lot of places, almost all land on Earth, frankly, with the exception of southern South America, and a little bit of the southwestern US, where they aren't that common in the first place. As for different seasons, we find that this change is greatest on this bottom right panel in the Arctic in autumn. That's concerning as it ties into Arctic amplification, which basically just means the poles are warming up faster than the rest of the world as more and more ice melts up there. As for extremely hot air mass days, again, we find that over most of the land on the world, with a few exceptions, we have increasing heat over this time. But when we break it down by season, save for fall, it is not as statistically strong in most regions. So then, how do these balance out? For instance, as we warm up, are we getting about the same increase in extreme heat as we're getting a decrease in extreme cold? Well, the answer is complicated and it varies by region. In most regions, we can't say anything particularly one way or the other. It looks to be about the same in a lot of places on land, but there are some exceptions, such as the southwestern US in green, which is having a net increase in extreme air masses, as well as some parts of southern South America. Most other places are over the ocean, so I won't get into them too much. But when we add up how many of these extreme air masses are happening per year, just added up across the world, we find that we find a more dramatic story. So for instance, when we look at extremely hot air masses on this bottom left panel, we're getting an additional 2.3 events per year every year around the world. As for extreme cold, we are having a decrease, but it's only about half the magnitude of the increase as with extreme heat, minus 1.3 events per year or so. Though again, this does vary by region. The changes in duration are about the same magnitude, however. So our conclusions are that both extremes can and do happen almost everywhere. Most land has more extreme cold than extreme hot air mass days, since extremely cold air masses are driven by larger scale forcing, again, advection, while extreme heat tends to be a bit more regional and smaller scale. Different movements are probably due to moisture. Extreme cold tends to move equatorward and eastward, whereas extreme heat just moves eastwards. Extremely hot air masses are increasing almost everywhere on land, whereas extremely cold air masses are decreasing almost everywhere on land. Though again, this does vary by region. Thanks so much for listening. Feel free to contact me at either of these emails. And this research was supported by the Highlight-Rassen project, funded by the U.S. Department of Energy. And again, MERA2 was developed and maintained by NASA. If you'd like to read more of this paper, the link is below. Thanks so much, everyone, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for the great talk, James. And we got some really good questions. First of all, from Cindy Lindquist, would an omega block pattern count as extreme air masses?
Ooh, okay. So an omega block pattern itself is not necessarily an extreme air mass, but it can foster the development of extreme air masses. So for those not in the know, an omega block pattern is basically when or a blocking pattern in general, is basically when the jet stream, that big river of air in the upper atmosphere that separates cold polar air from warm tropical air, gets backed up. And omega block specifically is when you have a high pressure up here, like further towards the poles, and then two regions of low pressure. It's 2 a.m. Apologies if I mixed that up, but I think I got it right. And when that happens, the jet stream, which is driven by pressure gradients, gets slowed down dramatically. And so that can definitely foster the development of extreme air masses. So for instance, for most of North America, I think we've been under a blocking pattern this week, and it's been frankly lovely where I am in Pennsylvania. It's been like 75 and sunny for most of the days. That's not that outside of the realm of typical temperatures, but blocking patterns can definitely lead to extreme temperatures in some regions. It just depends on what side of the blocking pattern you're on. Thanks for asking.
Great, thank you. Next question is from What Is My Life? When we consider extreme air masses, do we look at regions by state/city borders or by other ways of division, like mountain ranges, jet stream, etc.?
Great question. So different papers do this differently, but most of them, mine included, don't consider national or state borders, just because like the atmosphere doesn't care about national borders. Like if it's really hot in San Diego, it's also going to be really hot in Tijuana, almost certainly. And so basically, I just run an object identification algorithm with some scripts in MATLAB, basically, to find basically there are a bunch of connected points that have these similar temperature characteristics with the binary map we were describing earlier. And so sometimes that's just confined to one country, sometimes it's not. But sometimes mountain ranges, though, are a sort of natural boundary that happens for this. Often you'll find that an extreme air mass doesn't cross a mountain range because it tends to be rainy on one side of them, and rain tends to moderate temperatures. Good question.
Great, and we have one last question from Cindy Lindquist. Do extreme air masses always cause extreme weather events?
Ooh, okay. So I guess that depends on definition of extreme, because like I guess an extreme air mass is an extreme weather event in terms of just temperature for a region and time of year. But if you're asking like, does it always cause unpleasant or damaging weather events? Not necessarily. Most of the time, a lot of the time, yes. But if, say, you have an extremely cool air mass over you in summer, that might just be a really nice summer day where it's like, wow, it's like 60 degrees here when it's been 85 for the last few weeks. But often it is disruptive to plants and wildlife. So again, if you have like a nice warm week in winter, that can cause some plants to bloom too early. And then when frosts that you would expect in winter happen again after, say, some cherries in Michigan have bloomed, that can be really bad for a lot of crops when warmth happens too early.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for hosting. Have a wonderful day, everybody, and a great night.
Night. I'd like to introduce now our next speaker, Rebecca Cleveland Stout, who is a early climate career scientist. So take it away.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me. Okay, so I'll be talking about fingerprints of temperature variability. And just to start with an obvious fact, temperature is variable. So here I'm showing a change in surface temperature from 1850 based on an observational product. And And you can see an overall warming trend, which we know is mostly or entirely due to enhanced greenhouse gases. But we also see a lot of ups and downs. So we can put all of this observed variability into two broad categories, forced and unforced. And forced variability is generated by things that are external to the climate system that cause top of atmosphere energy imbalances like volcanic eruptions, greenhouse gases, or solar output, or changes in how much energy the sun is outputting. And then unforced variability results from the internal dynamics of the climate system. So in other words, a partitioning, an exchange of energy between different components of the climate system, like between the atmosphere and the ocean, and the El Nino Southern Oscillation is a good example of this. And temperature variability exists at all time scales, from seasonal to orbital, millennial, and longer. And we can see that more easily if we display this temperature data as a power spectrum, which I'm showing on the right. But basically, this just measures how much variability there is at a given frequency or time scale. And just to briefly orient you to this figure, as we move up on the y-axis, we're looking at more variability. And as we move left on the x-axis, we're looking at longer periods or longer time scales and lower frequencies. And we see some peaks. For example, there's a sharp peak at the annual period, and there's this broader peak around ENSO periods between 4 to 7 years. So these peaks are telling us about specific oscillations or dynamics that are important at a given time scale. But then we see this overall structure, so the background against which those peaks can be seen, which is called the continuum. And the majority of power or variability is contained in that continuum rather than at individual peaks. So since temperature is correlated in time, variability at one frequency is linked to variability at another. So understanding this whole continuum is kind of crucially important for understanding variability at any given time scale. So this is what I'm interested in rather than specific modes of variability. And I'm going to take a step back from thinking about the global mean and talk a little bit about the spatial pattern of temperature variability. So that leads us to a few research questions. I'm going to start by briefly showing some results from a project that kind of investigated this first question: what controls the spatial pattern or the fingerprint of temperature variability on different timescales? And for that project, I used a bunch of different general circulation models, or GCMs, including the Community Earth System model, to look at what controls those patterns. So these are some quick results from a 2023 paper. One way to look at the spatial patterns of temperature variability is with a metric called coherence, which basically measures correlation with global mean temperature as a function of time scale. Basically, it's telling you, is variability at a given location related to global variability or global dynamics, and how much regional independence is there in the climate system? And just to orient you to this figure on the left, we're looking at long centennial timescales, and then on the right, we're looking at short decadal timescales. And on the top, we're looking at simulations with no forcings, which are called unforced. And then on the bottom, we're looking at simulations that are run from 850 to 1850 with external forcings included. So there's no big anthropogenic warming signal, but we are including things like volcanic eruptions and orbital changes. And then these little insets are showing zonal mean values. So red colors mean temperature at a given location is really strongly related to global temperature, and blue colors mean that it's not. So on short timescales, which here I'm referring to as interannual to decadal timescales, the El Nino Southern Oscillation is really driving temperature variability globally. So we can see this in this right column, which shows coherence at 2 to 25-year timescales. So in both the unforced simulations and the forced simulations, we see these blobs of high coherence in the Eastern Tropical Pacific, where ENSO-driven sea surface temperature variability is centered. And in the forced simulations, the role of ENSO is slightly suppressed because we also have this external forcing, which is contributing to global variability. On long timescales, there's dramatically enhanced shared variability in the forced simulations. So I'm showing that in this left column, which shows higher coherence in the forced simulations on the bottom on these 100 to 400 year timescales. So we have this really strong external forcing, which is reducing the independence in the system. And then one other thing to note is that across all frequencies and both with and without external forcing, there's much higher coherence in the tropics. So we can see this kind of most starkly in the zonal mean plots, where the high coherence in the tropics is highlighted in gray. And it turns out that this is because of heat transport. So the tropics can really efficiently export heat poleward. So they end up having a really strong control on global mean temperature. And you can see that here. I won't go into the details, but I'm showing average coherence in the southern hemisphere on the left, in the tropics in this panel, and then the northern hemisphere, extratropics. And then I'm also showing the spatial pattern of temperature variability measured as the standard deviation of temperature on the far right. And really the takeaway is just that solid line, which represents GCMs, tracks really well with this dashed line, which results from a really simple model we built that incorporates 3 climate parameters, one of which is heat transport. So the takeaway is that the solid line and the dashed line look a lot like each other, so that we think that we can understand these broad patterns of temperature variability with some really simple physics. And I'm going to really briefly talk about another project that I've done that focused on kind of the second question that I presented, which is how does the presence of forcing influence spatial patterns of temperature variability on different timescales? And for this work, I relied on the Trace 21Ka simulations, which are transient coupled simulations of the climate system run since the last glacial maximum. And the simulation I used was run with CCSM3 with support from NCAR and NSF, and it spawned a lot of really cool and interesting paleoclimate research. So this figure shows global mean surface temperature over the Holocene. And one cool thing about the trace simulations is that they're run with different forcings included or not included, so we can look at how individual forcings impact spatial patterns of temperature variability. And the main forcings included in this simulation are meltwater, ice sheet growth and decay, variations in greenhouse gases, and changes in orbital forcing. Here I'm just showing a bunch of locations where we have sea surface temperature data over that same period, so from 11,000 years ago to present. And these come from paleoclimate proxies preserved in marine sediment cores. So we can look at how these specific forcing mechanisms influence variability at these locations where we have data. And again, I'm not going to go into the details, but different forcings influence variability differently across different timescales. So here I'm showing coherence between all of these different sites in the trace simulations where we're only including greenhouse gas forcings, ice sheet growth and decay, meltwater forcings, and orbital forcings. And for this specific set of experiments, the meltwater and orbital forcing really coordinates variability across all sites. So you see more reds on these long timescales in those simulations. Some quick takeaways are just that general circulation models give us some really clear expectations for the spatial patterns of temperature variability. Firstly, they indicate that we should see fewer independent patterns of variability on long timescales, especially when external forcing is present. And secondly, the tropics have really strong control on global temperature variability due to their ability to really efficiently export anomalous heat poleward. And these expectations that come from general circulation models can then be tested against observations or the proxy record. And one other thing that I'll mention is that having access to these simulations is really important. We don't have comprehensive direct observations that extend really beyond about 100 or 150 years. So climate models are really one of our only tools to investigate the dynamics behind temperature variability on long time scales. So work by NCAR and NSF to make available long-running simulations is really important. Thanks.
Thank you for your talk, Becca. We have some questions for you. First, from Cindy Lindquist. What caused that huge spike in the temperature in the mid to late 1800s on the global mean temperature graph?
Oh. Good question. Yeah, I'm not sure, which I know is not a great answer. Yeah, I guess one thing to note also is that this is so the solid black line is kind of a median estimate of like a lot of different possible trajectories of the climate system. So kind of the true temperature probably fell somewhere in this gray shading. So I would caution overinterpretation of like specific ups and downs. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe that might have been like a really strong ENSO year or something. I'm not sure.
Thank you. And James Ryan from the previous talk says, cool figures. What are some weather impacts that we might expect to see this year due to a strong El Nino?
Oh, that's also a good question. I don't know if I have a good answer for. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the Pacific Northwest, so I think something that I'm thinking a lot about is fire risk. Yeah, but I think, you know, that'll depend on where you are. Yeah.
Sean Wong has two questions. First is, why do the dotted and dashed lines appear to depart more so for temperature variability than other variables?
Sean, what figure are you thinking about? Oh, this one? I think this is the figure you're
Leave it
talking
to him.
about. Yeah. One thing that didn't come through with the PowerPoint is the kind of shading, the uncertainty shading across different model ensemble members. So these dashed lines fall within the range, like all of these dashed lines kind of fall within the range of all of the like 9 models that we looked at, and then these solid lines are the mean values. We didn't we were trying to kind of like tune this model as little as possible. So I think it is possible to like pick parameter values that would be a better fit for be a better fit to each of these lines. But we kind of wanted to like probe the fundamental dynamics of the system and think, you know, are we still able to capture the behavior of the system, even if we don't kind of really closely tune our simple model. So we didn't tune, for example, like differences between the northern and the southern hemisphere. So you can see that, you know, our temperature variability graph, it does a better job of capturing the northern hemisphere than the southern hemisphere temperature variability. And that was a choice we made just because we kind of wanted to capture the coherence in both of these regions. So we ended up kind of splitting the difference. But that was a good question. Thanks, Sean.
Next question is, how important do you think internal variability is for climate variability on these millennial timescales, like in TRACE? Is it a problem that we don't have as ensembles?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. Yeah, I think, let me try going back. Yeah, I guess one thing that I find kind of surprising is just like how much independence there still is in the climate system, even on really long timescales. Like you would kind of expect that as we move towards longer timescales, like the whole climate system is like acting in coordination with each other. Like if you have, I don't know, temperature in one location and temperature 3,000 miles away, like on an annual time scale, maybe you wouldn't expect those temperatures to be related. But on like really long time scales, when you're really like mixing the climate system really well, you kind of would expect those to go up and down in coordination. But yeah, looking at these coherence plots, for example, if you look at the unforced simulations, there's still a lot of really blue regions, which means that there's variability that is acting very locally. And that suggests that we need, I mean, this is with models that are run for between 400 and I think the longest runs for 1,200 years. Like even with that length of simulation, and even getting out to 400-year timescales, you still have kind of these independent modes of variability. So, yeah, I think that particularly if we are interested in fingerprinting and distinguishing between force and unforced variability, it's important to have like control simulations without external forcing in order to know what those how the presence of forcing impacts the spatial pattern of variability.
Great. Thank you for joining us again. Sorry we couldn't get to every question, but if you have time, please feel free to join us in the chat to answer some of the questions still left. Thank you for joining us again.
Thanks for having me.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us in hour 35 of the Weather and Climate live stream. We're here to show our love and appreciation of weather and climate science. For decades, the U.S. has marched at the forefront of advancing weather and climate science. This scientific wonder has been made possible because of the contributions from the continuous funding from American taxpayers. But now the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, is proposing to change how researchers receive grants where political appointees decide who gets funding instead of scientists, upending the system that has made all this science possible. Under this new rule, funding for proposals would not be approved based on scientific merit, but rather on whether it aligns with the administration's political priorities or not. This would derail the US's position as a leader in weather and climate science. But it doesn't have to be this way. If you've been liking what you've been seeing, please use the link below to contact your representatives and tell them to defend weather and climate science, to protect NCAR from destruction and fully fund NOAA, the NSF, NASA, and the other agencies that make this work possible. Congress controls the budget and has the power to push back. The House and the Senate are making decisions on the future of this science in the US right now. So now is the time to make your voice heard. But just to remind you all that these speakers' opinions are their own and they do not necessarily represent the views of their associated employers and institutions. But for now, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Edward Blanchard, who is a research professor at the University of Washington. Take it away, Edward.
Hi, Dylan. Thanks for the introduction. And hopefully everyone can see me and hear me. And it's really fun to follow up on Becca's talk. She's helped introduce some of the tools that I'm going to be talking about. The title of my talk is How Might Boreal Wildfires Impact Climate? Boreal wildfires are wildfires that take place in what we call the boreal regions, which are essentially Canada, Alaska, and Siberia. So this is one of the world's biggest biomes, and a very large landmass in those latitudes is covered by these forests. And we've seen a huge increase in wildfires in these regions over the last few years. So this is some work trying to understand a little bit what the climate impacts of these wildfires might be. And this is work done, like so often is the case in science. It's very collaborative. So this is done with some colleagues and partners, both in my university, both in also in other universities across the country, and also in universities internationally, and with partners internationally. And it's the work we've led at the University of Washington has been supported by the National Science Foundation, and also a lot of our simulations, all our simulations are done at the National Center for Atmospheric Research. So we're massively thankful to that support to be able to do this science. So I want to start by showing a time series of these wildfires, and we call these biomass burn-in emissions. So when these forests burn, they emit a lot of emissions to the atmosphere. One of the species they emit is black carbon, and what I'm showing in this figure on the x-axis is the year, and on the y-axis is the amount of black carbon emitted in these wildfires every year. These are expressed in teragrams of carbon. And I'm going to show you two time series at the same time. In red is the observations, and we've measured these with satellites. And these are, very high resolution satellites. So we have a very good idea of how many wildfires we've had since '97. And in the blue time series is how we've run the climate models that inform or help inform the IPCC, and we call this the CIMIP, the Climate Model Into Comparison Project. And every 6 to 7 years, there's an international effort to across the whole world to run climate models to try and understand how climate has changed in the past and how it might continue to do so into the 21st century. So you can see in this time series that between '97 and 2014, the blue and the red time series overlap each other. And we run the latest CIMIP simulations in 2015. So this was sort of past data when we run the computer simulations. Now, when we run into the 21st century, we don't simulate the wildfires in the climate models themselves for this effort. Other people are working to develop that. So we sort of prescribe it as an external force into the models. And this is how those runs into the 21st century were prescribed. I know that the year here finishes in 2060, but this carries on to 2100. And so this is sort of an external forcing for running the climate models. And what's happened in the real world in the observations over the last 10 years is that we've had a huge increase in wildfires in these regions. So Siberia's had some really bad wildfire years in 2019 and 2021. And Canada has had really bad wildfires over the last 3 years, with 2023 being the worst year, followed by 24 and 25. So we've had just in these last 10 years, sort of this divergence between, what the real world's done, and then how we had run these climate models back in 2015. And so we thought it'd be important to try and understand whether this mattered, whether if we do go into a period or if we sustain these levels of high wildfires, whether that might have an impact on how we might expect climate to continue. And vice versa, if the fires come back down, then could that have an impact, and can we sort of see that impact in the real world on climate? So what we did is we rerun. We basically made new climate model simulations using the CSM2 climate model, which is developed by the National Center for Atmospheric Research. And we kept everything the same as the sort of default set of simulations that were run in 2015, which is called the CSM2 large ensemble. And we essentially created a new mini ensemble where all we did was ramp up the wildfires in these regions following that dashed blue line, right? And so all the results I'm going to show you is just basically the difference between the runs with the force with the dashed blue line, and then the runs with the continuous blue line, which is the default set. Can Okay, so we'll start with mean global temperature. Here I show the in black and gray is the default light ensemble, and so you can see increasing temperatures there. And in red I show the new ensemble and the new runs with increase in wildfires. And we actually found a small reduction in the warming of about 10%. You can see that that red trend line is a little slower paced than the black trend line. This is for the mean global temperature. And when you just look at the Arctic, so north of 70 degrees north, we also see a slowdown in the warming, and it's quite a bit more pronounced in this region. So we see the warming slows down by about 38%. There is still very strong and significant warming, but it is less than in the default set of simulations. When we looked at the global trends in these temperature trends over between 2015 and 2060, in the middle panel here I show those default trends, and this is kind of a canonical pattern of global warming, with like a higher warming over land compared to the oceans, and highest warming in the Arctic, which is a process called Arctic amplification. On the left, I show you the temperature trends in these new simulations. You can see it's mostly oranges and reds, so we still see warming, but when you take the difference between the two, and it's quite noticeable near the North Pole in the Arctic, we do see that much slower warming when we increase the wildfires. We do see this across all seasons in the year. Now, an important detail about those experiments, which I forgot to mention, is that these wildfires only occur between May and September, more or less, in the summer. There's no wildfires in Canada or Severe Alaska in the winter, so it's a summer phenomenon. But we see that the temperature, that reduction in warming carries across from the summer into the winter, and this is what these maps here, right? So these are the temperature trend differences between the two set of simulations, in the summer on the left and in the winter on the right. You can see that in the summer, most of that reduced warming is over land, which is where the wildfires are, and on the right you can see that it's focused on the Arctic Ocean, and this is because of a delayed response between the summer and the winter. When we looked at global precipitation, we find that even though if I go back to the temperature differences, you can see that over the tropics and the southern hemisphere, there's no difference between these two simulations. But if you look at the precipitation, we do see slight changes over the tropical belt, and this is a map of the annual precipitation difference. The brown colors are slightly drier, the green colors would be slightly wetter, and you can see that over the tropics there's a slight southward shift between from the north to the south of the precipitation. You can see the zonal mean precipitation difference changes on the right, so you can see that slightly wet on the south side of the equator and dry on the north side. And the other pattern we see is that over the Arctic, you see these brown colors. So over the Arctic, we do see a bunch of drying, which is sort of what we expected from the temperature difference. We know that a warmer Arctic will also be a wetter Arctic. So if your Arctic is warming up at a slower rate, it should also be getting wetter at a slower rate too. And finally, I want to show some figures here of the sea ice trends. Here I'm showing on the left is the total annual Arctic sea ice extent. Again, in the black are those default simulations, and then in the red are the new simulations with the increase in wildfires. And so the annual means on the left, the September is on the right. In the Arctic community, we often focus on the September sea ice extent because that is the time of annual minimum at the end of summer, and it's the first month that we expect to be the Arctic, when we expect the Arctic to be completely ice-free. And you can see that in the black time series, in the default runs, that time series goes pretty much to 0 or below 1 million square kilometers by about 2040 or 2050. Whereas in the red runs, with increased wildfires, you can see that we have quite a bit of, while we still have loss in sea ice, it is at a slower pace. And the date at which the Arctic might become completely free of sea ice does get delayed by at least a decade. So in summary, we point out that these wildfires have increased drastically over the last 10 years. These trends have been attributed to warmer summers, an earlier melt of snow in the spring, mainly, and so we expect sort of these high wildfire summers to kind of continue at least into the near future. And this was a sort of process or mechanism that we weren't really quite expecting it to be so drastic 10 or 15 years ago. So the way we've run climate models didn't really take this into account. And we have found that increasing wildfires are likely to have an impact on climate trends. In our case, with this model, we do see a reduction in the warming, and this is mostly because of increased sunlight reflectivity, right? So basically all the aerosol emissions from the wildfires, all that smoke reflects more sunlight, and therefore it reduces the warming. I do want to point out, though, that there is a parallel study by some other authors that they used a slightly different model setup, and they found a neutral to warming response. So there is still, there's very much debate as to exactly how this is going to play out, and but this is why we need research to understand these processes, and we're only going to find out the answer by doing the work and collaborating with colleagues to try and understand what's happening and what might happen better. And with that, I'll finish, and I'll be very happy to invite questions.
Thank you so much for your talk, Ed. We had a few questions. What is my life? It asks, if we had satellite measurements before 1997, would the black carbon data look similar to the spiky graph we see after 1997?
That's a really good question. So let me just go back to that figure here. So before 97, and I'm not a fire ecologist, this is not my exposition in terms of reconstructing kind of past wildfire time series, but essentially I believe that we use sort of proxies of wildfires, whether that is kind of historical accounts or even looking at deposits. I think we can also use there's evidence of wildfires sort of in, you can go and dig a pit and you can see the layers of, like soot or the different aerosols and particles that are emitted by wildfires. There is, as you go further back in time, that uncertainty does increase. But you can see that, to more specifically answer the question, is that yes, if we had satellite images before 97, we would expect this sort of time series between 1960 and 97 to have bigger kind of up and down wiggles. But what does seem quite clear from many different types of records is that, these last few years, this sort of ramp up in the last 10 years, that has been a historically high level of wildfires compared to prior to 97, even if we didn't have satellites back then. But yeah, that's a very good question. Hopefully that helps.
Great, thank you. Sydney Lindquist asks, is it true that dying trees create smoke, which is more carbon/particulate matter than healthy trees?
That's a good question. Dying trees might be more fire prone. Now, in terms of the actual emissions, if you burn a pound of wood, I don't know that there's that much difference in what it emits, depending on the health of that tree or that wood before it burnt. But again, and I'm not a fire ecologist, but I do believe that unhealthy trees are less fire resistant, so they might, the likelihood of, the ease with which forests might have rather large wildfires might increase. But I do want to emphasize that the actual trends in the wildfires themselves have been mostly tied to summer temperature. That's kind of the sort of metric or the variable that best explains these trends, but also things like how early in the spring the snow melts, which affects how dry that forest can become in the summer in these regions. But yeah, it's a very good question about the health or the pre-existing health of the forest, of the tree.
And we have another question from What Is My Life? Does the smoke from boreal wildfires affect the Arctic ice in any particular way?
That's a really good question. So in these simulations, they do model what we call aerosol deposition. So when we have these aerosols and smoke being emitted into the atmosphere, eventually, there is a chemical process that happens in the atmosphere. Those, they will sort of, they can be like a chemical process, but there's also like a physical deposition, right? And we do see some of that kind of soot or black carbon depositing on the surface, whether that's the Arctic Ocean or Greenland. And that's one of the reasons why we might have expected the opposite answer in our simulations, that we might have expected more warming as that soot dropped on like snow or ice surfaces. In our simulations, what we see is that mechanism is is minor compared to the main mechanism of all those aerosols reflecting the sunlight as they are in the atmosphere. But this is something that could easily or that could like play, if the darkening of the surface is actually greater than we have simulated to be, then the sort of the real world answer could definitely be different to what our models came up with. So again, something that we need to understand better.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Ed.
Well, thank you guys for organizing.
Good night.
Right.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us now in hour 36. Yes, hour 36 of the Weather and Climate live stream. We only have 14 more hours to go. We've already had some great talks, and we still have some more coming up. But before we get to them, let's remind ourselves of why we're here. Weather and climate science is invaluable. We rely on it every day, and everyone deserves to be informed about not only what weather is coming their way, but why it is. For decades, the US has been a role model for weather and climate science across the world. This scientific wonder has been made possible because of the continuous funding from American taxpayers. But now the administration is trying to dismantle the National Center of Atmospheric Research, or NCAR, in Boulder, Colorado. Breaking up NCAR would be a terrible mistake. NCAR has been one of the crown jewels of weather and climate research here since its founding in 1960 and has been of much benefit to the American people, whether it be forecasting turbulence to make air travel safer or providing its resources so that scientists and students can use them in their research. The attacks on our scientific agencies are undermining science not only here, but all over the whole world. And it doesn't have to be this way. If you like what you've been seeing and you believe that this is worth funding, please use the link right below to contact your representatives and tell them to defend weather and climate science, to protect NCAR from destruction, and fully fund NOAA, the NSF, NASA, and all the other agencies that make this work possible. Congress controls the budget and has the power to push back. The House and the Senate are deciding on the future of the science in the US right now. Now is the time to make your voice heard. But just a reminder that these speakers' opinions are their own and they don't represent the views of their associated employers and institutions. But now I'm happy to introduce our next speaker, Leah Bertrand, who is an atmospheric science graduate student at the University of Colorado Boulder. Go Buffs. All right, take it away, Leah.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay? Yeah? Okay. I am Leah Bertrand. I just have my one monitor, so I can't see anything that's going on. I am a graduate student at the University of Colorado, and my work focuses on observations of Arctic clouds and radiation. And so you can see in these two pictures here, observatory in the Arctic, managed by United States funding agencies, specifically funded by NOAA and the Department of Energy. And they take really important long-term observations of the Arctic that can help us understand some of the bigger questions about how and why the Arctic is changing. And so I think you guys probably might have heard this already in some of the preceding tens of hours, but the Arctic over the last several decades has been warming much more than the rest of the world. These are observations of temperature trends over time, and red means more warming. And so we can see this map, and it has that kind of red splotch at the top of the world. And then if we take an average by latitude bands, we can see that it's staggering how much warming there is in the Arctic when we look compared to the rest of the world in that, kind of 70 to 90 north area. And so this is accompanied by many well-known changes in the physical climate system of the Arctic. One pretty well-known one is the retreat of sea ice in September, where the minimum occurs. And as a result of anthropogenic greenhouse gas forcing, we can see this major sea ice decline in the observations over the last 50 years. And these observations of climate are so important because they're the real world, and they let us see what's actually going on, and that gives us a target for how to make predictions and work with our models. Okay, and so also the effects of that Arctic warming are permafrost thaw, which releases greenhouse gases to the atmosphere, further greenhouse gases. It has all kinds of impacts to infrastructure. When things are built on ground that's frozen solid, once it melts, it gets all crumbly and things sink in. This has an impact on houses and communities and all kinds of infrastructure. And also, up the chain, there are impacts on animals. So these are from the NOAA Arctic report cards that come out every year. They're an awesome resource for what is actually happening in the Arctic. And we can see collapses of salmon populations, major collapses in northern watersheds in Alaska. Caribou populations have also declined by order of magnitude 80%, and seal populations are also threatened by environmental changes. And what's really important about all of these impacts is that indigenous people have lived in the Arctic since time immemorial, and they've relied on their relationships with these animal populations to make life and sustain themselves, and Arctic warming is threatening those ecological relationships that are essential. And so what I'm going to talk about, and kind of the big question with my research, is what drives Arctic warming. And so to tell you about that, I'm going to go back from these kind of ecological environmental indicators to the physics underlying these changes. And what they come back to is the balance of energy on Earth. Energy comes in from the sun. Some of it's reflected by the surface and goes out to space. And then also the Earth emits all kinds of infrared long wave radiation that comes out. And so it's the balance of input and output that determines what our planet is like and what the climate is like. And clouds have a really huge impact on both of those. They reflect sunlight when sun comes in, and that cools the planet off. And they also trap thermal radiation or long-wave radiation at the surface, and that makes the surface warm. So it's this balance of warming and cooling from clouds. And depending on a lot of factors, how clouds change can have a big effect on how much warming there is in the Arctic. So that's a little bit of a pivot, but the radiation underlies these changes, and it's the clouds that have a really uncertain impact on the radiation. So when input and output are balanced, we have a stable climate. When we add carbon dioxide to the atmosphere, we trap more infrared radiation at the surface. And then what that creates is warming. And so that's what's happening in the Arctic. There's this forcing from greenhouse gases and other anthropogenic forcing agents. And it creates this warming to compensate, to return back to equilibrium. And then all those changes I just mentioned, they have their own feedback effects on the energy. So, that sea ice melt would make more sunlight absorbed. That would accelerate the warming. It's this kind of moving goalpost where those changes along the way affect how much warming you need to make it back to your new equilibrium. And those are called climate feedbacks. And in terms of physical uncertainty about climate change, those are the biggest contributors. Okay. I'm going to skip forward a little bit just so I can tell you guys what some of my research has been into Arctic radiation. I'm sorry, these slides are a little verbose, but there are all these kinds of changes in the Arctic, and they affect the energy. And clouds, we don't really know how they change in the Arctic accelerates or slows down Arctic warming. So the question is, can we use observations to look at these radiation changes? And the observations are really important, and continuity is really important, that these observations are maintained, because models really struggle to represent how clouds affect radiation in the Arctic. And that's important because the Arctic is one of the cloudiest places in the world. It's 72% covered by clouds. And so what we do is that we have observations of the radiation and the energy balance at the surface from this observatory that I introduced earlier. And it has all of these changes that are representative of the broader Arctic. And, these are the acronyms. It's the ARM, North Slope of Alaska facility. That's the Atmospheric Radiation Measurement Program managed by the Department of Energy. It's very important. It's a world leader in observations of clouds and radiation, which are so important for understanding climate change. There are also long-term NOAA observations. They're on shipping containers that are filled with instruments for measuring clouds, radiation, and meteorology. Here are just some of them. They have a very long temporal coverage. They have all of these wonderful instruments for measuring clouds, and they tell us everything that we need to know about how the clouds affect the radiation. And so there are a lot of cloud properties that affect the radiation. I got these from a facilitator for this event, Ash. And it has to do with how big the ice crystals in clouds are, how big the liquid droplets are, since clouds in the Arctic are often a mix of ice and liquid. It's the temperature. And so how much liquid and ice there is in the clouds affects the opacity. And that's how much of an impact it has on the radiation. So yeah, as I said before, clouds cool with the short wave and warm with the long wave. And so what I did with a paper I published last year, I'm going to wrap up, I know I'm a little bit over time, used these observations from Utqiagvik on the North Slope of Alaska to look at how actually observed cloud opacity affects surface long wave warming. So I found that the surface long-wave radiation is increasing, and that there's more radiation getting stuck at the surface. I used a radiative transfer model to model the effect of each cloud change on the radiation. Anyway, it does a good job. It's a useful tool. And I found that what the observations show is that more of that thermal radiation stays at the surface with warming, and that amplifies warming, like I talked about with that moving goalpost. And that if we look at the effect of temperature, we can't explain what actually happens. If we look at the effect of water vapor changes, we can get a little closer to the observations. And then when we include the effects of increasing cloud opacity, then we can actually capture the observations. And so what that says is that at this observatory, during winter, the clouds are getting more opaque, it's trapping more energy at the surface, and it's accelerating warming. Anyway, there's all this stuff going on under the hood, but that's kind of the big headline that I wanted to share with you guys, and it wouldn't be possible without all of these wonderful observations being maintained by U.S. research facilities.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Leigh. I have a question from What Is My Life? How come the Arctic has a more dramatic warming than the Antarctic?
That's a really great question. So the Arctic has a lot of sea ice on it, which responds to changes in radiation more rapidly than the big ice sheet in Antarctica. And so that's one reason. The big picture is just that those environmental changes that I talk about, they are more positive in the Arctic, and they tend to accelerate warming more, whereas in the Antarctic, those changes with warming in the short term don't necessarily move that goalpost so much.
Great, thank you. And I had a question for you. I was just curious, what satellites were you using to track the clouds in the Arctic? Was it like the MODIS from NASA?
Yeah, so everything is, I didn't get a chance to talk about this. Everything is actually no satellites. It's all maintained at this facility. They have a lot of instruments like the ones that are on satellites, but they're pointing from the ground up. And so they're getting the details most relevant to what's going on with the surface radiation. And so it's radar and LiDAR pointing up from those shipping containers that I showed pictures of.
I just want to make sure you said that these were all ground-based, right? So no planes or anything like that?
Nope, no planes, no satellites. All really uniquely accurate observations.
Cool. That was a really great talk. Thank you again for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us in hour 36 of the Weather and Climate live stream. Only 14 more hours to go. But before we get to our next speaker, let's just remind ourselves why we're here. Weather and climate science is invaluable. We rely on it every day, and everyone deserves to be informed about not only what weather is coming their way, but why it is. For decades, the U.S. has been a world leader in the advancement of weather and climate science. This scientific wonder has been made possible because of the continuous funding from American taxpayers. But now, the administration is threatening to cut the budget of weather and climate science for the 2027 fiscal year. The NSF and NASA's budget will be cut in half. NOAA's budget will be slashed by $1.1 billion, and its research division will be completely eliminated. Out will go the foundational programs for young career scientists who are the future of weather and climate research here, putting their careers in jeopardy. Without these bright scientists, the US will lose its footing as a world leader in weather and climate science. But it doesn't have to be this way. If you believe that weather and climate research is worth funding, please use the link below to contact your representatives and tell them to defend weather and climate science, to protect NCAR from destruction, and fully fund NOAA, the NSF, NASA, and the other agencies that make this work possible. Congress controls the budget and has the power to push back. The House and the Senate are deciding on the future of science in the US right now. So now is the time to make your voice heard. I just wanted to remind everyone that the speakers here tonight, their opinions are their own and they don't represent the views of their associated employers and institutions. But now I would like to introduce our next speaker tonight, Nicolas Leitmann-Niimi, who is an early career scientist. It's all yours.
Hi. Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think we can hear you.
Nice. Sounds good. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicolas Leitmann-Niimi. I work at Columbia University at the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies. And today I'm going to be giving you a talk titled From the Canopy to the Clouds. Is cloud formation impacted by vegetation on the ground? I've been working on this research for a couple years now, and I'm really excited to share it with you today. So just a little bit of background. Today we're going to focus on the southeastern United States. This is a really good area for understanding clouds and their relationship to the surface, because there are a lot of thunderstorms over this area. And that's this area here highlighted by the white rectangle. As you can see by the green and light green coloring here, there are relatively more thunderstorm days in this area compared to the rest of the United States. There are even more days in Florida here, for example, but Florida is heavily impacted by the ocean and coastal dynamics. And so the southeastern United States here, more the Alabama region, is a lot more inland, and it is not affected by the coast, so it is a much better test bed for the type of science that I'm going to be talking about today. So without further ado, I am going to start off with that same highlighted white rectangular area, except now it's a map of topography. And these white circles here are big cities in the southeastern United States. So we have Huntsville now. So what I really want to highlight here is that for the average cumulus cloud count, there are kind of hotspots. There are areas where cumulus clouds form way more in some places rather than others. And so, for example, if you look at Memphis, kind of right to the east of the Memphis city circle is a little hotspot of cumulus clouds. Jackson here, there's one directly over it. And if you look at the rest, it kind of should pop out to your eyes. And in addition to that, there's some association with topography as well. So you can see kind of the streakiness of the hotspots over here in the Northeast goes really well with the Appalachian Mountains. And so that's not a coincidence. The cities and topography are a well-researched and well-known source of clouds. But there are hotspots that are not really associated with topography or cities that also exist and kind of need their own sort of explanation. So that's really what I'm going to be talking about today. So first I want to just introduce how do rain clouds even form. So the necessary ingredients are moisture and buoyancy. So you need moisture from the ground, you need it to evaporate into gaseous water, and then you need something to lift that water up into the sky, and where it will condense into a cloud. And then once that cloud has enough water in it, it will start to rain out. That's a super simple schematic of how it works. And if you remember the water cycle, there are a few different sources of that moisture from the surface. And so the Southeastern United States is interesting because you don't really have this ocean source, and you don't really have much bodies of water, but you do have a lot of vegetation and a lot of specifically evapotranspiration, which is water that comes from the leaves of plants and turns into gas and goes into the air. And so we're going to use that as a way to try to partition and understand the actual cloud counts that we were seeing earlier. So there's this measurement called leaf area index, and you can just kind of think of it as like a leaf density. And if you use that and put it on the x-axis over here, we don't see a linear relationship to clouds. What we really are seeing here, what these red kind of bullseyes are highlighting, are at a leaf area index of 1.9, we have a higher cloud count of cumulus clouds, but also at a leaf area index of 3.7, we have another higher count. But what's interesting is that there's nothing in between those. There's not, it's not as simple as saying higher leaf area index means higher cloud count. It's actually, we have these two separate populations of cloud counts that are showing up when we organize things by leaf area index. And so this is actually a mystery, and that's why I have these question marks here. And it's quite interesting. So I just want to show you a little bit of the fun science, or to me this is really fun. And so I want to explore these kind of two groups, the one on the left and the one on the right. And so let's take a look. So I'm gonna kind of first explore the one on the left, and then I'm gonna look at the one on the right. So if we start off with the one on the left, the one at a leaf area index of 1.9, and kind of apologies for the blurriness. I didn't have time to make these a little higher resolution, but the left kind of cluster, the left group here, if we break it down if we break down the cloud count into kind of categories of land type, we see these red colors, this purple, and this black show up. And what that means, those are land types underneath the clouds that are classified as croplands and savannas and woody savannas. And in addition to that, these clouds are forming near the cities. And I especially want to contrast that with the partition on the right. So that's down here. If we break this down into its land classifications, we get a green and a gray color, and those are more associated with forests. Specifically, the gray is dense broadleaf forests and the green is mixed forest. And what I really want to highlight here as well is that these clouds also show up with the topographical feature. And so not only does this leaf area index split up the distinction between cities and topography, we also get varying types of land classifications. And yeah, so it's just super interesting stuff in trying to connect the surface to the clouds. And the reason this is really relevant is that this connection is super novel. It's not very well understood. And because it's not well understood, it has not been incorporated into forecast models, because how would they do it if they don't know how it's done? And so what I really want to highlight is that US government resources, I mean, they're the reason we're even able to research this in the first place, but currently there is a project by the Department of Energy. They have a mobile facility in northwestern Alabama that is taking direct measurements of the atmosphere. And these direct measurements are super important because they'll help improve thunderstorm forecast models in the future, only if funding is able to continue. So yeah, I'm really stoked about this research, and I hope to be able to continue it. And yeah, that is my talk. Are there any questions?
Yep, we have a few questions. The audience, Fish Failurson asks, what is your favorite type of cloud?
I'd probably have to say like lenticular clouds, over like there's really pretty ones that look like a perfect like convex lens over just completely paralleling over a hill, or a topographical feature. It's just really aesthetically pleasing. Yeah.
And I also had a question about what clustering algorithm did you use to categorize the types of clouds?
Yeah, so that is a clustering, I think it's a k-means clustering algorithm that was done on GOES satellite observations, and of near and visible infrared. Yeah, so that was cumulus clouds that I showed there, but I'm also doing this research with towering cumulus, so a little bit deeper clouds, and then even deeper than that are overshooting cumulonimbus clouds. And so yeah, super useful clustering algorithm for all kinds of research.
Great, thank you. Sydney Lindquist has a question. Do you think trees play a role in weather creation/change, e.g. humidity coming from trees feeding a storm or something?
Yeah, yes, totally. I mean, I think they do play a role. I mean, they are a very important forests, as we saw in this research. Forests play a role in creating statistically average more clouds, and so yeah, they are a source of moisture. And when you have a source of moisture next to like a drier area that isn't a source of moisture, that contrast is really gonna lead to some weather creation and change. So yeah, humidity coming from trees definitely can help feed cloud formation and thereby storm formation.
We have another question from What Is My Life? Are lies associated with any particular type of cloud?
That's a really good question. So far, what I've seen is they have connections with all kinds of clouds. I think yeah, that needs to be looked into more. But yeah, it's I think a good way to think about it is LAI, leaf area index, is associated with kind of moisture availability, and then that moisture availability is gonna then lead to different kinds of clouds. So I think the association wouldn't, yeah, it's not, yeah. The answer is I don't know yet.
Great, thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hi everyone, welcome to hour 36 of the 50-hour Weather and Climate live stream. We've had some great speakers so far, but let us just talk about why we're here first. We're here to show our love and appreciation of weather and climate science. For decades, the US has marched at the forefront of advancing weather and climate science. We developed the first computerized weather forecasts, the first computer models of the climate impacts of carbon pollution, and so much more. Our weather stations, observatories, satellites, and more give us an abundance of knowledge. This extends to everything from knowing whether I should bring my umbrella outside, getting severe weather warnings, and learning about why we didn't have a real winter in Colorado this year. This scientific wonder has been made possible because of decades of continuous funding from American taxpayers, viewers like you. But now, the Office of Management and Budget, or OMB, is proposing to change how researchers receive grants where political appointees decide who gets funding instead of scientists, upending the system that has made the science possible. Under this new rule, funding for proposals would not be approved based on scientific merit, but based on whether it aligns with the administration's political priorities or not. This would derail the US's position as a leader in weather and climate science. It doesn't have to be this way, though. If you like what you've been seeing and you think that this is worth funding, please use the link below here to contact your representatives, to call or write them, and tell them to defend weather and climate science here, to protect NCAR from destruction and fully fund NOAA, the NSF, and NASA, and all the other agencies that make this work possible. Congress controls the budget and has the power to push back against this. The House and the Senate are deciding on the future of this science in the US right now. So now is the time to make your voice heard. I believe we have some more speakers coming up, so but yes, I cannot tell you how important it is to contact your representatives. It is their job to do this. They are getting paid to do this. So don't hesitate at all to contact them, to write them or call them or email them in any way. They are here. You voted for them to represent you in Washington, D.C., so that whatever the federal government does doesn't hurt your lives, because we all rely on weather and climate research. We all rely on NOAA, the work of NOAA, the National Weather Service, and so many more. And America is a better place without them. Gutting these institutions would be detrimental to our national interest. So but I'd also like to tell you some more before we get into our next speakers. Some of the other things the administration is threatening to do. They're trying to dismantle the National Center of Atmospheric Research, or NCAR, in Boulder, Colorado. Breaking up NCAR would be a terrible mistake. NCAR has been one of the crown jewels of weather and climate research here since its founding in 1960 and has been of much benefit to the American people. The attacks on scientific agencies are undermining science not only here, but all over the world. So yes, please do contact your representatives. They are here to raise your concerns in Congress, and they do have the power to push back against this. Last year, Congress was able to push back against the funding cuts, and some of the worst things didn't happen. But I would also like to introduce now our next speaker, Ash Gilbert, a graduate student. Take it away, Ash.
Yes. Hello. Sorry. Impromptu presentation. Hi, I'm Ash. I am actually one of the behind the scenes directors, so I'm here. So this is a presentation I gave last year, but just quick about me. I got my bachelor's from the University of Michigan in climate and meteorology. Let me just yank it off. Sorry. And I got my master's in atmospheric science from the University of Colorado last year. and I'm currently a PhD candidate at the University of Colorado. And today I'm going to be talking about how to improve a climate model. So what is a climate model? I feel like we've heard a lot about this in a variety of talks, but in a climate model, we include a lot of processes. For example, in the atmosphere, we include cloud physics, we include convection, cloud formation. In the ocean, we have biogeochemistry. You've got eddies, for example, plotted here is the sea surface temperature. We also have waves, and we just use wave parameterizations. And then we also have rivers. We include river runoff from land, from ice sheets. And then in the land component, we have like carbon cycle, gross primary production, which is like plant photosynthesis. And that's what's plotted here on the land surface. And then we also model ice sheets and glaciers. So we can model Greenland. We're working on modeling Antarctica. And then sea ice. So we model like melt ice formation and heat transfer within the sea ice. So for example, plotted here is sea ice concentration. And all these components talk to each other using a climate model coupler, which exchanges the data between components and sometimes transforms data between grids because the atmosphere and the ocean usually have different grids. And all these components and the coupler work together, make up a climate model that creates simulated representation of Earth's climate. So why do we care that climate models are accurate? For example, for the IPCC, we need to have the best representation of the Earth possible to make the most accurate prediction of climate and to understand what's going on right now. Looking here, this is the global temperature with various observational data sets in black and 2 sets of models, CMIP5 in red and CMIP6 in blue. You can see the models do a pretty good job at simulating the past climate, but there's room for improvement. Also with models, we can do things that are not possible with observations to understand current and past climate. For example, one of my projects puts the observed winds from 1980 to 2023 in a pre-industrial climate to see how much Arctic warming and sea ice loss the winds cause alone. I can't really do that kind of assessment with observations, but to get that wind contribution to warming and sea ice loss and trust it, I have to use a good climate model. So now I'm going to show you one of the ways that climate models are improved with a case study from my own work. So I'm going to improve a parameterization, which is basically a thing that's too small for us to model directly. For example, we can't directly model like a 1 kilometer cloud in a 100 kilometer grid box. So we parameterize it and describe it with equations and variables. So what I wanted to improve in a climate model was supercooled liquid water optics. I know it's a lot of big words. Let's parse it. So fun thing, water can be liquid down to 240 Kelvin or negative 33 degrees C or negative 27.4 degrees Fahrenheit. And we call that water that is still liquid below freezing supercooled. Now to explain optics, I have to do a quick black body radiation primer. So radiation is the emission of energy, and everything with a temperature greater than 0 Kelvin emits radiation. Y'all are emitting radiation right now. And black body radiation is the idealized radiation an object emits at every wavelength in the electromagnetic spectrum as a function of the temperature of this object. We can describe black body radiation using this equation called Planck's law. Most of this is constants, but what you need to pay attention to is this B, that is the amount of energy emitted at a given wavelength and object temperature. This nasty equation produces this lovely curve called the Planck blackbody curve, and we get different curves for different object temperatures. So why am I talking about blackbody radiation? Well, it turns out that both the sun and the Earth approximate a blackbody. This is the sun's blackbody curve, and this is the Earth's. The sun mostly emits in the visible part of the spectrum, which is why we can see sunlight. This type of radiation is called shortwave. The Earth has a much lower temperature than the sun and emits in the invisible part of the spectrum called longwave. But these sun and Earth spectra are right at their surfaces. What happens when the longwave and shortwave pass through the atmosphere? So you can see here that there's bits missing, like the atmosphere took bites out of our spectra. Well, these bites are the different gases, like greenhouse gases and clouds and the atmosphere, absorbing and scattering radiation. So not all radiation emitted by the sun reaches the surface, and not all radiation emitted by the Earth reaches space. And optics are how we describe, and optics are how we describe the absorption and scattering as a function of wavelength for a given gas or liquid like water. So how does optics work for like a liquid water droplet? Well, radiation can be scattered or absorbed by the droplet. This is being scattered. And we represent the combination of scattering and absorption for a droplet as the complex refractive index, or CRI. And this CRI, like all optics, is a function of radiation wavelength. Why do we care about liquid water optics? Well, I mentioned previously that clouds scatter and absorb radiation, and optics describe how they do that. But how clouds affect radiation depends on whether the radiation is shortwave or longwave. So shortwave radiation from the clouds is reflected and absorbed by the ground, but it is also reflected by clouds. Now, for long-wave radiation, Earth, clouds, and the atmospheric gases, including water vapor, all absorb and emit long-wave. In our climate models, we need to model all of these cloud radiation interactions in order to model our surface energy budget and the surface temperature. Now, to do that, we need to know about cloud properties like the cloud temperature, ice crystal radius and concentration, basically how many of them there are, and the liquid droplet radius and droplet concentration. So we take those cloud properties that we simulate in the climate model, along with the liquid water and ice optics, and we put them in a radiative transfer part of the model, and that part of the model that models radiation. And that's how we get the amounts of long wave and short wave absorbed and scattered by clouds in a climate model. So now that we know what supercooled liquid water optics mean, why they are important, they help us calculate how much radiation supercooled liquid droplets scatter and absorb, and that in turn helps us model the Earth's energy budget and surface temperature. Now for my case study, I'm only going to be caring about long-wave radiation being emitted downward from the clouds, aka downwelling long-wave radiation. This is because I'm interested in the potential impacts on surface temperature. So now that we know why supercooled liquid optics are what they are and why they're important, I'm going to use them to walk through a case study of how to improve a climate model. So first, have new knowledge. We have effects. What did I do? So first, you have new knowledge, you find observations, you have this cool new thing. Then effects in specific scenarios. You look at small scale testing. I'm sorry, my notes are this slide. And then for effects in climate models, we go to large scale testing. How does this have a large scale impact? How do we incorporate it? Do we incorporate it at all? But first I'm going to look at new knowledge. So new knowledge in a climate model generally comes from lab experiments, field campaigns, satellites, surface station data like Leah was talking about earlier, or theory. So what I'm going to talk about comes from lab experiments. So just focusing on the top right part of this graph, the top row is the part of the CRI describing scattering, and the bottom part is describing absorption. X is, so the bottom is the wave number, which is another way to say wavelength, which is along the top. And we're looking at the long wave part of the electromagnetic spectrum. This is This is looking at a summary of different liquid and ice optics from a variety of different laboratory studies. The green is how ice absorbs and scatters at 2 different temperatures. The blue is how liquid water behaves at room temperature. And now the magenta and black, those are both supercooled liquid water absorption and scattering. And you can see how they're different from both the room temperature and ice. These measurements of supercooled liquid CRI came from 2 studies, both published in 2005, Zetsky and Wagner. Now, several studies by Rowe and others have synthesized those lab measurements into full scattering and absorption CRI spectra for different temperatures of supercooled liquid water. This graph, for example, shows that warmer supercooled liquid water at 273 Kelvin, plotted in red, behaves the most like room temperature water, which is plotted in black. But it is still different, and 240 Kelvin supercooled liquid water, which is plotted in blue, is the coldest possible, and it behaves least like room temperature water. So now that we have our new knowledge, which says that, optics for supercooled liquid water are different than room temperature water. So it is accounting for this sort of supercooled liquid water change modeled long-wave radiation. Other researchers have investigated this with complex radiative transfer models. For example, oh my God. So when we're looking at sort of small case studies with new knowledge, we usually use small models, for example, line-by-line radiative transfer models, which are incredibly high resolution. We use like large eddy simulation models, regional scale models, or other specialized models, like one model component has higher resolution, limited domain. In this case study, I used line-by-line radiative transfer models. So in this case study, we used a line-by-line model called dissort, where we scientists love to name our models fun things. This work was done by a mentor and a co-author of mine, Penny Rowe. Here she took the average cloud properties from the Arctic for supercooled liquid water cloud and modeled the downwelling long-wave spectra with 2 sets of liquid water optics, one at 300 Kelvin and another at 240. You can see that the 240 Kelvin optics in pink produce slightly more downwelling radiation than the 300 Kelvin. In total, summing the area between the 2 spectra called flux, using the optics with the proper temperature for a supercooled liquid water cloud, modeled 1.7 watts per meter squared more downwelling long-wave flux than using optics that didn't account for cloud temperature. But that was just using average cloud properties. How about applying it to observed cloud properties? Using profiles of clouds collected in the Antarctic, Rowe retrieved cloud properties. She then used the radiative transfer model called dissort again and fed it those observed cloud properties to simulate the downwelling radiance for each cloud twice. First time, she used only room temperature 300 Kelvin optics, or CRI. The second time, she matched the cloud temperature to the optics, or CRI temperature, aka making the optics temperature dependent. An example of a simulated profile is shown here on the left. Like in the previous spectra, we see that using the optics that match the temperature of the supercooled liquid water cloud produces more downwelling long-wave radiation than using only the 300 Kelvin optics. Now this is only one profile. Rowe had several hundred, and this is where I come in. I took each of these profiles, calculated the area between the radiation produced by the temperature-dependent optics and the 300 Kelvin room temperature optics, aka the flux difference, and plotted them as a function of optical depth, or the thickness of the cloud as it appears to radiation. I also colored each point according to the liquid fraction, i.e., higher percentage of the cloud that is liquid, the more green. The point of this graph was to see what kind of clouds were using the temperature dependent. The point of this graph was to see for what kind of clouds using the temperature dependent optics mattered the most. As you can see, optically thin clouds with optical depths between 0 and 4 and more liquid clouds produce the highest differences in model fluxes up to 1.75 watts per meter squared, i.e. using the incorrect 300 Kelvin optics for supercooled liquid cloud matters the most for thin liquid clouds. So now that we've sort of tested our new knowledge in a specific scenario, it found that the radiative transfer models underestimate downwelling long-wave radiation from supercooled liquid clouds by 1.7 watts per meter squared, particularly for thin clouds, which is not a big error, relatively speaking. A big error would be like 10 watts per meter squared, but it's not nothing. Still, if we're underestimating how much downwelling long wave the surface receives and absorbs, we may be underestimating surface temperature, i.e. the model may think the surface is cooler than it should be. So now we go to implementing this in a climate model. So now we put the change in a climate model. We have to simplify for the climate model when we put this parameterization in. And for my example, I was using the Community Earth System Model version 2 or CESM. So major climate models assume in the radiation model that all liquid water behaves like room temperature water, which we have just shown is not true. So we have to alter it so it fits the climate model format in CESM, which involved a lot of fun with Fortran 90 and hard coding. But most importantly, the model used in CESM is not a high-resolution line-by-line radiative transfer model. CESM only has 14 long-wave bands, which is much simpler, and so some information is lost. So looking at the one temperature optics set at a time, for example, we had to treat all water as if it is supercooled. If we don't see an effect on the large scale here, it's not really doing match the cloud temperature to the data set temperature. I.e. looking at one temperature optic set is the biggest hammer, and if we don't see any effect, not worth really trading for a smaller, harder to implement hammer. So my model setup, used a pre-industrial model because it's sort of constant. It's very good for testing. Our forcing doesn't change over time. I used a 40-year run with a free running atmosphere. I used 3 different optic sets, the control in CESM, which is 300 Kelvin, and then I used 240 and 273 Kelvin. And so from that, found that the optics produced, a little bit more radiation when we use the supercooled optics versus the control. And then I also did a 40-year run where I had 3 ensemble members. We use ensemble members to sort of, it's the same climate run over and over again, just with small tweaks to the initial conditions. We use them to sort of measure the noise of the atmosphere. I also nudged the atmosphere to the observation to observed winds because I want to sort of have the same cloud and wind setup to sort of maximize the, when the atmosphere, I nudged the atmosphere to the observed winds because I want to have the sort of same clouds in all of my ensemble members, which it's hard to do otherwise in an ensemble. And for this, I used 2 optic sets, just the control and 263 Kelvin. And I found that I got about 1 to 2 watts per meter squared increase when I used the supercooled liquid water optics. The stippling here means that the dots here means that my change was statistically significant. And then when I looked at surface temperature for these same runs, found that we got, maybe 1 to 2 Kelvin increase. And so after testing the effects of the climate model, we found that we got, pretty small effect, which is about what we expected. Since it's still small, it's not a priority in updating the model, but it's on the list. And so that's how you go from finding a better thing in the observations, labs, to see if it affects something you care about, to see if it improves the climate model. In my case, the effect is pretty small and is on the to add list to add to the CESM list, but it's not the first priority. Yeah, so thanks. Any questions? Sorry, it was quite rambling, but. All right. Let's see. I'll throw up Dylan here. Hi, Dylan.
Hi. Yes, we do have a few questions. Can supercooling happen to liquids other than water?
You know, I think so. I'm not really sure. Yeah, that's a good question. But I don't know.
Cool.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. And What Is My Life asks, how do different types of clouds affect radiation? And can the model incorporate these differences?
Yes. So absolutely, different types of clouds affect radiation. So, for example, thin cirrus clouds, they tend to act as a blanket. Actually, they tend to. My bad. The like sort of low level stratus clouds, they tend to act as a blanket. They absorb a lot of long wave radiation and then we emit it back to the Earth. And so they're very good at warming the Earth's surface. Whereas sort of higher level cirrus clouds are much better at cooling. So they scatter a lot of shortwave, and I don't think they absorb too much long wave, but the model, I think the model can incorporate these differences, but just modeling clouds is hard because of the size difference between, what we're actually trying to model and the grid box size. So they're highly parameterized. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us, Ash. Okay, it is now 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, or 2 o'clock here in Denver, and we are now approaching hour 37. There we go, hour 37 of the Weather and Climate live stream. But now it's time for me to pass the torch to our next host, previous speaker. Do we have him? Yep, there he is, Nick, who previously spoke just earlier, will be our next host.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Nice. Cool. I just froze for 1 second, but I'm here now. Hi everyone. Hey Dylan, great job.
Thank you
for holding it down in the graveyard shift. So yeah, I'm Nicolas Leitmann-Niimi. I'll be hosting for the next block. Thanks everyone for tuning in. So brief introduction myself. I am a early career scientist at Columbia University and the NASA Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City. I'm really excited to be here with you guys. Before we go on to our next speaker, I just want to say we are now at hour 37 of the Weather and Climate live stream, only 13 more hours to go. We've seen so many great talks in these 37 hours. And we have some fun things planned for this block, kind of a little more free form, a few kind of fewer speakers, but some fun activities. So stay tuned. But before we get into that, let's remember why we're here. So weather and climate science in the United States is extremely important. The U.S. has long been a world leader in weather and climate prediction, alongside the first computerized weather forecasts and the first computer models. We were the first to signal to the world about global warming. And we've created these unparalleled networks of observations, not just radars on the ground, but especially satellites and satellite launches, and these satellite networks that let us kind of create a history of observations of different weather and climate variables. So
Hi. Can you, Nick? Can you hear me? I think I'm not sure if it's on my end, but you look frozen to me.
So the current administration is changing rules so that political appointees and not peer review determine who get funded. Political interests are being used to make different plans. Basically, like, yeah, science is under attack. It's being threatened right now, and weather and climate science in this country needs your help. So please look at this link right here. Reach out to your representatives. Help defend weather and climate science in the United States. Tell your representatives to fully fund NOAA, NASA, the NSF, and other agencies, as well as to protect NCAR. If the administration's proposed budget goes through, cuts to the NSF and to NASA Earth Science will be devastating. And the research that you've heard being talked about so far will be harmed. So yeah. Anyway, with that being said, we have Jonah and Ash coming back, but yeah, Jonah Bloch-Johnson, a professor at Tufts University, here joining us to talk about cloud bracket, and we're gonna have some fun. So without further ado, Jonah.
Thank you so much, Nick. And I just want to thank everyone who's watching at this hour and everyone who's in the chat. Hi, What's My Life? Hi, everyone. Thank you, Dylan, for being here so late with us too. I'm not sure what time it is in the various places. Fish, thank you so much, Sydney, various places that you're all at. But I'm actually in Washington, D.C. right now, and it is 4 in the morning. I can hear the birds outside are singing quite a bit. I think the sun's going to come up in the course of this morning's shift, but there's no place I'd rather be. And this is the time, this is the place. And let's continue. I don't know how many folks were here last night when we did the first part of trying to figure out what is the best cloud. And this was a head-to-head competition we were doing between 8 different clouds, and a little bit unfair to the many clouds that we did not include in this. But here we've got the first round. The first half of the first round, we knocked out the cumulus in favor of the lenticular. Really not fair to cumulus there. Lenticular was always going to be a strong contender. Cirrus clouds made it through past stratus clouds, and today right now we're going to talk about head-to-head between cumulonimbus and noctilucent clouds. So I think that Mattis would have been a great choice. I'm
sad they're not here.
No, that's right. It's whoever designed this, there was a whole process long before. So I don't even know to get to this stage.
Asparagus. Oh, I love asparagus.
Oh no, you folks have There's some clouds are definitely robbed in this competition. But
Yeah, there's some rigging going on.
There's some rigging going on. Yeah, exactly. The
Actually,
seed. There's some
what is
cloud
a
seeding. I don't know.
what is a noctilucent cloud? Does anyone know?
Yeah,
I'm not sure what that is.
well, we're gonna get to all of these. I think Nick, do you work on convection? Is that right?
I do work on convection, and I'm sad to admit I don't know much about noctilucent clouds.
We'll get to them in a second, but you probably know a lot about these clouds, I would imagine. Cumulonimbus
Of course,
clouds.
yeah. I mean, this is a very dear to my heart cloud.
Yeah. I actually have. Oh, please go ahead.
Oh, no, I mean, just this cloud is the result of a very strong upwards movement of air, of convection. And I think they will often form what is called an anvil at the top, where the air is rising and there's a temperature inversion close to the top of the cloud, and that acts as a little cap for the rising air, where air can kind of no longer rise past it. And so then what you get is this flattening of the cloud at the top, and it's this invisible boundary that creates this anvil shape that is, I think, very inspiring to a lot of scientists. I don't know. At least it was to me. It's just very fun to think about.
We actually have some video here of both sides of what you're talking about here. So we talked last time about cumulus clouds, and you can see here this. It's a nice, maybe a summer day or something, and you can see this rising air. And as the air rises, it cools. And as it cools, the water is able to stick together. You get these cumulus clouds, these cloud droplets, these little clouds. If that process keeps going, the release of this sort of, water wants to stick together. And so when it starts to get close enough, it accelerates inwards, and that acts to increase the temperature of the air, that sort of acceleration. And so you have this release of energy that can be like a very dramatic, like a bomb going off, so to speak. And here you have that from the ground. You can see that cumulus cloud has turned into a cumulonimbus cloud, and it is raining. Let's look at that one more time.
So hypnotizing.
It's so hypnotizing. Of course, this is sped up quite a bit, but still very fun to see. You can see some of the rain coming out there. And we can't see the top from the ground here. And I might not. Okay, this is now flipping this around quite a bit, which is now we're looking from space. We have a satellite view of the tropics in the part, over the Americas, and over the ocean. You can see that there's this line of. Can people see my? So there's this line of.
Yeah.
And it kind of broadens out over the Amazon rainforest. All these little systems here, these are all little cumulonimbus clouds, and if you just look very carefully, you can actually see this sort of anvil that Nick was talking about. This is a stitching together of two different types of instruments. One is taking, color photography of the Earth, but the other is this sort of mix of, in white, during the nighttime, in white you can see tops of high clouds, and in blue you can see the tops of low clouds. And so you can see that these sort of rising cumulonimbus, these are getting quite high. So cumulonimbus is I think very beautiful. We won't watch all of this, but either you folks have anything you want to add about this?
Nothing. Yeah, I love it. I mean, it's
Okay.
Like popcorn.
Like popcorn, that's right. Popcorn convection is sometimes what it's called. And you can see it's particularly active over the Amazon.
Yeah, I think one of the things I like about if you're able to zoom in on some of these is you can see the anvil, and then if you're close enough, you can see like kind of places where the air is still rising and almost trying to like break through the anvil. It's like that popcorn where it's like that's the spot where the air is coming up and is kind of like rippling the surface a little bit and texturing it just a little bit, but then it kind of settles into the anvil itself. I don't know, I like that extra little texture feature about it. Yeah.
So that's beautiful. That's very beautiful. So that's what I have on cumulonimbus clouds. Let's talk so I don't have a lot on noctilucent clouds, except noctilucent clouds are very different than the other clouds we've been talking about because they occur much higher up in the air, in the mesosphere. So this is a cloud that, that's so high up in the atmosphere that there's very, 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 very little water. And you would only ever see these clouds in the very special conditions that both the ground and most of the atmosphere is in shadow, but then the very top of the atmosphere just happens to catch the sun. And so I'm curious, I've never seen these clouds myself. I'm curious if any other hosts or anyone in the comments ever seen a noctilucent cloud? Yeah, they're very beautiful. Yeah, a lot like ripples in a pool, or and here they're even being reflected on the surface. So it's a really great shot. This is a photograph on Wikipedia if people want to. Yeah, this is a rare cloud. So I think that's all I have on noctilucent clouds. Now is the time in the comments. It's a hard choice, but only one can advance to the next stage of the bracket. What do people think? Are we going with cumulonimbus or are we going with noctilucent? Sydney's seen them. That's fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah, I know it's hard, folks. It's hard. It's hard to.
I mean, I just cumulonimbus
Yeah, what do the other folks think? Ash and Nick, do you have who's gonna?
The noctilucent is so pretty.
So pretty, but cumulonimbus is so I don't know. It's so
magnificent.
Magnificent and prevalent. It's way more common, and
Yeah.
and I think there's some. I think I'm leaning towards cumulonimbus, but only because I've experienced it way more. And but the rarity of the noctilucent is very definitely very appealing.
Yeah, I think that it looks like our chat has come down strong on the side of cumulonimbus. Lots and lots of votes. I really like. Yeah, nothing beats the gorgeous billowing. Absolutely.
Good phrasing.
That really kind of sums it up. Yeah, I think we've got to go there. Okay, so, and then a final matchup here. I mean, we need that rain.
We do need that rain.
Yes.
That's a really good point.
Love the rain.
And we talked a little bit about stratocumulus last time. And because we had Claire Singer, who studies stratocumulus clouds, but she's not alone in studying stratocumulus clouds. They are actually kind of the unsung heroes of the Earth's climate. They're very important to our climate, even though, I mean, this photo tries to make them look nicer, but they're often look from the surface very gloomy. It's really just, a bunch of gray. This is a little bit of a complicated figure that I grabbed from a talk, but what you can see here is really the climate of the Earth is determined by these two different types of light that carry energy. There's a flow of sunlight into the Earth that I'm showing here as these yellow arrows coming in, and then some of that light gets reflected off. But sunlight is coming in and getting absorbed by the planet, and that's sort of higher frequency light, including in the frequencies of light that we all see, or people who see can see, visible light, as well as some ultraviolet or infrared light. But then there's the light given off by the Earth. The Earth is also glowing its own light, and that is infrared light. And so we're absorbing sunlight and we're emitting Earth light. And so we have this balance of these two different types of flows of light. And clouds, they all reflect sunlight. And so they all, if the sun is shining on the Earth and a cloud is there, chances are that cloud is shinier than whatever is underneath it. And so we end up not absorbing the light that we otherwise would have from the sun, and that's helping us to gain less energy. So that's cooling us. So clouds, they all have this quality that if they're there during a time with some sun, they're probably cooling the Earth. But, so that's the cooling effect of clouds reflecting sunlight. But they also absorb some of the Earth light that would have made it to space. And if it turns out that the amount of Earth light that gets shown to space depends on the temperature of the thing that's doing that shining. So if you have a very hot thing, it glows more brightly. If you have a very cold thing, it glows more weakly. And so if you have a very high up cloud, it's going to glow much more dimly. And so if you have a high cloud, it will block some of that light that would have been leaving and replace it with its own much weaker light. And so suddenly you're not able to shed energy to space in the same way as before. And so that means you're going to hang on to that energy. So that's a warming effect. So high clouds reduce Earth light. They make it harder they sort of close our exhaust valve. So we heat up a bit more. So we have this, this really interesting situation where all the clouds cool, but high clouds also warm. And that means that on balance, low clouds have this strong cooling effect. High clouds have both the warming and the cooling effect, but low clouds just have the cooling effect. And so this is a map of showing the effects of clouds on the flow of energy in and out of the Earth. And any place where you see blue are places where the clouds are cooling the Earth, and any place you see red are places where the clouds are warming the Earth. And you can see for the most part, clouds are cooling the Earth, and especially in these sort of regions here, because these are regions where you have these low stratocumulus clouds over the ocean. All clouds are cool. That is definitely the case, but not all clouds cool. That's a little complicated, but low clouds over the ocean, especially these stratocumulus clouds, are really important for keeping the Earth cool. And so, yeah, they look kind of blah like this from the ground, but then if you look from above, now we're back in that same video, you can see, at night you can see these clouds are blue, meaning that they're low clouds. It has a little bit to do with the ocean circulation in the sense that these are places where you have ocean upwelling. You have cold water coming up from the deep that then sits under hot air above. And so you have this little boundary layer by the surface where the air can't really escape that boundary layer. If you have hotter air over colder air, it's like having very not dense things over dense things. And so it's hard for it to escape up. It just drops right back down. So you get this air that's stuck by the surface. And so, it might start to build up some cloud, but it doesn't kind of explode away like the cumulonimbus we were looking at. And if we zoom in a little bit more, this is what these clouds look like. really beautiful, I think. And I'm just going to go back for a second. You can see some of that these stratocumulus clouds have lots of little areas of these open and closed cells. This is these are little closed systems where air is coming up in the middle and coming down on the sides, or sometimes the other way around. And so you get these little, it almost looks like little geometric patterns, little tilings of cloud. And figuring out what these cloud decks, these stratocumulus cloud decks are going to do is one of the biggest sources of uncertainty for how climate change is going to work, because it turns out that warming can affect these cloud decks. So if warming makes them go away, that would be a positive feedback. That would mean as we warmed, we would start to absorb more sunlight and we would warm even more. But maybe it doesn't do it that much. This is really hard for us to figure out. And so it makes it, it's not like, we know that climate change is happening. We know that we're in store for more warming as we put more CO2 in the air. But is it 2 degrees? Is it 4 degrees? A lot of that is bound up with, do we have positive cloud feedbacks in regions like this? So stratocumulus seems very, minor, but actually, or not as charismatic as the other clouds, but it holds these secrets that are really important to our future. And I think to answer Sydney's question really quickly, oh, did I lose it? I'm sorry if I, I'm curious if the other hosts have any thoughts on stratocumulus or any,
Yeah, I mean, I think that what you're saying about the cold ocean upwelling and over the hot air, it's yeah, I mean, you can show it here, right here in this figure. It's like these are big. I mean, they may not look like very big areas, but they are very big areas. And like you were saying about the charisma of the clouds, like just the sheer size of these areas where the clouds are forming, it's a little hard to kind of like wrap your head around like okay, this is like maybe 5 to maybe like 4% of the entire coverage of the map, but that is a really big impact when you are thinking about kind of global warming as this thing that kind of compounds over time and happens on such a large scale. So yeah, I think that's, I don't know where my mind goes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. I think also answering Sydney's question that they have a warming effect over Africa and the Arctic.
Yeah.
They do have a warming effect in the Arctic and Antarctic because it's just so cold there that we often get temperature inversions in the Arctic where the atmosphere is warmer than the surface. And so that means that the clouds have a higher temperature than the surface. And so they end up warming the surface. We have sort of 2 preferred states in the Arctic. We have a clear state and we have a cloudy state. And the cloudy state is always warmer at the surface than the clear state, because there's nothing to stop all the radiation being emitted from the surface from escaping to space. Whereas when we have clouds in the Arctic or the Antarctic, that keeps that radiation from escaping to space.
That's right. And there's also...
it's also because it's just so reflective in the Arctic. The ground doesn't absorb anything like other places in the ocean and the land, like where we have, dark ocean or dark land. Like that's sort of why it's true that's the Arctic and Antarctic are special. And I think that's also why the Africa is, because the desert is highly reflective.
Exactly. Highly reflective surface, so it doesn't really have that much of a cooling effect. You already are reflecting a lot of sunlight. Having a reflective cloud over those places doesn't really change things too much in that regard. But then also there is this temperature structure. And yeah, there's actually one of the few places on Earth where we get these low clouds over land is over Southeast Asia, over China. This is a unique aspect of how the atmospheric circulation in that part of the Earth works. You get a lot of low clouds there. And the question of did the ocean currents follow the direction of the air currents or vice versa? There is a big part of the ocean circulation that is driven by wind, but there is also aspects of the ocean circulation due to the sinking of water in the polar regions as that water gets more dense due to changes in the saltiness of the water. So there's different aspects of the ocean circulation, but they're mutually influencing each other. It's a dance between these two very different systems.
Yeah, usually the winds influence the surface ocean currents. They sort of drag them in circles called gyres, and there's always the direction the ocean goes is always a little bit offset from the winds, just because of the way the physics works. And that's why sort of in the middle of some gyres we get upwelling, we get sort of a pileup of water that sort of sinks down to the bottom, and sometimes we get sort of the gyre will pull water away from the center, and then we get sort of less water in the center, and that sort of pulls water up.
Absolutely. And now we have our final cloud in the matchup, which is the morning glory cloud, which is a cloud it's a type of roll cloud, and it is really strange. You only get this cloud really consistently in one place on Earth, the Gulf of Carpentaria in Australia. I know we have, I think someone said they're in New Zealand, and I know it's quite a bit away from Australia, but still closer than probably a lot of us. Has anyone ever seen a morning glory cloud or even a roll cloud at any point? No. That is very I threw this in as a bit of a curveball. These clouds, they're manifestations of waves in the atmosphere. You have rising and falling motions sort of in quick succession, and these are kind of like standing waves. The waves are passing through, but at the same time, these are sort of moving just very slowly out. But yeah, very unusual cloud. And I know we went really in depth on stratocumulus clouds and not so much on morning glory clouds, but it is time for a final vote here for this first round. Do we have any opinions on stratocumulus clouds versus morning glory clouds?
I feel like we have to have like one rare cloud in the bracket. I mean, that's not a good enough reason here. I mean, I think the stratocumulus cloud is.
Did lenticular make it?
Oh,
lenticulars made it through.
Okay.
Sure, lenticular beat out cumulus.
All right, so we got that one.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go stratocumulus. I haven't seen a morning glory, but stratocumulus they're fun.
Yeah, stratocumulus. Yeah, that's Chad agrees. I think we are going to go with stratocumulus here. Wonderful. These are all hard choices. None of these are not. Why am I doing this to us? I don't know. But this is what we're doing at 4:30 in the morning or 1:30 in the morning or whatever in the morning, wherever you are. We are picking favorites with clouds, which is probably going to get us in trouble with the clouds at some point. But that's what it's all about.
It needs to be done.
It needs to be done. Well, we're going to come back to that. maybe we're going to switch gears quite a bit on, and talk about a much more serious thing, which is last night we talked about some of the letters people have been wrote about NCAR, and we talked, NCAR, these announced plans to dismantle NCAR, and some of the documents that came out showing that this was a decision based on the fact that NCAR was generating science that could be used to justify policies that the administration didn't like. And it's not that NCAR was, advocating for policies that the administration didn't like. They just made science that could be used to justify such policies. And so this might become a standard for how research funding is distributed in the United States. We have this new set of proposed rules from the OMB, and I have, there's been a series of posts by, I think this person is at the NIH. Let me pull up. Can folks see this post from Elizabeth Connexy? I think this is up on the screen.
Yes, it's here now.
Okay. So this is a sort of a follow-up post to the first one that Elizabeth wrote about sort of summarizing everything in the OMB rules, and they are really is really quite collection. We'll only get a little bit into this because I know we have a talk coming up at 4:40, but maybe Nick and we can start to read this because I think people should understand both what's at stake and what we need to do, and we'll continue this later in this block. So, what OMB's proposed federal financial assistance rule means in practice. So maybe we can trade paragraphs, Nick, if that sounds good to you.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Reading the changes together, this is what a researcher or institution would face under the proposed rule.
A program officer at NIH or NSF wants to solicit applications for a study on health disparities. Before the NOFO is posted, the program must be designed to align with administration policies and priorities. A senior political appointee must approve the NOFO. Applications can be excluded based on institutional affiliations.
Well, let me get rid of this little. Okay. That's one scenario. A researcher submits a proposal. It passes peer review. This is what all of us dream of. A political appointee reviews it and decides it involves anti-American values. It is denied. The peer review recommendation is advisory and there is no appeal right. So this is a big difference from how things currently work.
Yeah. A researcher 3 years into a 5-year NIH grant publishes findings on climate-related illness. A new agency priority memo is issued. The grant is terminated. The researcher has to let go of her staff and drop the participants mid-study. The agency needs only provide a brief written rationale.
And this has been a big part. It's one thing to not have a grant opportunity in the first place, but PIs are and faculty and group leaders are constantly trying to figure out how do you budget so that you can employ a group of scientists on an ongoing basis. And the amount of people, hopefully, I see this a lot. People care a lot about trying to make sure that they can do right by the people that they have offered positions. And there have been situations in the last few years where people just struggle to figure out how do you let people even just ride out the job that they thought that they had. So this could become the norm. A postdoc needs to renew a journal subscription to access literature for her grant work. The subscription is now an unallowable cost. That is one of the proposed changes. Her institution has limited library access. She reads less, works less efficiently. And this is a big thing around, universities that already have all the resources, they can keep having all the resources. But if you're at a place that doesn't, suddenly you are in a bad situation.
Yeah. Do you want to read? Should we just do these two and then move on to our
just do
next?
these two and
okay.
Yeah.
So a PI wants to present findings at a major international conference not listed in the original award terms. She needs agency pre-approval. It is not granted.
And a university wants to publish its NIH-funded results in an open access journal to comply with the 2022 OSTP mandate. The article processing fee is now unallowable. It cannot comply with both rules at once. And that is another issue, is that people are stuck between, you need to make it open access, but we're not going to let you pay for it.
Yeah.
So
many,
how do you...
So many like rules and extra limitations and rules, and kind of adding a lot of places where the kind of ambiguity of these new rules would just kind of allow for kind of abuses of power or just personal choice almost when it comes to decisions on budget.
Yeah, and I don't think that this one is included in this post, but to abuses of power, there is a possibility to award, to have grants, calls for grants that you do not have to publicly post. And that feels that certainly seems like it could be lead to bad situations. So yeah, this is we really should try to stop this if we can. And we're going to talk after this next speaker about how you can, along with what Nick is about to talk about, there's also further steps that we can take to try to stop these changes, because pushing back, it can work. So we'll be back with more on this.
Cool. Yeah, all right. So we will be moving on to our next speaker, but before we do that, just want to remind everyone why we're here. So again, thanks everyone for joining us at hour 37 of the Weather and Climate live stream. Only 13 more hours to go. We've seen a lot of great talks today. We had some fun with the cloud bracket, and we have an exciting speaker coming next. But before he joins us, let's remember why we're here. So weather and climate forecasts are extremely important. Everyone deserves weather and climate information. It impacts everyone's daily life. And the US and US scientists have become world leaders in weather and climate science. This success is only made possible because of decades of investment by US taxpayers and the American public. And unfortunately, right now, the administration is destroying the foundations of this success. There are many examples of this, but most salient is that the administration has a proposed budget for fiscal year 2027 and are proposing to cut the NSF and NASA's Earth Science budget in half, as well as eliminate NOAA's research arm. This has affected many scientists, including me. On top of that, the administration is trying to dismantle NCAR. We have seen many bad impacts from cuts already. And this is why we need you, the public, to help us defend weather and climate science. Please take a look at the link down below. You can use it to reach out to your representative, and we need you to tell them to fully fund NOAA, NASA, the NSF, protect NCAR, and propose the OMB, oppose the OMB, as we just read in the article with Jonah previously. We need those rules are just very ambiguous and can lead to so much disruption and stress, and ultimately will harm progress in science and weather and climate science and research. So we need your help. And so use this link down below. I think we have, 1 second. Okay, so our next speaker is Tyler Leicht from the, 1 second. He is a postdoctoral research fellow at the University of Exeter, and he'll be talking about extratropical cyclones in the North Atlantic. So without further ado, Tyler, take it away.
All right, thank you, everyone. Can you hear me, Nicolas? Just double checking. Not hearing anything, so I'll just go straight ahead. Thank you all for sticking around, taking advantage of it being morning time here in the UK. And I'd like to chat a little bit about my research as a postdoc here at the University of Exeter, looking at diabatically-driven extratropical cyclones in the North Atlantic. So essentially looking at storms that are more powered by things like condensing water, producing heat in the atmosphere, things like that. And before I sort of jump into the science, I'd like to just briefly say that I was very fortunate to have a lot of interactions with NCAR throughout my grad school experience. I got to visit both the main campus up on the Mesa, as well as the Foothills Lab several times, and was also partially funded by the NSF throughout my grad school. So this cause is, very near and dear to me, of the sort of importance of these institutions back in the US. So some of the motivation behind this project is thinking about some of our difficulties in thinking about the projected changes due to climate change when it comes to these types of, mid-latitude cyclones, especially in the North Atlantic. There's this very low confidence in any sort of projected changes, and there's quite large error bars in what we expect, especially in the latest IPCC AR6 assessment. And the reason for this is there's quite a few sources of uncertainty that have these sort of opposing effects, where things like the strength of the background temperature gradients might be decreasing at low levels because of things like Arctic amplification, but it's strengthening at upper levels because of the sort of warming in the upper parts of our atmosphere, as well as things like the relative importance of these things like latent heating, sort of this water condensing in the atmosphere to cyclone development, and then sort of what we expect for some of the changes associated with these cyclones. And so one way that we thought to sort of constrain some of this uncertainty could be to examine some different types of cyclones rather than just looking at all of the storm track across the North Atlantic. And if we're able to make these dynamically distinct groups, that might be one way of helping out. So this current work aims to create this sort of climatology of North Atlantic cyclones using this method called piecewise potential vorticity inversion within reanalysis data called ERA5 to then be able to group cyclones and then look at some of their characteristics. So I'm using this sort of well-known tracking algorithm for cyclones that is able to pick up on these more synoptic scale features that we expect across the North Atlantic. These cyclones are then selected if they reach their maximum intensity across the North Atlantic region that I define with these coordinates, and as long as they have a track start at least 24 hours before they reach their maximum intensity, just to be sure that there's sort of a long enough buildup that we can look at some of these characteristics of how the cyclones develop. In this work, I'm showing the results for the 100 most intense cyclones that are selected. And then I've just about completed a sort of second batch of analysis looking at sort of the average cyclone that you might expect across the North Atlantic and sort of picking out 100 samples from there. So I know this is sort of a wider audience without such a sort of concrete focus in what I talk about. So I'll try to summarize this a bit more than what I have on the slide. But essentially, there's this quantity called potential vorticity that can then be related back to winds and temperature anomalies and sort of the height of different pressure levels in the atmosphere. So it's a really good quantity because under a lot of conditions, this is a conserved quantity. And so we can sort of track it and use it for things like extracting out the wind field if we have the potential vorticity. The other sort of benefit is that you can, rather than looking at the total sort of throughout the atmosphere potential vorticity, if you cut it into different layers, you can then look at each of those layers separately, and in theory, they should add together to create the sort of total anomaly. So what's nice about that is then we can separate these anomalies into different layers, and then we can look at how cyclones develop from these potential vorticity anomalies in different layers. Sort of, are they close to the surface? Are they in the middle of the atmosphere? Or are they in the upper part of the atmosphere? And what does that say about sort of the characteristics of these cyclones? They've been partitioned by sort of the relative contribution to the metric that we're tracking these cyclones on, which is relative vorticity, or sort of a spin of the wind at 850 hectopascals. So sort of high up near where the boundary layer is in the atmosphere. We then take a sort of 6 by 6 degree box around the cyclone, average that contribution over the 24 hours to be able to create these groups of cyclones that are more forced by low levels, by mid levels, and by upper levels. And then these cyclones are separated into these equal-sized groups. So if we look at sort of the average contribution of these 100 cyclones and then create these sort of violin plots, we can see that there's quite a different distribution for the sort of potential vorticity in the different layers. We can see that closer to the surface, you have quite a large contribution. So that upper tercile are the sort of strongest cyclones that have the low level forcing, have up to 75% of their sort of developmental strength associated with this lower level anomaly in the atmosphere, whereas the mid upper levels are somewhere in the range of 10 to 20%. So there's quite a large disparity there, and you can see that the sort of distributions are quite uneven even amongst themselves. And so the focus of this talk will really be on this blue category here that developed from more lower level PV anomalies, and then a little bit of sort of how that compares to some of the other groups. So just to get a sense of where these storms are reaching their maximum intensity, what I've got shaded is sort of the average track density of where these cyclones go across the North Atlantic. The blue category is what we're focusing on. In the blue, for low level, they are slightly further to the west across the basin. The mid-level forced ones in the pink are slightly further south, and then the upper level are slightly further to the east in the basin. But overall, they seem to cover a lot of the North Atlantic and where we typically see cyclones. So it's not super delineated, but there's this slight variation. So now I'll be going through what are called composites, which are essentially just an average of these conditions centered on the cyclone. So each of the cyclone centers are sort of remapped to be at the 0, point. And what I have here is just the mean sea level pressure in these burgundy dash contours. And the solid contours are the sort of mid-tropospheric height that is typically looked at for these types of systems. And then the upper level jet stream is what I have shaded here. So 24 hours before these cyclones reach their maximum intensity, we can see that there's this sort of maxima in the jet slightly downstream of where we have the developing cyclone. We can also see that this, what's called a trough axis, which is sort of typically looked at for cyclone development, is slightly offset to the west by about 6 degrees of longitude from the actual cyclone center, which is sort of a favorable pattern for developing cyclones. We can also see that this sort of well-known phenomena of cyclones crossing the jet, so going from the south side to the north side in the northern hemisphere, is occurring mostly within the jet entrance region. When we get to maximum intensity, we can see that there's this sort of embedded height minima. So we have a lower extent of that pressure level, so it's physically lower in the atmosphere. So that's suggesting that there's a colder air mass in that location. We can also see that the trough is positively tilted, which is sort of associated with waves breaking in the atmosphere. And is, again, sort of a well-known phenomena in this sort of atmospheric dynamics community. we can see that there's really not much of what's called an atmospheric ridge upstream of this location. It's mostly this broad trough, which is, again, associated with cyclones, stormy weather, cold weather. We can also see that there's the slight secondary maxima of the upper level jet as well, downstream of the cyclone. And that's suggesting that maybe there is some sort of outflow on the east side of the cyclone called a warm conveyor belt, and it's suggesting that there might be some of those processes occurring. I should also note that if you sort of track the average sea level pressure, you get the characteristics of what you've probably heard of as a bomb cyclone. So these are very intense cyclones across the North Atlantic. I'll skip these composites for now, but essentially these cyclones have a very strong area of baroclinicity, or sort of potential for the storm to form, and that ends up getting used up. So it's sort of using up the available energy for developing as a cyclone, and that is also sort of reflected in these vectors as well. What I have here now is, looks like the text got a little mixed up with my caption. What I have shaded is a quantity called integrated vapor transport. So it's sort of the wind moving moist air masses in the atmosphere, a different height level of the atmosphere at 700 hectopascals, and then also what are called Q vectors to sort of look at where atmospheric fronts and vertical motion might be occurring. So not super unexpected, the cyclones that are more driven by this sort of moist processes are associated with large amounts of vapor transport. So it has this very warm, moist air mass. We can also see, I will correct myself, the contours are not height. They're actually a quantity called potential temperature, or equivalent potential temperature. And that just gets a sense at where sort of warm, moist air versus cool and dry air is. So we can see here that there's sort of this tongue of increased warm, moist air towards the center of the cyclone. We can also see that there's these very strong gradients of that quantity. So that's suggesting that there's these strong fronts in the region. And then as we get towards the time of maximum intensity, we can also see that the moisture transport has decreased a lot. So that suggests that some of it sort of fell out of the atmosphere as rain. It could also be the fact that as the storms sort of move further to the north, they're in a background area with less moisture, so there's less moisture to transport. Can also see that in these vectors, they're suggesting that there is what's called frontogenesis, or strengthening of the fronts here in this typical area where we would expect a surface warm front to be, as well as partially here in the cold front region as well. So I'll just wrap up to say that this method was sort of a way of testing out our hypothesis that we can break up these cyclones into different forms, and then use that to look at the characteristics of the storm track, first in these sort of pseudo observations or reanalysis, and then thinking about applying that to climate model data. We can see that the cyclones that are most forced strongly most by this lower level potential vorticity tend to be further west across the North Atlantic. And then some of these characteristics have sort of the strongest upper level jet. They become the most intense. They have the strongest moisture transport in the 24 hours before maximum intensity. They end up becoming occluded, or sort of separated from the air masses that develop the cyclone to begin with. And they seem to have some of these features known as a T-bone structure, which is sort of a subset of developing cyclones across the North Atlantic. And yeah, so there's sort of these slightly distinct characteristics here from other types of these intense cyclones. And so it's suggesting that there's this sort of separation that we might be able to use as a proxy in the climate models going forward with the rest of my research. I'll wrap up there, and I'm happy to take any questions that anyone has. Thank you all for having me.
Great. Thanks so much, Tyler, for the great talk. We definitely have a couple questions in the chat. The first one comes from Sydney.
Sorry, Nicolas, I can't hear you. I'm having the same issue, I guess.
Oh, it's from before? Okay.
I could try leaving and coming back in.
Yeah, I think that might be the best course of action.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Tyler's gonna leave and come back, and we'll get to those questions in a second. While he's doing that, I just want to. Oh, okay.
Yeah, now
Looks
it's
like
working.
he
I don't know why
is
it's
coming back, so no need to talk about it just yet. Hey, Tyler.
Yep.
You can hear me?
How's it going, Nicolas? Yes,
Good.
I can hear you.
Good. Yeah, awesome. All right, thanks so much for that great talk. Yeah, so we definitely have a couple questions in the chat. Our first question is from Sydney Lindquist. How is PV different than CAPE?
Ooh, that's a good question. So PV is what's known as a conserved quantity. So sort of under certain assumptions, it's conserved. So even if you have sort of a region of higher PV and then move it to a different region of the atmosphere, in theory, that should be conserved, assuming it sort of meets that threshold. CAPE is more of a localized thing. So it is a product of sort of the column of the atmosphere above you, and it's often associated with thunderstorms. So CAPE would be like something that I could look at in the sort of composite framework that I showed here, and could look at and see, you know, are there regions where you might expect embedded thunderstorms within these cyclones, which can often happen, especially sort of in that region where you had the moisture transport. That's often very conducive for these environments with higher amounts of CAPE.
Nice. Cool. We have another question from, we have a couple questions from What Is My Life? But the first one is, I don't think we've seen many talks about cyclones in the live stream. What brought you to this area of research?
Ooh, that's a really good question. So for my PhD, I looked at something slightly different, what's called atmospheric blocking, or sometimes called weather regimes. Yeah, I've sort of always been interested in this field of meteorology where it's, I think because I sort of grew up in upstate New York, so we have a lot of these sort of cyclones, and we have sort of a set of typical weather that can happen that's called synoptic meteorology. So it happens on the scale of like maybe 1,000 to a couple thousand kilometers, and it'll happen over the course of a couple days. And so I think just because that's sort of the weather that I saw around me, I've always been drawn to things like that. And then even in my PhD, it was a slightly longer time scale, but it can sort of have an impact on the types of cyclones and just other weather events that we see, especially here in the mid-latitudes. So yeah, I think a lot of it is just sort of the curiosity around me.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, it's a good, I love hearing the origin stories. And then the last question from What Is My Life is there a reason for differentiating wintertime cyclones?
Yes, so typically speaking, in the mid-latitudes, we get our strongest, extratropical cyclones are strongest in the wintertime. There's sort of this strongest temperature gradient since we have a really cold pole, and we can still get some sort of tropical air masses moving further to the north since it's still quite hot there. So we have the strongest temperature gradient somewhere in the northern hemisphere, and that acts as sort of fuel for these types of cyclones, rather than a hurricane, which feeds off more of like warm sea surface temperatures and sort of can develop on its own. This is more reliant on having this really strong temperature gradient. So really cold air to the north or west and really warm air to the south or east, oftentimes. And so these cyclones are typically stronger. And so it's sort of looking at where there is probably the highest chance for there to be sort of separation between how the cyclones might act. Versus in the summertime, they're oftentimes a lot weaker just because the sort of temperature gradient between the North Pole and the equator in the summertime is a lot weaker. And so there's not as much fuel for these types of cyclones.
Totally. Yeah. I had a personal question about this, which I think you started to answer it, but are there other kind of important things you'd want to note between the difference between the extratropical cyclone and more of a tropical cyclone, or typhoons and hurricanes? What I mean, you mentioned some stuff about the strength. What else do you think you could say about that?
In sort of differentiating between the tropical and extratropical cyclones?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so another big part of it is, since I'm now in the UK and sort of over in Europe, a lot of their extreme weather is more associated with these types of cyclones. So there's sort of a, not selfish, but sort of a societally motivated, these are the impactful weather systems for them. And so they want to sort of understand what's happening to them. With hurricanes, oftentimes, there's just sort of different dynamics at play. So it oftentimes relies on some sort of atmospheric wave, oftentimes in the tropics, relies on there being warm sea surface temperatures and not a lot of what's called wind shear, or sort of differences in the wind across the atmosphere. And so while hurricanes can oftentimes, get up to places like New York, we've had Sandy, we've had Irene, we've had, other sort of noteworthy hurricanes impacting parts of sort of the northeastern US. It's oftentimes quite rare. It's sort of a every couple of years phenomena, whereas these types of cyclones, these are essentially just a form of our nor'easters. So that's something that we have, 3, 5, 6 times in a winter season. You can have these sorts of big types of cyclones. So it's also sort of, how frequent they are, and sort of thinking about what's most common for the sort of impactful weather in these different types of regions.
Got it. Cool. All right, Tyler, thank you so much for coming on and talking about such important work. Yeah, that was awesome.
Of course, glad to contribute, and thank you all for the really interesting questions.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Great. Well, if you're just tuning in, we are now in hour 38 of the Weather and Climate live stream. Only 12 more hours to go. We've seen a lot of great talks so far, and we are going to be resuming some more fun activities with Jonah and possibly Ash. But before they join us, just want to acknowledge why we're here. Weather and climate forecasts are extremely important. Everyone deserves actionable weather and climate information. Thankfully, the US and US scientists have become world leaders in weather and climate science. We had developed the first computerized weather forecasts and brought the existence of global warming to light in front of Congress. The success was only made possible by decades of investment by the American public and you, the American taxpayer. Right now, the administration is destroying the foundations of this success. For example, they are trying to dismantle NCAR, a world-renowned laboratory for weather and climate science in Colorado. This is not because of any legitimate scientific disagreement, but rather because NCAR climate research does not align with the administration's political priorities. We have seen other bad cuts from this administration. Short-staffed weather stations are already hurting forecasts. To the tornado forecasts have been documented as coming later than previously. And there have been shrinking and shuttering of climate labs across the country. So we need you, the public, to help us defend weather and climate science. Please use this link in the video description to call and write your representative. We need you to tell them to fully fund NOAA, NASA, the NSF, as well as to protect NCAR and oppose the OMB. These decisions are happening right now, And so now is the time to make your voice heard. So yeah, please help take action. And without further ado, we will be having Jonah and Ash joining us. And again, to reintroduce Jonah, Jonah is a professor at Tufts University. And he, earlier before Tyler's talk, we were doing a cloud bracket where we were trying to pick the best cloud. And that is because right now we're in the graveyard shift and we are getting a little loopy, but we decided that I think right now we're at lenticular clouds and cumulonimbus clouds and stratocumulus clouds and cirrus clouds, I think, are all still in the brackets. So if you're in the chat, if you're active, when we start talking about that, please make your decision and your opinion heard on your favorite type of cloud. And also feel free to ask questions about any clouds you might want to hear about, because we've got a few cloud enthusiasts and cloud experts, myself included. And so, love to hear about that. In addition to that, Jonah and I were reading from the a letter about the Office of Management and Budget's proposed federal financial assistance rule. And so we will probably continue to do that before our next speaker comes later on. So, yep. Hey, Jonah, how's it going?
Hi, folks. Sorry about that. Had some technical difficulties, but I am returned here.
Come
back. Thanks. And yeah, we left on a cliffhanger. How do you stop this new rule? And there's a very important thing that's happening. So one thing is definitely, like we're encouraging you to contact your representatives, but also for proposed rules. Let's read this. Nick, do you want to start with under the?
Yeah. So how to stop the new OMB rule? What is at stake in the comment period? Under the Administrative Procedure Act, OMB must respond to every significant comment before finalizing the rule. A large volume of substantive comments serves three purposes.
So it creates a record of opposition that courts can review if the rule is challenged.
It forces OMB to defend each provision individually, potentially causing them to drop or narrow the most indefensible ones.
It signals to Congress that the rule is controversial enough to warrant legislative action or appropriations riders.
A form letter campaign is far less effective than individual substantive comments. OMB can dismiss 100,000 identical comments as a single comment. A single well-argued comment from a scientist, university, or professional society explaining exactly how a specific provision would harm a specific type of research carries far more weight.
Now, I know what you might be thinking. I mean, first of all, I think everyone has a scientist in them. We're all scientists. I think being a human involves in some ways being a scientist. But you might wonder, am I someone who should be submitting a letter? I'm going to scroll down here because they point out whereas you do not need to be an expert, a scientist, or a lawyer. Anyone can comment. And in fact, they say down here, where is it? Do I need to be a U.S. citizen to comment? No. Anyone can submit a public comment. There's no citizenship requirement. So I know that some of our viewers might be outside the U.S. This is something that anyone who feels like they have a stake in U.S. science can comment on. And we're going to talk about what goes into a good comment. But first of all, I'm just going to put up the link on the screen. We have a banner here. I thought I made the banner, but let me just put it up really quickly. this is the URL. You can also see it on the page, but this way, as we scroll, you'll be able to see it. This, anyone can submit a public comment, and the deadline, you have some time until July 13th. People think that this rule, if it goes into effect, would go into effect late in the summer, maybe in the fall. So there's time, and this isn't just an academic exercise. This is something that really can potentially be affected. So let's read a little bit about this. Some of the steps that are involved. So do you want, maybe we can alternate some of the steps. Do you want to go ahead, Nick?
Yeah, sure. So step 1, go to the right place. The official comment portal is regulations.gov. Go directly to the docket for this rule, or go to www.regulations.gov and search for OMB 2026-0034. I'll just read the whole step. When you land on the docket page, you will see the proposed rule document and a blue button at the top left of your screen that says comment. Click it. That is the button you want.
So since step 2, filling in the details of the comment form. So you will see a box to type your comment. You have room for 5,000 characters. We're going to talk in a second about exactly how to write your comment below. Underneath the comment section, there is a box that says, what is your comment about? It has a pull-down menu to choose from some options, but this is not a required field. Your comment can speak for itself. Then there's an upload box where you can add attachments. It could be a written version of your comment or more information. This is optional. An optional email address to send you confirmation and notify you when the agency responds in the final rule, recommended but not required. And then there are 3 options. You can say you're an individual, an organization, or anonymous. And again, so this is making it very easy. You can submit anonymously, but if you do provide your name and organization, it will be published publicly. So you have an option to get your name on your comment, or you can be anonymous. But be aware that everything that you put in the comment form will be posted publicly. So be mindful of that. Your home address, your phone number, other personal information. Don't include that if you don't want that to be in there. And you can just use your first name.
Yeah. Step 3 is writing your comment. This is the part that people find most intimidating, but it doesn't really need to be. The goal is just to explain in your own words why this rule concerns you and how it would affect you or your work. And I think the most important thing here is your own words, having it be a unique comment that comes from your brain. Sorry, I didn't say this. The most effective structure, so you can use this as a template. The first paragraph, say who you are and why you are qualified to comment. You don't need credentials. Being affected is enough. And so some examples are saying you're a grad student at a university who receives NIH funding, or you're just a member of the public who cares about federally funded medical research, or a faculty member whose research has been supported by federal funding for a number of years. And then you should identify the specific provisions that concern you and explain what they would do. You do not need to quote that rule directly, but just explain what you understand it to mean in plain terms. And then third paragraph, explain the concrete harm, what would happen to you, what would happen to your lab, your institution, your community, the people you know, and the more specific and personal, the better. And then state clearly what you want the OMB to do. And this can be as simple as urging them to withdraw the provision or urging them to not finalize this rule.
That's fantastic. And let's talk about that second criteria that they want you to identify the specific provisions that concern you by section number. And here we have a bunch of these section numbers. And if this looks a little bit confusing, the same author, Elizabeth Genexi, has another post in which she discusses she breaks down 19 different consequences of these OMB rules, including the one I talked about before about not making grants necessarily public, calls for grant applications. And for each one, she puts the section number. So you can go and read that, and you can say, oof, I don't like this, I don't like that. Whatever, if that is your reaction, if that is how you feel, there's a place for you to go and learn about all of these specific pieces of it. And we have, maybe I'll, do you want to talk, Nick, about some of these things? What makes a comment strong? And I'll do what makes a comment weak.
So what makes a comment strong is specificity, naming those sections after you go and read them, explaining the harm, describing things that really make it a unique and personal comment. And then, personality, describing how it relates to you and your life and your work and your community and your institution. If you have factual information, in this example, they cite my lab has 3 international collaborators. And numbers like that always help place things in reality. And then making sure it's really your own words, and original and plain language. And Jonah, do you want to read what makes a comment weak?
Sure. And many of this, it looks like, are just flips of the things that you just said, Nick, of don't make it identical, don't just use a form letter. Remember to cite your sections. Remember to have that personal connection. And we won't go through these examples because these are kind of long. But let's get to, so step 4, submit and save your confirmation. Looks like there's a CAPTCHA of some sort you'll have to do, and I'm not a robot. And then there's a blue submit comment button at the very bottom, and then you're done. And you'll receive a tracking number on the screen, which you can write down, a confirmation email if you provided your address, and then within a few days, your comment will appear publicly on regulations.gov. And then that's it. You've officially submitted your comment.
Nice. Yeah. And there's all these FAQs, and I think we covered some of them before. But,
that's right. We said you don't have to be a US citizen. Will be made public. No minimum. And you can see in here that, here we go. This is helpful. OMB reviews all comments and then publishes a final rule. And the final rule must respond. Your comment will be responded to. Must respond to all significant comments. The administration has indicated it intends to finalize the rule with an effective date of October 1st, 2026. And if the rule is finalized, then legal challenges are expected, and those legal challenges will rest in part on those comments. So please, if you feel strongly about this, go to this URL and submit your thoughts. And of course, also everything you're doing, have been doing for the live stream of calling your representatives, still important for this. So that's kind of what we have in that letter. Nick, do you have any further thoughts on this, or should we conclude the cloud?
Yeah,
we can do that in a second.
Yeah, let's return to the cloud bracket in a sec. I think the only thing is, if you're feeling any sort of outrage at what's going on, this is a way to channel it. This is a way to do something actionable, and just to help try to reprioritize weather and climate science and progress. But I think we can go back to the fun stuff with the cloud bracket.
But that's absolutely right. And there's already over, I see a note from Ash here, there's already over 3,500 comments on the OMB rule. And we are just days into this, and I'm sure. I mean, I didn't link to it, but there's, the editor-in-chief of Science, the journal, published a very rousing editorial, kind of saying that I think there has been an approach in the community for a while of, trying to be a little bit more wait and see or be a bit more patient, and I think we've had a thought for a while that, okay, these are just struggles about the budget, but it turns out the budget is just one piece of this. If you have an executive that wants to change how all of it works in this way, it really then the budget's not enough on its own. So yes, please. But yeah, let's return. I know we were just doing this a bit, but now we can move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I think the last thing I wanted to say with what you're just to kind of reiterate what you just said, because it just occurred to me, and so basically like the budget is one of the issues, but the way that budget is allowed to be used for science itself, those rules are similarly extremely impactful to the way the research happens. And if those rules get subjected to this like potential for abuse of power and politicization, that is similarly as harmful as just not having a budget at all. And that's why this matters, and that's why there's already 3,500 comments on this rule.
That's right. Yeah. And I think we are one of a number of sort of these early canaries in the coal mine of of who might be targeted. The NCAR situation that we're dealing with is an example of what's to come. But this isn't even just a science issue. Research funding goes into all the different aspects of how people try. So this is a big thing to address.
So it's not just science. Yeah.
Well, on a much lighter note, let us return to this question that we've been trying to think about. What is the best cloud? And I'll remove the, thanks. What is the best cloud? It just feels like such a sacrilegious thing to just choose one, but that's what we're up to today. And we've narrowed down our options here. We've got lenticular, cirrus, cumulonimbus, and stratocumulus. And just to maybe make things a little bit, welcome back, Ash. Awesome. Maybe just to make things a little bit, give you a little bit more information. First, we're going to consider lenticular versus cirrus. And I have a little bit more information than we had before. So before we had this picture, a lovely lenticular cloud over a mountain. And we also showed this movie that was taken almost 100 years ago by Masanao Abe. This is a cloud. So you can see that in the previous picture, the lenticular cloud was sitting right on top of the mountain, but often they also appear because there's a wave kind of, in the same way that if you had water coming off a faucet and you stick your hand in there and maybe the water after it would be kind of flickering back and forth, you can get a wave. You can produce these sorts of clouds. But this is a cloud, that's a 100-year-old cloud that we're looking at. Wow. Pretty cool.
That is cool.
Clouds don't normally get to last so long. And we talked actually a little earlier, we had Mackenzie talking about some of these mountain waves and some of the lenticular clouds that can start to form. So all of this is making lenticular clouds seem very cool. But something that we should think about, a friend pointed this out to me, is that lenticular clouds are often a sign that you're going to be encountering turbulence. So this friend was saying she was flying on a plane through the Rockies, and then all of a sudden she saw these beautiful lenticular clouds. She thought, wow, that's so cool. And then she had the worst turbulence she's ever experienced. It was the most terrifying experience. Oh, so wow. This is something that's maybe a little scary. So, And then I just wanted to go back to the cirrus a bit. Although I don't want to brush through this. Ash and Nick, do you guys have any thoughts on is this a scandal for lenticular clouds? That this is coming out? Is this good?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think maybe it adds to its charisma though, giving a little flash of danger. I think you could view it. I think you can view it multiple ways, because you can, see it as it can be a warning sign. So it can, it can be something that's, useful to you. You can view it in that way, or you can attach that danger to its actual personality and say that it only exists because of this turbulence that can be so potentially harmful and scary. So I don't know, it kind of expands the universe of the lenticular cloud to me.
Yeah, I hadn't sort of made the connection, although I go to school with Mackenzie and we live in the same place, and so I see lenticular clouds quite a lot, particularly in the winter when we have those really strong downslope windstorms. Yeah, they're very pretty, but herald very, very windy days. So
Okay, well,
pretty but
interesting.
dangerous.
But the danger is I really like. Yeah, the danger is the allure.
Danger is
good. Okay, well, let's also look at cirrus. So before I just showed one picture of cirrus, I think, but something amazing about cirrus is that there's many different types of cirrus. So here we have some cirrus fibratus. I probably won't do this Latin in the right way, but you can see, these ice crystal clouds. And cirrus are really interesting because they can be very faint in the visible, but then in the infrared, the Earth light that we were talking about, they can absorb quite strongly. And here's some cirrus uncinus. What is that? How do you guys think we pronounce this?
Uncinus.
Uncinus.
Uncinus, yes.
Yeah. And I think these are also called mare's tails or something like this. It's starting to almost looks a little bit like Virgo, which is when you sometimes precipitation will evaporate before it reaches the surface, and so uncinus. Yeah, that sounds right, Fish. It will evaporate before it reaches the surface, and so you'll just have sort of precipitation in the air. It's snowing basically, and then that water kind of evaporates back into the sky.
I just looked it up. Uncinus means hook in Latin, so it's like cirrus is sort of like I think it's hair, I want to say.
Of course.
Or like curl. Yes, curl hair. So cirrus fibratus is like sort of thin curl, and cirrus unctus is like hook kind of curl.
Cool.
Makes sense.
The more you know.
The more you know. And here's, I just want to show one more crazy picture of cirrus, which is here we have a hurricane, and there's a whole shield of cirrus kind of flowing out.
Yeah.
And so surely it can't be cirrus. Is I'm really sorry about this. I'm sorry that I included such a bad pun in here. But this is, cirrus has its own charisma. So now we are faced with a difficult choice, because we are lenticular or cirrus.
No. Don't make me choose.
Seriously overused. That's true.
Seriously overused. It's hard because cirrus is such a it's such a silent killer, It's like only so invisible. Its impact is huge, at least for what we do, and similar to how we were how we X'd out Morning Glory and Nocticulant, we I don't know, I don't want it to do the same silent assassination of lenticular clouds, but I think I'm gonna stick with lenticular, mainly because the theory behind it, and how you can kind of it's a very teachable cloud, I guess, and I think it captures a lot of imaginations of atmospheric scientists. And so even though it's a little less outsized of an impact, I think I'm voting lenticular.
I think I'll also vote lenticular. It's yeah, it's just so pretty, and I've seen them while driving at night.
Wow.
Definitely looks like a UFO. Can't stand to testify.
That's pretty cool. That's
It
pretty
creeped me
cool.
out. I was like, what is that thing?
Yeah, a cloud that could creep you out. I think, I mean, there are no easy choices at this point, but I can see in the chat that people are, I think that people are also consolidating around lenticular. Sydney says, lenticular just looks so cool. So I think lenticular carries the day. Sorry, Cirrus. Why so Cirrus?
Seriously miss you.
Seriously miss you. Let's also consider in this last little moment here the other little matchup, cumulonimbus versus stratocumulus in the semifinals. I think we have time before 5:40. Is that right? So I also add just a little bit here, which is here's that anvil that we were talking about before.
Nice. And with that little popcorn in the center.
Yes, overshooting top.
Yeah. So can you say again, Nick, exactly where is this coming from? How are we ending up with something so crazy like this?
Yeah, so this is definitely one of my biggest inspirations for studying atmospheric science in the early days. But basically what you're seeing here is the source of this kind of flattening cloud comes from that center where the more textured cloud is, and it's basically rising air, and it's carrying this moisture, and the cloud is forming, and it wants to keep rising, but then it hits the atmosphere has this temperature inversion high up in the air, and that acts as this cap, and so the air kind of hits that cap, and then it spreads out because it can't go up anymore, but it still has energy, so it just kind of glides along that boundary, is an invisible boundary that is made visible. And then what you're seeing in that textured area is the overshooting top. So that's the air really wants to rise, and it's kind of bumping up against that invisible boundary and momentarily kind of exceeding it, and so there's a lot of energy there going on there, and it's kind of a super like exciting. You can imagine there's a lot of motion and kind of excitement happening over there. So yeah.
Wonderful. So there we have it. We have an anvil. That's an anvil cloud on top of that cumulonimbus cloud. I don't know if I have. All I have left, because we talked a lot about stratocumulus, is now a coffee table cloud. Absolutely. You can rest. You can imagine resting a nice cup on it, and then maybe it would hurtle down below. But for a second, it would feel like maybe you could rest on it.
Definitely.
I have here, just to kind of put those together. We talked before about being able to look at some of these cumulonimbus clouds. Now you can see that that's what is happening in each of these little places. You've got this, these anvils, but you can also see these stratocumulus decks, and also you can see all of these swirling cyclones and anticyclones happening. So there's a full dance of the clouds. Maybe as we let this video play, let's get some voting. What do people think about this decision, cumulonimbus versus stratocumulus? Seems like two very different types of clouds.
Very different.
Any thoughts? Any personal preferences?
I got to stick with my cumulonimbus and my anvils. It's just can't pull away. Even though the stratocumulus decks are also really, I don't know, yeah, have their own kind of romantic aspects.
I definitely also have to go to the with cumulonimbus. Yeah. They're just
It's got nimbus in
too
the
awesome.
name. It's got
And I think the chat looks like it's also, this one's not hard for people. Cumulonimbus all the way. Well, okay, folks, it comes down to the final moment here. Cumulonimbus and lenticular. What are we going to do? This is really hard. This is really hard. Because I agree. I like, we need rain, absolutely.
Do need rain.
It has heft. It's so grand. It inspired people's fascination.
Totally. I want to say cumulonimbus still, because it is so grand, but and so prevalent. It's how we get our biggest contributions of rain and thunderstorms, and that's my 2 cents. But I would love to hear the argument for lenticular if anyone wants to be the devil's advocate.
I will be the devil's advocate. I think lenticular is just, it's sort of atmospheric physics made visible. It's sort of the one ways we can see gravity waves in the atmosphere, which otherwise we can't see at all. So that's pretty amazing. I think also just, they're just so out of this world. They look so strange, and I love them.
They are out of this
And
world.
it looks like we're divided on screen, and looking in the chat, I can see we've got let's see, Fish is going to go with lenticular. Arcaneronia. I hope I'm not.
Arcane irony, I think.
Oh, arcane irony. Oh, look at me. That makes a whole much more sense. I'm so sorry, arcane irony. Got cumulonimbus. Oh, and I think that between, it seems like Dylan might be torn, or at least moving towards cumulonimbus, and I think What Is My Life is pushing us there. At the end of the day, cumulonimbus has won out. It is so hard to choose. Luckily, we don't have to choose, really. We get to have all these wonderful clouds on this wonderful place that we call home. Thanks to everyone for participating in this ridiculous exercise of trying to figure out what is the best cloud. For us, it is apparently the cumulonimbus cloud. And with that, I am going to let you folks continue.
I'll add one last thing. If you love clouds and want to check out them more, there is a Cloud Appreciation Society that has so many pictures in all of the cloud types. I dropped a link in the chat, so go check it out. All of the clouds.
Sweet.
Awesome. Well, bye, Jonah. Thanks so much for the cloud bracket. That was great. And we are now going to move on to our next speaker. But before we do that, just a little reminder as to who we are and why we're here. So thank you for joining us at hour 38 of the Weather and Climate live stream. Only 12 more hours to go. We've seen a lot of great talks. We've done a few really fun activities. And we have a speaker coming up who I'm sure is gonna give a really interesting breakdown of his research. So before he joins us, let's remember why we're here. Weather and climate forecasts are extremely important. Everyone deserves actionable weather and climate information. The US and US scientists have become world leaders in weather and climate science. So, for example, we've developed the first computerized weather forecasts. We developed the first computer models of climate impacts of carbon pollution. We, US weather and climate scientists, are discovered the existence of global warming and made that existence publicly known to Congress. So this success was only made possible because of decades of investment by you, the American public. And unfortunately, right now, our administration is destroying the foundations of this scientific success and progress. Earlier in this live stream with Jonah, we were talking about the Office of Management and Budget. And we saw very clearly that there's political interference going on in research funding. So the OMB has proposed very extreme rules which would let political appointees make funding decisions instead of scientists. It would limit the types of science that could even receive governmental support, and it would severely restrict how scientists share their work with each other and the public. And so it's impacts like these that are really harming the progress of American science and weather and climate science. And there are a variety of other impacts from these cuts, like short-staffed weather stations, which are hurting forecasts, the shrinking and shuttering of climate labs. So please, 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 if this is something that you feel strongly about, you can take action at the link below right here in this video. And please go to this link and to reach out to your representative and tell them to fully fund NOAA, NASA, the NSF, to protect NCAR and to oppose the OMB. These decisions are happening right now, and so it is very important that we act right now. But without further ado, we are going to go on with our science talks. So next up, we have Yusuf Jamal, who will be, Yusuf Jamal is an associate professor of civil engineering at Integral University in India. And today he will be, wait 1 second. Just checking my chat here. Okay, we just need a couple more minutes before Yusuf comes on. But Yusuf is going to be talking about climate, cities, and human health, data-driven environmental perspective. And I see Yusuf is here with us right now. Hi, Yusuf. How's it going?
Hi, Nicolas. Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes. Yes, you are audible. Please, yeah, whenever you're ready, take it away.
Yeah, I'm ready and excited to present my science. Yeah.
Great. All right.
Sure. Yeah. So can you go on slide 1, please? Yeah, I can. Sure. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I am Yusuf Jamal, and speaking from very far from India. And I am an associate professor in Integral University, and I am proud to be the part of the beautiful campus. And now, so what's my association with the US then? You must be wondering. Well, up till recently, I was living in the US, and I did my PhD in environmental engineering sciences from University of Florida, Gainesville. And I did my postdoctoral research at University of Oklahoma with Dr. Michael Wimberly. And so those who are knowing, I am a Gator as well as a Sooner. So I will put my friends in chat or comments to let me know if any of the Gators and Sooners are here. I would love to hear from you. So yeah, so my talk is basically around, I will keep it simple. So like climate variability and extreme weather events like floods and droughts, and coupled with social dynamics like urbanization is happening. People are moving from one part of the world to the other part of the world. Mobility has increased, the transportation has become easier, and globalization, you can find more diverse cultures now. So what the hypothesis is that both climate variability and social dynamics, when they are combined, they might give rise to some of the environmental biothreats. And when I say biothreats, I mean any undesirable phenomena which is harmful for human health, which is caused by the influence of environment and social factors. So what is my motivation for this? Basically, I wanted to study, with my engineering and with my training, can I can I contribute to saving lives, or at least help the doctors identify the bacteria? So my motivation is like in Florida coast, or in general in US Gulf Coast, there are very dangerous species of bacteria found, Vibrio vulnificus and Vibrio parahemolyticus. And these news have motivated me that floodwaters in Florida have flesh-eating bacteria, and after hurricanes, when floodwater is contaminated, it is observed that they contain the concentration of these dangerous bacteria. And when we swim or we eat seafood, it enters into our bodies, and yeah, they cause very, very deadly diseases. So as you can see, it's in news that someone with open wound or eating shellfish has been infected and killed by Vibrio bacteria. So I thought, what can I do? How can my knowledge and my training can help solve? Not, of course, I cannot solve the problem, but how can I develop more understanding or science related to this understanding that can help save lives in future? So, and this disease is a coastal threat in the US, and it is migrating from south to the north. As you can see, it used to be in Florida, in Gulf waters, but it has been observed that it is moving towards the north. So my intention is not to scare anyone, but we have the good news as well, that how can our science help us? So the answer is satellites. So the good news is that we can measure the environmental changes or monitor environments at scale, at our required big scale, uh, uh, across time, weekly basis, yearly basis, using satellites, and that can help us make more informed decisions, and can help improve our predictive understanding. That can increase awareness, and ensure that we are well prepared before any such disaster. So I just did case study. So I did my study on Florida or U.S. Gulf Coast, one in Florida, uh, near the Tampa Bay area, and other is Galveston Bay near Texas. And I am very thankful to Florida Department of Health, Texas Department of Health, and I use NASA satellite data to measure the environmental variables which might be affecting the Vibrio vulnificus bacteria. And what I observed is, so I monitored two factors. One is ocean temperature and phytoplankton concentration using NASA MODIS satellite data. And what I was trying to do is to identify that, like for example, every one of us know that first of all there is a cause, then there is an effect. So what's the cause? Cause is, of course, the ocean temperature is getting warm and phytoplankton concentration, they are interacting. They are creating the favorable conditions for Vibrio vulnificus outbreak. And as a scientist, I would like to know if I can understand beforehand what are those conditions, so that if those conditions can be tracked, I can take remedial actions before that. So what I did, I got how much is the lag 2 months for sea surface temperature. I got there is a 2-month lag where the odds or the risk of the infection are the highest. So these vertical bars represent risk, and we got that if it is greater than 1, then it is a significant risk. We saw that at lag of 2 months, means if we are observing Vibrio vulnificus cases in October, the 2 months prior to that, means in August, if you monitor sea surface temperature, we are getting higher odds of infection. And once we have filtered sea surface temperature, we have another filter on chlorophyll or phytoplankton, which by that lag 1 month. So these two conditions, when coupled together, they create high risk of infection of Vibrio vulnificus. So we have some understanding of what is going on basically in the ocean, which is already very complex. So, and we are seeing the warming trends. So these red means more warm. It's getting more warmer and warmer as we are going ahead in time. And so finally, I put my result in the form of this. So if we can identify the proper sea surface temperature conditions, if we can identify the phytoplankton, which is the most important fundamental unit of marine web, I can understand to some extent what's going on with Vibrio vulnificus in water. And if we can take actions, we can protect humans And because having Vibrio volunificus in water does not mean that we are going to stop going for swimming or eating seafood. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to create early warning systems. And we were able to publish our study in GeoHealth. And so key messages are just simple. Means whether we talk about disasters, the first thing comes into our mind are floods, droughts, or heat waves. Definitely, these are very, very undesirable phenomena, but there are pathogens as well. And climate and environmental changes also affect the pathogens. And the good news is we can have some measurement or monitoring of those environmental conditions. And so the objective is to develop scientific understanding of mechanism, preparedness, so that we can disseminate the information to the public in advance, so that they may feel safe and protected. So yeah, that's all what I have. Thank you so much.
Wow, thanks, Yusuf. Thanks for the great talk. Yeah, we definitely have a couple questions in the chat. So Dylan asks, did you use Aqua or Terra from the MODIS satellites?
I use Aqua.
Aqua, nice, cool. And then What Is My Life asks, how come the odds ratio for chlorophyll is so irregular across the regions in different times?
Very important. I must say it's a great question. So chlorophyll, is not a straightforward variable, right? So as a microbiological literature says, it's directly not related to the vibrios or bacteria, but it is an indicator. So, and it's at a very small scale. So whatever interaction it is having with bacteria, it's difficult to quantify. So we have used phytoplankton here as a proxy variable, and our next step is to use a better variable which can use a better proxy for food for Vibrio. So yeah, here we see very irregularities, but at one window we saw that all the odds ratio that every location are greater than 1. So right now we have that duration of 1 month, but this is still a work in progress. How can we find a better proxy variable for phytoplankton and Vibrio's interaction?
Yeah, I have a question of my own here. How does your research help us better understand the relationship between cities, climate, and human health?
Yeah, so the idea is, my idea is to develop the mechanistic understanding, and it's Vibrio volunificus, like it's a microbiological concept as well. So my aim is to use catalyze to build hypothesis, to have relationship between the environmental variables and what are the odds of Vibrio volunificus infection. And as we go further, we will use a better variables and create a better understanding, and so that the ultimate hope is we should be able to develop an early warning prediction system that will alert public well in advance, say 1 week or 2 weeks. Okay, don't go near waters. There are high chances of Vibrio volunificus. Okay, don't go near waters right now because there are high chances. So that's the ultimate hope of doing that. So in that way, the objective is to protect public health using satellite remote sensing.
Yeah. So similar to how like a state might have a warning system for a typhoon or for different weather phenomena. It's like a warning system, developing a robust warning system for public health phenomena and dangers.
Absolutely. Yeah, as you mentioned, these systems for floods and droughts are very well established. But the problem with here we have very little understanding when it comes to prediction systems about public health. And we cannot use just black box models like AI models. I am not denying the use of those models, but first the hope is to develop a sound scientific understanding. And then we can add a layer of AI to enhance our accuracy. But the focus is right now to understand which variables are actually affecting public health here.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess, can you speak a little more about I mean, like you said, it's not, we don't want to just use these black box AI models, but how do you see AI being useful with your research and understanding these relationships and building healthier and more resilient cities in the future?
Absolutely. If AI can give us good results, I would say, to be honest, I don't have a perfect answer right now. But what I would say, what I would definitely say, and since we have and we do these types of analysis, we have a lot of data. So, and when you are expanding the region, the entire you have Gulf Coast, you have means with a lot of data that's take a lot of time to process or so. And so if you are issuing a warning signs to a big area and all, I can sense some AI models can help us to maybe to make our calculations. Or the second thing I can see AI models can help is like we build one model from a mechanistic approach of scientific understanding, and but that model might need validation, and for this type of research field validations are generally not feasible. So in that we can develop a parallel AI models to see how come these two models agree with each other.
Right. Totally. Yeah. Wow. Thank you so much, Yusuf. That was a great talk. Really interesting. Great, like very interdisciplinary work, and I'm a big fan of satellite observations and using them for all kinds of applications. So that was really interesting. Thank you so much. Thanks for tuning into our live stream. So this is going to mark the end of my time hosting this weather and climate live stream. We are going to be switching over to a new host. His name is Andrew. Morning, guys. Hey, Andrew. Good morning. And yeah, I would just like to thank everyone for sticking with me through the graveyard shift. It was a pleasure, and I will hand it over to Andrew. Bye, everyone.
Thanks for taking the graveyard, Nick. I'll appreciate it. All right. Good morning, good people of the internet. The 38 of you who are brave enough to still be up at this time. Hello, chat. What is my life? Confused? You're still here? Love it. Fish? Is Fish still here? I don't know what time it is in New Zealand. I can't do these types of things in my head. These changeovers in my head. Anyway, hey, Fish. Bit of late night science. Little bit of late night science. Yeah, absolutely. Or early morning science. You are catching us at our checks clock 39 of the 50-hour live stream. We have 50 minus 39. I can still do math at this time of morning. 11 hours to go. And I've had some great speakers. We've got some great stuff coming up. There may be some cat content happening around 9 a.m., 9:40. So be sure to stick around for that. And our next speaker, I'm someone I'm really excited about. And you're going to love it. But before we get to that talk, I just wanted to take a second to remind everyone again why we're here. As you know, weather and climate, as you know, if you've been around for the last 39 hours, we all need weather and climate science. Weather and climate science benefits every person on this planet. We all need to know when it's going to rain. We all need to know what the forecast is going to be for the next months, the next years. And this has long been recognized. And so the US has sensibly invested for decades and decades and decades on building up a world-leading infrastructure in weather and climate prediction. We have the best climate models, we have some of the best forecasts in the world, and we have truly an unparalleled network of observations which we can use to start these forecasts and validate these forecasts. And it's nothing short of a miracle what we've been able to achieve as a society. And now that miracle is under threat. And that's why we're here. That's really why we're sharing this science with you. We're trying to convince you that it is worthwhile and that it's worth saving. And one thing in particular is the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado. So nestled right up against the foothills of the mountains in Boulder, there's a lab, National Center for Atmospheric Research, which really is the cornerstone of so much of the work that we do in this country in the weather and climate field. And the Trump administration, or the current administration, is trying to dismantle that lab. And we know it's for no other reason than the climate part, the climate work that they do there just doesn't align with their political priorities. So we need to stand up against that. We need to stand up against the politicization of science and protect this treasured resource that we have. And so that's why we're here. We're asking you guys to go to wclivestream.com/act. And when you get there, you can write a letter to your congressional representative, or you can go through this really easy thing called 5 calls, which we've set up, which lets you, lets you call 5 calls. And when you call, it gives you a script you can read to your representative. It makes it really easy. They are very polite. They're paid to be polite. They're paid to listen to you. They are paid by your tax dollars. So make your voice heard. This is the time to do it. And with that, as I want to bring on our next speaker, Molly Menzel. Hey,
Good
Molly.
morning.
Morning, Molly. Molly is an atmospheric scientist and a friend, so I'm happy to see her here this morning. You're looking pretty fresh for like the 6 a.m. slot.
I'm so glad you think so.
Yeah. All right. Take it away, Molly.
Yes. Thank you so much, Andrew. Good to see you. Yes, I am here as a public service announcements that it is not time yet to forget about ozone. And although when we think of ozone, we all probably think about the ozone hole and how it is recovering, which is a huge win on the geopolitical scale that we have protected ourselves. With that said, ozone has other important role in our climate that is also crucial to consider. So before I dive into the nitty-gritty, let's take it one step back and consider how maybe all of us start our day by checking our weather app and what the weather is going to be like for the day. Admittedly, I did not wake up early enough to make this slide before this presentation. I took this screenshot from last night, but at the time, it was, at least in Washington, D.C., about 63 degrees Fahrenheit, a clear night, and was also looking into what does the next day look like. So tomorrow will be sunny and also clear and warm, which is great for the start of our summer season. With that said, let's consider this. How do organizations or companies like Weather Underground create their weather forecasts? Well, they consider what the weather looks like on this very local scale. So for me, that means looking at kind of this DC, Virginia, Maryland region. However, you can step back by one and look at, in order to understand what the local weather is going to be, what are the weather patterns across, say, the entire United States? And so the small scale, we usually call this mesoscale meteorology. The continental scale, if you will, so if you're considering weather across the entire continent, we usually call this synoptic meteorology. But then we can even take another step back or another step up in our consideration, and that is when we look at the entire circulation of the atmosphere on a planetary scale. And this is a beautiful animation from NASA that demonstrates what those weather patterns look like on this global planetary scale. And this snapshot, if you will, is what we like to call large-scale atmospheric circulation. And it's quite mesmerizing if you look at it. If you look at the equator, you can see all of these pockets of of cloud formation from the upward motion at the equator. You can also see these hurricanes that come into the Atlantic and maybe drift away, and a few of them make it to the United States. And then you can also see these this amazing wave formation in the mid-latitudes. So this is where my research lives, in this large-scale atmospheric circulation. And the motivation to really study it on the global scale is because it provides that canvas or background for understanding our local meteorology and our local weather patterns. So if we want to advance our weather forecasting at all, especially in the next century, if you will, we really need to continue studying the larger picture. So with that in mind, I'm also so we're flipping our axis a bit. So here we beautifully see the world in terms of latitude along the bottom. Longitudes are, too early. Longitudes along the bottom, latitudes on this y-axis. We're going to flip our perspective and look at latitude on the bottom and the height with our y-axis. And I want to explain that there are two levels of the atmosphere relevant to this talk. Of course, there are more levels of the atmosphere above the stratosphere, but pertinent to what I am sharing, the layer of the atmosphere we live in is what we call the troposphere. And this is where I should say before I get into that, we define the troposphere as where the temperature is decreasing with height. So as you go from the surface higher up, you're actually going to experience a decrease in temperature the higher you go. Now, there's a boundary between the troposphere and stratosphere called our tropopause. And then the stratosphere is defined by when the temperature starts increasing again with height. And so this is our very textbook definition of the troposphere and the stratosphere. Now, the troposphere, to put it a little bit more tangibly, that is where a lot of the interesting weather happens. So this is when you look at your local weather patterns, that's happening at the troposphere. Snowstorms, tornadoes, hurricanes, the jet stream is in the troposphere. So anything that is, probably what a weather phenomena you're familiar with, that probably lives in the troposphere. But then the stratosphere is home to our ozone, especially our ozone layer. And if you're unfamiliar with ozone, this is a layer in the stratosphere that effectively reflects sun radiation back out to space. So some of those harmful sun radiations, UV rays, if they were to reach all the way to the surface, that would have strong implications for our health and our ability to grow food. You may think of it as you may get sunburned easily. The ozone layer is essentially the sunscreen for our planet. And that is what lives in the stratosphere. That's not the only thing that we focus on in the stratosphere. We also consider the circulation of the stratosphere, or say the zonal mean circulation. And we can, this is called the Brewer-Dobson circulation. And so if you think very simplistically about this circulation, it's characterized by upward motion in the lower latitudes, poleward circulation, and then downward motion in the higher latitudes. So again, this is called our Brewer-Dobson circulation, and it does have important implications for interaction between the stratosphere and troposphere, especially this upwelling region where there's a lot of mixing between the two levels for relevant radiative agents. And then also for the polar vortex dynamics, which you may be familiar with. That sometimes we experience a polar vortex event where we may experience colder than usual temperatures in the wintertime. So this is the snapshot of the picture I will be considering in my research. And going back to this question of ozone and what the role of ozone is, it's important to note that when we consider output from global climate models, many of those global climate models actually do not simulate interactive ozone. So ozone's not even really a factor in the models themselves. And I will say that's not true for all climate models, but most of the climate models that are available for researchers to use the output for their own questions, a lot of them are considered non-interactive for chemistry purposes. That means they don't simulate chemistry, including not considering the interactive ozone. And so that's the question that my research really aims to answer, is what is this relative impact of ozone changes, specifically on the stratospheric circulation. So we come up with kind of a fancy modeling method to address this question. We take the NASA GISS Model E 2.2. This is considered a high-top model. All that means is that it simulates processes really high into the atmosphere, which allows us to understand the stratospheric circulation and processes. So we have a model that simulates the stratospheric processes quite well. This is also a model, a fully coupled climate model. All that means is that we are pairing the atmospheric model to the ocean model to the Earth model with it, and also sea ice. And all of those aspects of the climate are interactive and working together in this large comprehensive model. What we do for the interest of this study is we take this very comprehensive model and we actually first limit it to just atmospheric processes. And then what we do is we isolate aspects of the CO2, the surface warming, and the ozone. So all this means is that we take, when we consider, we can use our very comprehensive climate model and ask the question, how does the Earth, how does the climate respond to a quadrupling of CO2? And our comprehensive climate model will present that answer. This decomposition takes it, asks the same question in an atmosphere-only simulation, but then isolates, let's isolate the impact of the CO2 only, and then we'll isolate the impact of the surface warming. And lastly, we'll isolate the impact of the ozone changes. So we take output from our comprehensive coupled model and use it to force this more idealized atmospheric only simulation. And this lets us tease out what the role is from these three forcing functions. Now, what does this look like? This may feel a bit abstract. We can dive into that. This, what you're looking at, is the zonal mean temperature response to a 4 times CO2 simulation in the comprehensive coupled climate model. And for all of these pictures, yes, all of them will be zonal mean. So we're looking at the average across longitudes. The black lines show our climatology. And then the colors are showing our response or change from the climatology. And for the entire presentation, we're looking at the December, January, and February season. And so what you can see from just a 4 times CO2 response, there is warming happening in the troposphere, and then there's cooling happening in the stratosphere. And I believe probably another talk actually addressed why does the stratosphere cool in response to CO2. We won't dive into that. It is a response, though, that we see over and over and over again. So if this is the response in our fully comprehensive climate model, what does it look like in our 3 isolated simulations? Well, if we only use this direct CO2 to force the simulation, we do see that cooling in the stratosphere. Perhaps unsurprisingly, if we invoke surface warming in the simulation, we see warming across the entire troposphere. And interestingly, if we force just the ozone changes from the 4 times CO2 simulation, we see a bit of a pattern. There's a slight cooling in the lower stratosphere and warming higher above. The next question could be, well, what is the does this modeling method work? Can you add these 3 responses together and recreate the response from the coupled simulation? That is what's shown on the right, and we actually see that this does quite a decent job at replicating the fully coupled response. And that's not just true for temperature. We also see this modeling method works well for zonal winds, as does it work for the meridional stream function or the meridional circulation. Now, going back to our original question, how does interactive ozone or the inclusion of ozone impact our understanding of the stratospheric circulation, particularly the Brewer-Dobson circulation? I'll note that the meridional stream function we see here, this is characterizing or visualizing our Brewer-Dobson circulation. We see in our 3 isolated simulations that in response to just the direct CO2, the Brewer-Dobson circulation strengthens at all levels. If we just invoke a surface warming, we see a stronger acceleration in the lower stratosphere, but it is limited and it doesn't really extend to the upper stratosphere. And then inclusion of ozone, very interestingly, acts to weaken the Brewer-Dobson circulation in the lower stratosphere. And this is statistically significant of a result.
Molly, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. Sorry.
Yes, no, thank you.
Okay.
I'm so glad you're on top of it. Yes, so I will jump to this. That was the one slide I wanted to highlight, and that is that we have this really interesting result that interactive ozone acts to reduce the stratospheric circulation in its response to CO2. And this is a new result. There have been a couple other studies that have hinted at it as well. And the question that remains is just what else are we missing if we are not including ozone in our models? What other chemical constituents like ozone matter that are being neglected? But then also what other circulation features are sensitive to ozone? And that is where I will end.
Thank you so much, Molly. That was a great talk. I think we have 1 minute, but I'll throw a question up from the chat, which maybe you could try and answer this in 1 minute, which people have studied their whole careers on, right? So I'm going to make it really fair.
Okay.
So, What Is My Life 6927 says, what were some of the effects of the ozone layer hole in terms, like, what were its impacts on the atmosphere? Were there any impacts?
Oh, great question. I actually have not looked at the atmospheric circulation response to the ozone hole that we saw earlier a couple of decades ago. That is a really great question that I have not looked into. I do know that Paul Newman from NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, he has done some research asking the question of, if we didn't stop the ozone hole from growing, what would the atmosphere look like, and how would the world, how it would be impacted? And so I will refer you to his research that has some really fascinating results.
Awesome. Thank you, Molly. Thanks for your talk.
Yes, thanks so much for having me, Andrew.
All right. We're still in the same hour 39. There's a little bit of sunlight coming through the window. So I kind of want to make this background a little bit more sunny. How do I do that? There we are. I'm being optimistic. Okay. you gotta be the change you want to see in the world, right? So thank you all for sticking with us. The chat's still alive. Number of viewers are steadily ticking up. Make sure to tell your friends and your family that you want to catch the last couple hours of the second weather and climate live stream. We have a great speaker lined up for you in a moment, but before we move on to them, again, just a reminder to go to WC livestream/call to call your congressional representatives. You can also go to /letters to write them a letter. And the reason for that is because the work that Molly just showed and all of our speakers are showing is federally funded. It's funded by your taxpayer dollars, and that requires a budget to be passed by Congress. And currently, the budget that Congress are considering would have drastic cuts, like eliminating all of NOAA's research. It would cut NSF's research in half. It would cut NASA's research budget in half. And this would be really catastrophic for all of the science that you've seen on this live stream and for just the day-to-day kind of livelihoods of all of us who live in the US and rely on this crucial information. So I encourage you to go to this link, and it only takes a few minutes to phone your representatives, and really, yeah, we encourage you to do that. If you think what you see here is worth saving, I would really encourage you to do that. So our next speaker is Zed Bates, and excited to bring them on the stage. Hey, Zed.
Hi, good morning. Oh, hold on.
Morning.
Okay,
Zed,
you can hear me good.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, audio's coming through great. And Zed is a flood risk and disaster management consultant, and they're going to be talking about how flooding has changed, but our maps haven't caught up. So take it away, Zed.
Hi, yes. Good morning, everybody. My name is Zed, and yeah, I am here to talk to you all about hurricane season and flooding and severe storms. And I'm so grateful to be here and actually to be talking after the last speaker who was talking about assumptions that, we are not necessarily taking into account, because that's exactly what I'm going to be talking about here. And thank you for the introduction about our federal funding, because NOAA and the Weather Service are very, very integral to maintaining a lot of this data that we have and a lot of the predictions that we're making. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. I hope you guys are ready for the ride. Excuse me, you are maybe seeing the actual link, but that's okay. I think that's fine. You see what we're doing here. So flooding has changed and our maps haven't caught up. So what does that actually mean? I don't think a lot of people think about it too much, but we actually have maps that predict for us what kind of flooding is going to happen, where the flooding will be happening, and potentially how many people could be impacted. And that's kind of where I come in with this. All right, so flood risk is changing. So how I like to do my slides, there is going to be some words on there, but I'm going to read the words and feel free to just look at the pictures while I talk about the words. In 1988, global warming and the depletion of the ozone layer, we just talked about that, became increasingly prominent in the international public debate and the public agenda. There were 71.1 million internally displaced people across the world at the end of 2022. We are coming up on the last 6 months of 2026. Okay, so you can extrapolate that for yourself. In 2020 alone, 30 million people were displaced by disasters, and 98% of those disasters were weather-based. So you can imagine how many weather-based potential problems that we have: tornadoes, hurricanes, landslides, things like that that are caused secondarily by that. So we have to think about that, right? Flood risk is changing. It's changing so much that in just a week, an entire state balanced its water budget. California no longer in a severe, long and projected drought just because of one single severe weather event. Okay, and then we have, that's life-giving, right? But on the other side, we have potentially, tragic things that happen that have to do with the flooding risk and how it's changing. the picture you'll see beside the one from NBC News is Camp Mystic. And we are still dealing with Camp Mystic and the aftermath of that today. And what my work does as a consultant is I try to lower people's risks. I try to lower their exposure to risk, and I try to lower the risk that we may be experiencing in the future. So if the flood risk is changing, that means precipitation is also changing. Precipitation is changing because of climate change. My talk may sound a little partisan to you, but it is completely and utterly about the environment and the climate. Studies show, research shows since the 1950s that precipitation is changing because of the warming climate. When it's warmer, it feels muggy, right? That's because there's more moisture in the air. And if we have more moisture in the air, then we have a bigger potential for precipitation or rain. Now, what this is showing you, I'm not going to show you a lot of really boring maps, I hope, but what this is showing you on the screen is my actual personal research. Now, this research uses something called Cortex, and these are regional projection maps, right? These are maps that they take the past data about precipitation and what weather patterns are, and they make new projections for the future. And these projections start here just in about 2021, 2022. So we're already past that. And what you're looking at here is the number of severe rain events that could increase by, right? So in the blue areas on the first map, you're seeing, what do those blue mean? That means that there's really not going to be any kind of change, and there might actually be a negative change. So that's where we're looking at drought, right? So drought is the other side of flooding. But what we really want to pay attention to is those redder areas. That's going to be increased severe storms. That's going to be those flood-causing storms. Now on the first map, they're in the coast. You're going to predict that, right? You're going to see potentially more flooding on the coast as the water is going to come up. And it's a little crazy with the hurricanes and the severe storms there. So that kind of fits our assumptions. The one at the very end is showing a more moderate, not as heavy change, right? There's a few places where there's some rain increase, but it's kind of moderate and it's kind of okay. And again, the darker areas are closer to the coast. This fits in with our assumption. But what doesn't fit in with our assumption is heavy, heavy, heavy storms increasing in the western end of North Carolina, where we don't experience a lot of the Piedmont or the rain, the Appalachian sort of rain, western North Carolina. And you may remember there's a couple of places that were very, very in the news lately in western North Carolina, which were hit by Hurricane Helene. This is where my research and my consulting comes in. And I consult not just with government, not just with your city, not just with, your town. I consult with the community people because this is something that needs to be shared among the people, especially people who are living with the same assumptions that we've had for a long time. And those assumptions are that when it rains, it floods somewhere potentially. If it has never flooded in a place, then it will never flood. And that's not true. That's actually not true. And that's where my research comes in, and that's where my consulting comes in. So again, looking at western North Carolina, looking at that band, right, of very dark, increasing chances, increasing frequency of these severe flood-causing storms. Let's take a look at a video really quick so I can kind of refresh your memory on this. Oops. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sometimes you click. There you go. that's kind of what we're dealing with. We're still dealing with the after effects of that. We have not cleaned up everything. We haven't gotten people back to where they need to be. And it took a long, long time for people to even get to that place. You heard him say it was remote. So we have a lot of assumptions, right? Maps are static right now. Why do they look like this, right? Low risk, high risk. This comes from FEMA. Low risk, high risk. And it says, in this place, there's a low risk, and in this place, there's a high risk. But what do you notice? A lot of these low risk places are close to high risk places. It's not a clear boundary, right? So what if we stopped making maps like this and we started to make maps that look a little bit more like this? This is an overlay of a GIS layer and the layers that I just showed you about where that flood risk, where those severe storms are changing, right? All right, I just want to make sure. Okay, we're still going here. So what can we do? I'm going to show you very deeply about my research now here. We can actually start to plan more for people than we plan for property. We can take and we can layer and start to make a 3D view, right, of what we're looking at. Most traditional flood analysis looks at how much rain again and where, right? But what if we looked at also where are the people going to be? So I'm going to take you directly into Durham, North Carolina, right? We're not in the West yet. We're going to stay a little bit in the middle. This is where a lot of historic flooding is known about. And what do we see when we actually start to make a map that puts people in there instead of property, instead of parcels? Well, we start to get a bigger and more exciting idea about how flooding is going to impact people and what we can do to make better maps with it. Okay, this, what you're seeing, is a census tract matched, joined with a FEMA flood hazards layer. So you can see the flood hazards are within this sort of blue, white hatched space like this. And then there are people represented. These are people of Latino or Hispanic ethnicity, and they are located very densely within this area, right? This doesn't mean that this is the only people who are in this area, but for this area where it's going to flood and where it has flooded and where they've had floods in the past, right? We can see that we have a population of people who potentially need to be taken care of in a way that's not the same as potentially Western North Carolina, which is more rural and more spread out. So we're starting to see now not only where people are located, how the flood may impact them, but what's their density, right? This map doesn't show it, but what if we also had a layer that was talking about where all of the emergency shelters are, where all of the early warning systems are? Imagine having something like that during Hurricane Helene. Imagine having something like that that is way more accessible to people and that they can keep up with, and that predicts something that before it's going to happen, right? We want to see that before it's going to happen so we can, that word mitigate, which means to sort of stop everything in its tracks and make it a little less crazy. If I was going to mitigate a runaway train, I might put a whole bunch of trees and things in the way to sort of slow it down and stop potentially it running off of a track, right? So this is what we're seeing here. We're seeing a GIS layer. We're seeing FEMA layers. And then if we were to overlay all of that, like we just did with my last map, we could see how the severe storms are going to be pushing in. And that's just the potential. I want to mention that. It's just the potential. But we also need to know that the potential is there. Okay, so let's move on and talk about climate refugees. This is something that people don't pay attention to as well. Now, when I'm making these maps, we are thinking about what again? People and not parcels. People come first. As climate change continues to ramp up, because we haven't quite figured out how to slow it down, right? How to mitigate it. As climate change continues to ramp up, and particularly as that warming, that atmospheric warming starts to ramp up. And you know, just to bring it back to our other speaker, ozone is a little bit of a part of that. As all that stuff starts to ramp up, right, we are going to have situations in which people are displaced. If you remember the first couple of things that I read to you, it talks about how millions of people have been displaced, millions more people are expected to be displaced because of severe weather storms. You, me, your cousin, we may become climate refugees. And this just means that we are refugees or we are displaced from where we're normally living due to climate change or climate change impacted weather events. We want to plan better. We want to limit or mitigate climate refuginess. We want to allow people the chance and the opportunity to live where they have lived and love where they have loved and enjoy all of the perks and wonderful things of life without having to worry so much about, is a random hurricane going to destroy my entire life and my entire lineage? I know this is a little bit heavy, but that's rain and precipitation for you. So how else can we do this? How does this all come together? Now, policy and vulnerability are shaking hands because policy, and again, this isn't partisan, this is specifically talking about how policies are put together. When we have policies that consider parcels over people, then we create a whole situation of vulnerability. We need to plan for people, and we need to plan for people in a 3D way. Law studies, gerrymandering, racism, ableism, insurers, all of these things all come together to start to make and manufacture this vulnerability. But how do we mitigate again? Well, we're going to mitigate with our 3D analysis. We're going to show where people are, we're going to show where flooding can happen, and we're going to show how much flooding can happen so that we can start planning and making those layers that have, this is now where we're going to put our emergency warning system. This is where we are going to make sure we have a shelter. And in fact, we're going to increase the maximum number of people that can go into a shelter. All of this little handshake can become a handshake that really, really, really shows you are committed to people instead of the parcels. Now, I just want to say something here. I've said many times, this is not partisan. This is just about climate and the environment. This is research that you can go and look up yourself. And I have provided for you one of my favorite quotes that points to it. Housing markets, particularly in the South, where I do a lot of my research, they segregate, and they segregate in low-lying, in flood-prone, and in amenity-poor urban areas. That doesn't have to be the case. We don't have to lose cities, people, neighborhoods, cultures, histories to the floodwaters. We can do something greater.
Zed, I'm gonna have to cut you off there, but I think that was an amazing place. Amazing.
Okay, I think we got it.
Amazing note to end on. Thank you so
much. Yes.
We need to move on to the next speaker, but there are a couple of really good questions in the chat, actually. So if you're able to stick around on the YouTube and answer some of those, I think What Is My Life 6927 and others would really appreciate it.
Excellent.
But yeah, I love having speakers come on and talk about not just the meteorology, but also like the overlay between the meteorology and the actual people as well. So this was amazing. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And thank you again to Zed. Put some love for Zed in the chat. And yeah, before our next speaker is a friend and is a future colleague of mine who I'm really excited for you guys to meet. But before we do that, again, we're just gonna remind ourselves why we're here, and I'm gonna be like a broken record. I got a little record player. I got a record player there, and it's just spinning and spinning and spinning, and it's saying go to wclivestream.com/call. As soon as I get off my hosting slot, first thing I do in the morning, I'm calling, and that's what we all need to be doing right now, because the weather and climate infrastructure that this country has built up over the past 60, 70 years through conscious, sustained funding is really under threat. And one of those things, as I've said before, is the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado. This is a really crucial area, a crucial lab for just putting out the weather and climate information that we use. They are part of the group that does these regional climate prediction exercises that Zed was using. And so you can just see that this is like really crucial information for thinking about flood risk in a warming world, for example. And yeah, they're being targeted for no other reason than the administration doesn't like their climate research. And this is a taste of what's to come if the rulings that were proposed last week by the Office of Management and Budget are accepted. Those rulings would allow political appointees to have veto power over every single federal research grant in the country for no other reason than it disagrees with their political priorities. So this is a pretty crucial time to be picking up the phone. I learned recently that the latest generation of kids, my little cousin, doesn't use this signal for phone. They use this for phone because I'm old now. But yeah, whatever you do, pick up the phone, call your representatives, and help us stand up for our science. And with that, I'm going to bring on Michaela Biasudi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Michaela. Michaela is a Lamont research professor at the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory of Columbia University. Personal note, that's where I'm going to be starting next year, and I'm really excited to have Michaela and Adam, who started the stream, and a lot of other really amazing people as my colleagues going forward. And yeah, I'm excited for you guys to see the amazing research that Michaela does. So, Michaela, take it away.
Thank you. So I was here yesterday morning as well, and I was talking about what is my usual job, but today I'm going to talk about some new adventures in dendroclimatology. So what does that mean? That's the study of climate through trees, and in particular through African trees. So I'm going to start though with how I got here, because I'm a physicist by training. I studied in Italy, and I got my degree after some 20 years of excellent public education in the mid-90s, and then there was nothing there. And the place to go if one wanted to be a researcher were the United States. And so I was young, scrappy, and hungry, and I went all the way, continent and an ocean away, to Seattle, where I got my PhD in atmospheric sciences. Then I came to Columbia. I've been there ever since, and I had a fantastic career, basically built around thinking about rain. The lack of rain, too much rain, dry places, and it's been quite a ride. And most of a lot of my career has been spent. Oh, I'm sorry.
Michaela will be back after this short
No,
commercial break.
I'm just here after turning off my husband's alarm. Most of my career has been spent thinking about this time series of rainfall. So what's here is summertime rainfall in the Sahel, which is this region between the Sahara and the more humid places to the south. And what is shown is this time series going from 1900 to 2020. And so you see this pluvial in the middle of the century, and then this descent into drought. So this is a photograph from the drought of 1974, and then 1984 was even worse. And yesterday I was talking about how we saw, in the last 40 years, we saw a recovery of the rainfall, but not quite to normal, in the sense that a lot of that recovery coincided with increasing extremes. And we think we know what caused that precipitous decline in rainfall and what caused then the recovery. And that's the fact that rainfall in this region responds to what the ocean does globally. And so for decades, the Northern Hemisphere oceans were getting colder while the Southern Hemisphere ocean were getting warmer. And we have a sense that that's probably due to the fact that at the same time as we were warming the globe, right, with greenhouse gases, with CO2, the same coal that gives us CO2 also gives us sulfate. And so that sulfate created a haze that was enough to cool to cool the ocean. You've seen a lot of talks about air quality and what it used to be like when you couldn't see the GW bridge from the shore. So the air quality was such that it could really change the amount of sunlight and cool the surface. And so this change in temperature would then lead to changes in precipitation and the drought in the Sahel. But here's the key word: is this is all suggestive. And the reason why we can't quite tell for sure is because our coupled models don't do quite the right job. And so this is what I usually think about. What do climate models do? Can they duplicate what the observations show? So here are individual simulations for a whole lot of different ensemble of models. And this is what they should be doing. A 15% decrease in the a 15% decrease in rainfall over the course of a decade, and they don't quite get there. So at a certain point, I was like, okay, enough with the models. What do historical observations say? Can we approach this problem differently? And so the question was, has there ever been a drought like the one from the 1970s and 80s before we got sulfate pollution in the sky? Well, we don't have enough data to tell one way or another. There just weren't enough stations around to give us some record that is enough for decadal variability to be understood. So what about instead climate proxies? So climate proxies are a lot of things that very, very creative scientists that figured out can tell us something about the past. These are physical, chemical, biological markers that we can use to reconstruct past climate. So you must have heard about maybe ice cores, or figuring out where lake levels were or what the pollen was around. But the thing I'm going to talk about today is tree rings. So how do we figure out the climate of the past from tree rings? Well, you need a couple of things. You need the trees to stop growing every year so that you can form what is called a terminal parenchyma. And that's basically what gives you these dark and light signals here. And so you can count the ring and know what year it was. You need the tree to grow more on a good year than on a bad year. And you need that good or bad year to be determined by the climate variable that you're interested in. So we have a chance here because this is a region where with a very clear seasonal cycle. So you can count the years by, and vegetation should be noticing the fact that they go from a really dry season to a really wet season, right? This is a monsoon area with a clear rainfall isolated in the summer. So we have a chance. But yet, when you look at what has been done in terms of dendroclimatology, not much has been done in Africa altogether, and pretty much nothing in this area. So can we do any better? And so a good candidate for recording rainfall would be to find trees that are drought deciduous, that do lose, they do lose their leaves. That's an indication that they might stop growing in the dry season and form those annual rings that we're after. And so we went to Senegal. We started sampling trees. We wanted a key tenet of doing dendroclimatology is that you need a lot of replication to be sure that the signal you find is in fact the signal of climate and not just some random things happening to the tree. And so we came home with 100 cores or something along those lines. And so I'm going to show you what we're looking at right now. But first, I'm going to tell you that we found a lot of surprises. And in particular, turns out that some of these trees really do know how to hang on to water. So after an 8-month-long dry season, you still see a lot of water in the tree, which is not something we wanted to see. Yes, they are drought deciduous, but they can start leafing out even before the beginning of the rainy season. So not what we were hoping for. And yet, we might, and so this is what the samples look like, not so clear as what I was showing before, where, that was a mid-latitude tree. Tropical trees are much harder, which is why, to some degree, we don't yet have a lot of records from the tropics. But if you look very, very close, you can see maybe some indication. So there's a lot of vessels here, but you might see some lines. And so we're still looking at these. This is a better picture because now we have figured out a way to put it under the microscope, a very thin section of the wood. And so this is what we're looking for, these bands here. And so they might be the terminal parenchyma that we're looking for. And so we are hopeful that we might get a record. So why does this research matter? And why does it matter even for the US, not just for Africa? Well, as I showed yesterday, the storms that form in Africa are storms that go into the Atlantic, and they also see the Atlantic hurricanes. So what grows in one place doesn't stay in that place. Understanding the monsoon in general makes us understanding also our own climate, because we do have a monsoon in the United States, the North American monsoon. And also the Sahel signal, which we're after, is so strong that it's a great benchmark for understanding if our models are any good. And so my take-home points, though, is that it's a great privilege to be able to do this research. It brought me, the grant funding brought me to the US in the first place, and it's been a joy and a privilege for my professional life to do this work, to be able to look at the models. And when the models are not good enough, to say, okay, we need more observation. This is where the science takes us. So let's go there. And it really, without continuous support, without the independence of the scientific agencies who can tell, yes, this is worth pursuing. And, for me, as a modeler, as NCAR, these are all absolute necessities, and not just for the weather climate enterprise, but for the well-being of the U.S. and to keep the U.S. being the beacon that it was when I came here as a young student.
Thank you very much, Michaela. That was a marvelous talk.
Sorry about all the beeping.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, so we've got some time for questions. First, I have to jump in and ask: did you drink any of the tree water?
I did.
Did it taste good? Like, is it?
So in 115 Fahrenheit weather, pretty much any liquid tastes great. I've discovered, and we were so excited. It didn't taste particularly good, nor particularly weird, frankly. But yes, after the local national park guard who was with us, after he got started, we all felt like, well, if he does it, we should all do it.
Yeah. I guess a tree is it maybe just like a filter already? Is it like, is it filtering the water somehow? I don't know.
So as I said at the beginning, I'm a physicist, an atmospheric dynamicist, a modeler, and it was just a pure frustration after 20 years of trying to understand the Sahel rainfall that got me to trees. So don't ask me if they filter water. What I do know, though, is that they're remarkable creatures. And it was really amazing to be in the landscape that I had been modeling for a long time and actually see what it looks like and how, I've been listening to a lot of the talks here. Abby Sean was talking about the importance of vegetation. And when you see the vegetation can start greening way, way, way before the rain comes back, you have a different appreciation for how those roots can really connect the subsoil to the atmosphere. Mm-hmm. And it's an amazing learning experience to be in the field.
Yeah, it's pretty. I'm also a modeler, and you spend a lot of time in computer land. So I mean, I think it's pretty awesome that you got to actually go out and see the thing that you're studying. We have a question here from What Dog 75, which says, not sure if I missed it, but how did you choose the species of tree?
So because this is a place where there's been very little previous work done, the two criteria were it needs to be drought deciduous. So a lot of tropical trees keep their leaves throughout the year, and we wanted something that would drop its leaves and give us an indication that they do feel this dry season. So that was the first thing. The second is you go for species that are relatives to others that have worked elsewhere. So one of the species, Pterocarpus, is a relative of teak, and teak is being used in Asia, in tropical Asia, for dendroclimatology. So that was one option. And frankly, we just got like some random things that, walking around was like, oh, that doesn't have any leaves, let's try. The problem is that, as I showed at the very end, these are not so easily seen rings, and so it's a lot of work to then try to see if from something that is not so obvious we can get a data set. So we're still working, a couple of years later, we're still working through those 5 species. And the one I was showing is Afzelia africana, and that might be the one that does it for us.
Awesome. There's one more question I have, which is, so that you showed this time series kind of like in the beginning of like these big swings up and down over the 20th century in the rainfall over this region. And I guess, like, how long do the trees themselves live? Has a tree lived throughout that experience, that whole like swing up and down, or are there fires in this region that may have like taken them out, or what's
Right. So the way that we hope to go back in time is not necessarily only through trees that are still alive. You need trees that are alive now because you start counting back from that day when you core them. But you just need to find trees that overlap with the one that you started out with. So they could be just stumps in the forest, and that would be okay. It's not going to be easy because there are a lot of termites and animals that eat everything there. But it could also be trees that have been used in construction. So we'll see what we can find. Right now, the first task is to see if we can find year-to-year variations, and then we'll be tasked with the problem of trying to go back in time in a useful way. So it's one step at a time. But yes, fortunately, you don't need a tree that lives 300 years itself to go back 300 years. But you do need to have overlapping trees.
Awesome. And with that, you've taken us. Did you catch the 40 to the 39?
Oh, wow, great.
We are now in hour 40 of the live stream. So thank you, Michaela, for rounding us out.
My pleasure. Bye, Andrew.
Take care. And yes, so to everyone now, we're going to do a stream reset. So I'm sure some of you have been around for this. The loyalists have already experienced a reset, but for those who are maybe tuning in for the first time, basically you're going to be booted off the stream for a very brief moment, but you can rejoin the stream by going to wclivestream.com/watch. So in a brief second, you'll be off, and then you'll come back on. So my director behind the stage is gonna. I don't know if I can still talk, but my director behind the stage is doing magic right now. So